N.I. Bukharin and E. Preobrazhensky, The ABC of Communism. Introduction. Our program. 1. What is a program? Every party pursues definite aims, whether it be a party of landowners or capitalists, on the one hand, or a party of workers or peasants, on the other. Every party must have definite aims, for otherwise it is not a party. If it be a party representing the interests of landowners, it will pursue the aims of landowners. It will endeavor to tighten the grasp of the owners upon the soil, to hold the peasants in bondage, to secure a high price for the produce of the landowners' estates, to hire labor cheaply, to rack rent the farms. If it be a party of capitalists and factory owners, it will likewise have its own aims, to procure cheap labor, to keep the workers well in hand, to find customers to toil harder, but, above all, so to arrange matters that the workers will have no tendency to allow their thoughts to turn towards ideas of a new social order. Let the workers think that there always have been masters and always will be masters. Such are the aims of the factory owners. It is self-evident that the workers and peasants will have utterly different aims from these, seeing that their interests are utterly different from those of the capitalists and landowners. People used to say, "What is wholesome for a Russian is death to a German." It would, in fact, be more accurate to say, "What is wholesome for a worker is death to a landowner or capitalist." That is to say, the worker has certain things to do, the capitalist other things, and the landowner yet others. Not every landowner, however, thinks out logically what is the best way of getting the last farthing out of the peasants. Many landowners are drunk most of the time, and do not even trouble to consider their bailiff's reports. The same thing happens in the case of the peasants and of the workers. There are some who say, "Oh, well, we shall get along somehow, why bother? We shall go on living as our fathers have always lived." Such persons never achieve anything, and do not even understand their own interests. On the other hand, those who realize how they can best defend their own interests, organize themselves into a party. Of course, the class as a whole does not enter the party, which is composed of the best and most energetic members of the class. Thus those who enter the party lead the rest. To the Workers' Party, the party of Communist Bolsheviks, adhere the best of the workers and poorer peasants. To the party of landowners and capitalists, cadets, the party of popular freedom, adhere the most energetic among the landowners, the capitalists, and their hangers-on lawyers, professors, military officers, etc. Consequently, every party is composed of the most intelligent elements in the class to which it corresponds. For this reason, a landowner or capitalist who is a member of an organized party will combat the peasants and workers far more successfully than if he were not in such an organization. In like manner, an organized worker will be better able than an unorganized worker to strive against the capitalists and landowners. For the organized worker has well pondered the aims and interests of the working class, knows how these interests are to be pursued, and has learned the shortest road. All the aims which a party representing the interests of its class vigorously pursues constitute the party program. Thus, in the program is specified that for which any particular class has to strive. In the program of the Communist Party is specified that for which the workers and the poorer peasants have to strive. The program is for every party a matter of supreme importance. From the program we can always learn what interests the party represents. 2. What was our previous program? Our present program was adopted by the 8th Party Congress at the end of March 1919. Prior to this we had not a precise program, written on paper. We had nothing but the old program elaborated at the 2nd Party Congress in the year 1903. When this old program was compiled, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks constituted a single party, and they had a common program. At that date the organization of the working class was only just beginning. There were very few factories and workshops. Disputes were actually still going on as to whether a working class would ever come into existence in Russia. The Narodniks, the fathers of the present social revolutionaries, considered that the working class was not destined to develop in Russia, that in our country there would be no extensive growth of factories and workshops. The Marxists, the Social Democrats, subsequently to divide into Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, supposed, on the other hand, that in Russia, as elsewhere, the working class would continue to grow and would constitute the main strength of the revolution. Time proved that the views of the Narodniks were wrong and that those of the Social Democrats were right. But at the date when the program of the Social Democrats was elaborated by the Second Party Congress, both Lenin and Plekhanov participating in the work, the strength of the Russian working class was extremely small. That is why no one then imagined that it would be possible to undertake the direct overthrow of the bourgeoisie. At that time the best policy seemed to break the neck of Tsardom, to win freedom of association for the workers and peasants in conjunction with all others, to establish the 8-hour day, and to reduce the power of the landowners. No one then dreamed that it would be possible to realize the rule of the workers once and for all, or immediately to dispossess the bourgeoisie of its factories and workshops. Such was our old program of the year 1903. 3. Why was it necessary to draw up a new program? A considerable period intervened between 1903 and the Revolution of 1917, and during this time circumstances altered profoundly. In Russia, large-scale industry advanced with giant strides, and concomitantly there occurred a great increase in the numbers of the working class. As early as the Revolution of 1905, the workers showed their strength. By the time of the Second Revolution, 1917, it had become plain that the victory of the revolution could only be achieved through the victory of the working class. But in 1917 the working class could not be satisfied with that which might have contented it in 1905. The workers had now so fully matured that it was inevitable they should demand the seizure of the factories and workshops, the overthrow of the capitalists, and the establishment of working-class rule. That is to say, since the formulation of the first program there had occurred in Russia a fundamental change in internal conditions. Yet more important is it that in like manner there had taken place a change in external conditions. In the year 1905, peace and quiet prevailed throughout Europe. In the year 1917, no intelligent person could fail to see that the World War was leading up to the World Revolution. In 1905, the Russian Revolution was followed by nothing more than a slight movement among the Austrian workers, and by revolutions in the more backward countries of the East, Persia, Turkey, and China. The Russian Revolution of 1917 is being followed by revolutions in the West as well as in the East, by revolutions in which the working class raises its banner on behalf of the overthrow of capitalism. Both at home and abroad, therefore, conditions are very different from those of the year 1903. It would be absurd for the party of the working class to have one and the same program in 1903 and in 1917-19, seeing that now the circumstances are utterly different. When the Mensheviks find fault with us on the ground that we have repudiated our old program, and that in so doing we have repudiated the teaching of Marx, we reply that the essence of Marx's teaching is to construct programs, not out of the inner consciousness, but out of life itself. If life had undergone great changes, the program cannot be left as it was. In winter we have to wear thick overcoats. In the heat of summer only a madman wears a thick overcoat. It is just the same in politics. Marx himself taught us that we should always study the existing conditions of life and act accordingly. This does not mean that we should change our convictions as a fine lady changes her gloves. The primary aim of the working class is the realization of the communist order. This aim is a permanent aim. It is, however, self-evident that, according as the working class stands far from or close to its goal, it will put forward different demands. Under Tsarist rule, working-class organizations were driven underground and the Workers' Party was persecuted as if its members had been criminals. Now, the working class is in power, and its party is the ruling party. Obviously, no intelligent person could advocate exactly the same program for the year 1903 and for the present time. Thus, the changes in the internal conditions of Russian life and the changes in international circumstances have necessitated changes in our program. 4. The meaning of our program? Our new Moscow program is the first program drawn up by the party of the working class since it attained to power some time ago. It is therefore necessary for our party to turn to account all the experience which the working class has gained in administering and upbuilding the new life. This is important, not only for ourselves, not only for the Russian workers and poorer peasants, but also for our foreign comrades. For from our successes and failures, from our mistakes and oversights, experience will be gained, not by ourselves alone, but by the whole international proletariat. This is why our program contains, not merely what our party wishes to accomplish, but also that which it has to some extent accomplished. Every member of our party must be familiar with the program in all its details. It constitutes the most important guide to the activities of every group and of every individual member of the party. For no one can be a member of the party unless he has accepted the program, unless he regards the program as sound. And no one can regard it as sound without knowing it. There are of course many persons who have never glanced at the program, but who thrust themselves into the communist ranks and swear by communism, simply in the hope of snatching up some unconsidered trifle or of feathering their nest. We have no use for such members, who can do us nothing but harm. Without knowledge of the program, no one can be a genuine communist Bolshevik. Every intelligent Russian worker and poor peasant ought to become acquainted with the program of our party. Every non-Russian proletarian ought to study it, that he may profit by the experience of the Russian Revolution. 5. The scientific character of our program. We have already said that it is wrong to manufacture a program out of our own heads, and that our program should be taken from life. Before the time of Marx, those who represented working-class interests were apt to draw fancy pictures of a future paradise, without troubling to ask themselves whether this paradise could ever be reached, and without seeing the right road for the workers and peasants to follow. Marx taught us another way. He examined the evil, unjust, barbaric social order which still prevails throughout the world, and studied its structure. Precisely after the manner in which we might study a machine, or, let us say, a clock, did Marx study the structure of capitalist society, in which factory owners and landowners rule, while workers and peasants are oppressed. Let us suppose we have noticed that two of the wheels of our clock are badly fitted, and that at each revolution they interfere more and more with one another's movements. Then we can foresee that the clock will break down and stop. What Marx studied was not a clock, but capitalist society. He examined it thoroughly, examined life under the dominion of capital. As the outcome of his researches, Marx recognized very clearly that capitalism is digging its own grave, that the machine will break down, and that the cause of the breakdown will be the inevitable uprising of the workers, who will refashion the whole world to suit themselves. Marx's chief instruction to all his followers was that they should study life as it actually is. Thus only can a practical program be drawn up. It is self-evident, therefore, why our program begins with a description of the capitalist regime. The capitalist regime has now been overthrown in Russia. What Marx prophesied is being fulfilled under our very eyes. The old order is collapsing. The crowns are falling from the heads of kings and emperors. Everywhere the workers are advancing towards revolution, and towards the establishment of Soviet rule. In order fully to understand how all this has come about, it is necessary to be thoroughly well acquainted with the nature of the capitalist system. Then we shall realize that its breakdown was inevitable. Once we grasp that there will be no return of the old system and that the victory of the workers is assured, we shall have full strength and confidence as we carry on the struggle on behalf of the new social order of the workers. Chapter 1: The Capitalistic Social Order. 6. Commodity Economy. If we study how economic life is carried on under the capitalist regime, we see that its primary characteristic is the production of commodities. Well, what is there remarkable about that, the reader may ask? The remarkable point is that a commodity is not simply a product, but something produced for the market. A product made for the producer himself, made for his own use, is not a commodity. When a peasant sows rye, gathers in the harvest, threshes it, mills the grain, and bakes bread for himself, this bread is certainly not a commodity, it is simply bread. It only becomes a commodity when it is bought and sold, when, that is to say, it is produced for a buyer, for the market. Whoever buys it, owns it. Under the capitalist system, all products are produced for the market, they all become commodities. Every factory or workshop produces in ordinary circumstances one particular product only, and it is easy to understand that the producer is not producing for his own use. When an undertaker in his workshop has coffins made, it is perfectly clear that he does not produce these coffins for himself and his family, but for the market. Again, in the case of a castor oil manufacturer, it is equally clear that even if the man continually suffers from digestive disorder, it will be impossible for him to use for his own purposes more than an infinitesimal proportion of all the castor oil which his factory turns out. The same considerations apply, under capitalism, to any products you like to consider. In a button factory, buttons are made, but these millions of buttons are not produced in order that they may be sewn on to the manufacturer's waistcoat. They are for sale. Everything produced under the capitalist system is produced for the market. To this market come gloves and sausages, books and blacking, machines and whiskey, bread, boots, and small arms, in a word, everything that is made. A commodity economy necessarily implies private ownership. The independent artisan who produces commodities owns his workshop and his tools. The factory owner or workshop owner owns the factory or the workshop, with all the buildings, machinery, etc. Now, wherever private ownership and commodity production exist, there is a struggle for buyers, or competition among sellers. Even in the days before there were factory owners, workshop owners, and great capitalists, when there were only independent artisans, these artisans struggled one with another for buyers. The strongest and most acquisitive among them, the one who had the best tools and was the cleverest, especially the one who put by money, was always the one who came to the top, attracted custom, and ruined his rivals. Thus the system of petty ownership and the commodity economy that was based upon it contained the germs of large-scale ownership and implied the ruin of many. We see, therefore, that the primary characteristic of the capitalist system is a commodity economy, that is, an economy which produces for the market. 7. Monopolization of the means of production by the capitalist class. The mere existence of a commodity economy does not alone suffice to constitute capitalism. A commodity economy can exist although there are no capitalists. For instance, the economy in which the only producers are independent artisans. They produce for the market, they sell their products, thus these products are undoubtedly commodities, and the whole production is commodity production. Nevertheless, this is not capitalist production, it is nothing more than simple commodity production. In order that a simple commodity economy can be transformed into capitalist production, it is necessary, on the one hand, that the means of production, tools, machinery, buildings, land, etc., should become the private property of a comparatively limited class of wealthy capitalists, and on the other, that there should ensue the ruin of most of the independent artisans and peasants, and their conversion into wage workers. We have already seen that a simple commodity economy contains within itself the germs that will lead to the impoverishment of some and the enrichment of others. This is what has actually occurred. In all countries alike, most of the independent artisans and small masters have been ruined. The poorest were forced in the end to sell their tools. From masters they became men whose sole possession was a pair of hands. Those, on the other hand, who were richer, grew more wealthy still. They rebuilt their workshops on a more extensive scale, installed new machinery, began to employ more workpeople, became factory owners. Little by little there passed into the hands of these wealthy persons all that was necessary for production: factory buildings, machinery, raw materials, warehouses and shops, dwelling houses, workshops, mines, railways, steamships, the land, in a word, all the means of production. All these means of production became the exclusive property of the capitalist class. They became, as the phrase runs, a monopoly of the capitalist class. The small group of the wealthy owns everything. The huge masses of the poor own nothing but the hands with which they work. This monopoly of the means of production by the capitalist class is the second leading characteristic of the capitalist system. 8. Wage labor. The vast numbers who were left without any property were transformed into the wage laborers of capital. What indeed was left for the impoverished peasant or artisan to do? Either take service as agricultural laborer under the capitalist landowner, or else go to the town and there seek employment in factory or workshop. There was no other way out. Such was the origin of wage labor, the third characteristic of the capitalist system. What is wage labor? In earlier days, when there were serfs or slaves, every serf or slave could be bought and sold. Persons with skin, hair, arms, and legs were the private property of their lord. The lord would flog one of his serfs to death in the stable as lightly as, in a drunken fit, he would break a stool or a chair. The serf or slave was merely a chattel. Among the ancient Romans, a master's property, all that was necessary for production, was classified as dumb tools, things, half-speaking tools, beasts of burden, sheep, cows, oxen, etc., in a word, inarticulate animals, and speaking tools, slaves, human beings. A spade, an ox, a slave, were for the master all alike tools or utensils, which he could buy, sell, misuse, or destroy at pleasure. The wage laborer can be neither bought nor sold. What can be bought and sold is his labor power, not the man or woman, but the capacity for labor. The wage laborer is personally free. The factory owner cannot flog him in the stable, or sell him to a neighbor, or exchange him for a wolfhound puppy, though all these things could be done when serfdom prevailed. The wage worker can merely be hired. To all appearance, the capitalist and the wage worker are equals. Don't work if you don't want to. There is no compulsion, says the factory owner. The employer actually declares that he feeds the worker, gives work to the employee. As a matter of fact, however, the conditions are far from being the same for wage earner and capitalist. The workers are enchained by hunger. Hunger compels them to hire themselves out, that is, to sell their labor power. There is no other solution for the worker. He has no choice. With his hands alone he cannot produce his product. Just try without tools and machinery to found steel, to weave, to build railway carriages. Under capitalism, the very land is all in private hands. There remains no spot unowned where an enterprise can be carried on. The freedom of the worker to sell his labor power, the freedom of the capitalist to buy it, the equality of the capitalist and the wage earner, all these are but hunger's chain which compels the laborer to work for the capitalist. In this manner, the essence of wage labor consists in the sale of labor power, or in the transformation of labor power into a commodity. In the simple commodity economy which was described in 6, there were to be found in the market milk, bread, cloth, boots, etc., but not labor power. Labor power was not for sale. Its possessor, the independent artisan, had in addition his own little dwelling and his tools. He worked for himself, conducted his own enterprise, applied his own labor power to the carrying of it on. Very different is it under capitalism. The worker no longer owns the means of production. He cannot make use of his labor power for the conduct of his own enterprise. If he would save himself from starvation, he must sell his labor power to the capitalist. Side by side with the markets where cotton, cheese, and machines are sold, there also comes into existence the labor market where proletarians, that is to say wage workers, sell their labor power. We see, then, that the difference between the capitalist economy and the simple commodity economy consists in this, that in the capitalist economy labor power itself becomes a commodity. Thus, the third characteristic of the capitalist system is the existence of wage labor. 9 contradictions of production under capitalism. There are, therefore, 3 characteristics of the capitalist system, namely, production for the market, commodity production, the monopolization of the means of production by the capitalist class, wage labor, that is, labor founded upon the sale of labor power. All these characteristics are associated with the question, what are the mutual relationships between the individuals engaged in production and distribution? When we say commodity production or production for the market, what does the phrase mean? It means that individuals work for one another, but that each produces for the market in his own enterprise, not knowing beforehand who will buy his wares. Let us suppose that there are an artisan named John and a peasant named George. John the artisan, a bootmaker, takes boots to the market and sells them to George, and with the money which George pays for them he buys bread from George. When John went to the market he did not know that he would meet George there, nor did George know that he would meet John. Both men simply went to the market. When John bought the bread and George bought the boots, the result was that George had been working for John and John had been working for George, although the fact was not immediately obvious. The turmoil of the marketplace conceals from people that in actual fact they work for one another and cannot live without one another. In a commodity economy, people work for one another, but they do so in an unorganized manner and independently of each other, not knowing how necessary they are to one another. Consequently, in commodity production, individuals stand in definite relationships one to another, and what we are here concerned with is these mutual relationships. In like manner, when we speak of the monopolization of the means of production or of wage labor, we are really talking about the relationships between individuals. What, in fact, does monopolization signify? It signifies that persons work under such conditions that those who labor do so with means of production belonging to others. It signifies that the workers are subordinated to the owners of these means of production, namely to the capitalists. In a word, here also we are concerned with the question, what are the mutual relationships between individuals when they produce goods? The mutual relationships between individuals during the process of production are termed the relationships of production. It is easy to see that the relationships of production have not always been the same. Very long ago, when people lived in small communities, they worked together in comradely fashion, hunting, fishing, gathering fruit and roots, and they divided everything among themselves. Here we have one kind of relationships of production. In the days of slavery, the relationships of production were of another kind. Under capitalism there is a third kind of relationship. There are, therefore, various kinds of relationships of production. We speak of these kinds of relationships of production as the economic systems, types, of society or as the methods of production. Capitalist relationships of production, or in others' words a capitalist type of society, or the capitalist method of production, these terms express the relationships between individuals in a commodity economy characterized by the monopoly ownership of the means of production on the part of a small group of capitalists, and characterized by wage labor on the part of the working class. 10. The exploitation of labor power. The question now arises, for what reason does the capitalist class hire workers? Everyone knows that the reason is by no means because the factory owners wish to feed the hungry workers, but because they wish to extract profit from them. For the sake of profit, the factory owner builds his factory. For the sake of profit, he engages workers. For the sake of profit, he is always nosing out where higher prices are paid. Profit is the motive of all his calculations. Herein, moreover, we discern a very interesting characteristic of capitalist society. For society does not itself produce the things which are necessary and useful to it. Instead of this, the capitalist class compels the workers to produce those things for which more will be paid, those things from which the capitalists derive the largest profit. Whiskey, for example, is a very harmful substance, and alcoholic liquors in general ought to be produced only for technical purposes and for their use in medicine. But throughout the world the capitalists produce alcohol with all their might. Why? Because to ply the people with drink is extremely profitable. We must now make it perfectly clear how profit is made. For this purpose we must examine the question in detail. The capitalist receives profit in the form of money when he sells commodities that have been produced in his factory. How much money does he get for his wares? That depends upon the price. The next question is, how is the price determined, or why does one commodity fetch a high price and another a low price? It is easy to understand that if, in any branch of production, new machinery is introduced and labor is advantageously applied, or, as the phrase goes, is very productive, then the price of the commodity falls. If, on the other hand, production is difficult, if the quantity of goods produced is small, if labor is unsuccessfully applied or is comparatively unproductive, then the price of the commodity rises. 1. if society must expend on the average much labor in order to produce any article, the price of that article is high. If on the average little labor is required, the price of the article is low. Assuming average efficiency of manufacture, that is to say, when the machinery and tools employed are either the very best nor the very worst, the amount of social labor requisite for the production of a commodity is termed the value of that commodity. We see that price depends upon value. In actual fact, price is sometimes higher than value and sometimes lower, but for simplicity we may here assume that they are one and the same. We must now recall what we said concerning the hiring of wage workers. The hiring of a worker is the sale of a peculiar commodity, the name of which is labor power. As soon as labor power has become a commodity, what applies to other commodities applies to labor power. When the capitalist hires the worker, the former pays the latter the price of his labor power, or, to speak simply, the value of his labor power. By what is this value determined? We have seen that the value of all commodities is determined by the quantity of labor expended in producing them. The same thing applies to labor power. What, however, do we mean by the production of labor power? Labor power is not indeed produced in a factory, like cloth, blacking, or machinery. How then are we to explain it? We have merely to look at contemporary life under capitalism in order to understand with what we are concerned. Let us suppose that the workers have just finished their day's work. They are tired out, all their vital energy has been used up, they cannot work any more. Their labor power is practically exhausted. What is needed to restore it? Food, rest, sleep, recuperation, and therewith strength will be restored. Then will reappear the capacity for work, then, once more, they will have labor power. This means that food, clothing, and shelter, in a word, the necessaries that the worker consumes affect the production of his labor power. Additional elements have to be considered, such as expenditure upon training when skilled workers are needed, and so on. Everything that the working class consumes in order to restore its labor power has value. For this reason, the value of articles of consumption and also of expenditure upon training constitute the value of labor power. Different commodities possess different values. In like manner, each kind of labor power has its peculiar value. The labor power of the compositor has one value, the labor power of the unskilled laborer has another. Let us now return to the factory. The capitalist buys raw materials, fuel, machinery, lubricants, and other necessaries. Then he buys labor power, engages hands. He pays cash for everything. The work of production begins. The workers work, the wheels turn, the fuel is burned, the lubricant is used, the factory buildings suffer wear and tear, the labor power is expended. As a result, there issues from the factory a new commodity. The commodity, like all commodities, has value. What is this value? First of all, the commodity has absorbed into itself the value of the means of production that have been used up, that which has passed into it raw materials, fuel consumed, the worn parts of the machinery, and so on. All this has now been transformed into the value of the commodity. In the second place, there has passed into the commodity the labor of the workers. If the workers were 30 in number, and if in the production of the commodity each worked for 30 hours, then there will have been expended in all 900 working hours. The full value of the product will therefore consist of the value of the utilized materials. Let us assume that the value of these is equivalent to 600 hours, together with the new value which the workers have added by their labor, namely 900 hours. The total is therefore 600 plus 900 is equal to 1,500 working hours. But how much did the commodity cost the capitalist? For the raw materials he paid in full, that is to say, he paid a sum of money corresponding to the value of working hours. But what did he pay for labor power? Did he pay for the whole 900 hours? Here lies the key to the riddle. By our hypothesis, he has paid the full value of the labor power for the working days. If 30 workers have worked 30 hours, 3 days for 10 hours a day, the factory owner will have paid them whatever sum was necessary for the recuperation of their labor power during these days. How much will this sum have been? The answer is plain. It will have been considerably less than 900. Why? Because the quantity of labor which is necessary to recuperate my labor power is one thing, whereas the quantity of labor which I am able to expend is another thing. I can work 10 hours a day. To provide a sufficiency of food, clothing, etc., my daily needs are a quantity of articles the total value of which is equal to 5 hours. That is to say, I can do more work than the work which is requisite to recuperate my labor power. In our example, the workers consume, let us say, in the form of food, clothing, etc., during the 3 days, articles to the value of 450 working hours, but they supply 900 hours of labor. There remain for the capitalist 450 hours. These form the source of his profit. In fact, the commodity has cost the capitalist, as we have seen, 600 plus 450 is equal to 1050 hours. But he sells it for the value of 600 plus 900 is equal to 1500 hours. 450 hours are surplus value created by labor power. It results that for half their working time, namely for 5 hours in a 10-hour working day, the workers are working to reintegrate what they have used up for themselves. But during the other half of the day they are working entirely for the capitalist. Let us now consider society as a whole. What the individual factory owner or the individual worker does is of very little interest to us. What interests us is the structure of the huge machine which goes by the name of capitalist society. The capitalist class hires the working class, the latter being numerically of enormous size. In millions of factories, in mines and quarries, in forest and field, hundreds of millions of workers labor like ants. Capital pays them their wages, the value of their labor power, with which they unceasingly renew this labor power for the service of capital. By its labor, the working class does not merely pay its own wages, but it creates in addition the income of the upper classes, creates surplus value. Through 1,000 runnels, this surplus value flows into the pockets of the master class. Part goes to the capitalist himself, in the form of entrepreneur's profit, part goes to the landowner, in the form of taxes, part enters the coffers of the capitalist state, other portions accrue to merchants, traders, and shopkeepers, are spent upon churches and in brothels, support actors, artists, bourgeois scribblers, and so on. Upon surplus value live all the parasites who are bred by the capitalist system. Part of the surplus value is, however, used over again by the capitalists. They add it to their capital, and the capital grows. They extend their enterprises. They engage more workers. They install better machinery. The increased number of workers produces for them a still greater quality of surplus value. The capitalist enterprises grow ever larger. Thus, at each revolution of time, capital moves forward, heaping up surplus value. Squeezing surplus value out of the working class, exploiting the workers, capital continually increases in size. 11. Capital. We now see clearly what capital is. Before all else, it is a definite value. It may be in the form of money, it may be in the form of machinery, raw materials, or factory buildings, it may be in the form of finished commodities. But it is value of such a kind as serves for the production of new value, for the production of surplus value, which produces surplus value. Capitalist production is the production of surplus value. In capitalist society, machinery and factory buildings take the form of capital. But do machinery and buildings always take the form of capital? Certainly not. If the whole of society were a cooperative commonwealth producing everything for itself, then neither machinery nor raw materials would be capital, seeing that they would not be means for the creation of profit for a small group of rich persons. That is to say, machinery, for example, only becomes capital when it is the private property of the capitalist class, when it serves the purpose of exploiting wage labor, when it serves to produce surplus value. The form of the value is here unimportant. The value may be in the form of gold coins or paper money, with which the capitalist buys the means of production and labor power. It may be in the form of the machines with which the workers work, or of the raw materials out of which they make commodities, or of the finished articles which will subsequently be sold. If, however, this value serves for the production of surplus value, it is capital. As a rule, capital is continually assuming new aspects. Let us study how these transformations take place. I. The capitalist has not yet bought labor power or the means of production. He is, however, eager to engage workers, to procure machinery, to obtain raw materials of the best quality, to get a sufficient supply of coal, and so on. As yet, he has nothing except money. Here we have capital in its monetary form. 2. With this supply of money, the capitalist makes his way to the market, not of course in his own person, since he has the telephone, the telegraph, and 100 servants. Here takes place the purchase of the means of production and of labor power. The capitalist returns to the factory without money, but with workers, machinery, raw materials, and fuel. These things are now no longer commodities. They have ceased to be commodities. They are not for sale. The money has been transformed into means of production and into labor power. The monetary wrapping has been cast aside. The capital has assumed the form of industrial capital. Now the work begins. The machinery is set in motion, the wheels turn, the levers move to and fro, the workers drip with sweat, the machinery undergoes wear and tear, the raw materials are used up, the labor power is tired out. 3. Thereupon, all the raw material, the wear and tear of the machines, the labor power, undergo a gradual transformation into masses of commodities. Thus the capital assumes a new guise, its factory embodiment vanishes, and it takes the form of quantities of commodities. We have capital in its commodity form. But now, when production is completed, the capital has not merely changed its wrapping. It has increased in value, for in the course of production there has been added to its surplus value. 4. In production, the aim of the capitalist is not to provide goods for his own use, but to produce commodities for the market, for sale. That which was stored up in his warehouse must be sold. At first the capitalist went to market as a buyer. Now he has to go there as a seller. At first he had money in his hands, and he wanted to buy commodities, the means of production. Now he has commodities in his hands, and he wants to get money. When these commodities are sold, capital jumps back from its commodity form into its monetary form. But the quantity of money which the capitalist receives differs from the quantity which he originally paid out, inasmuch as it is greater by the whole amount of the surplus value. This, however, does not end the movement of capital. The enlarged capital is set in motion once again, and acquires a still larger quantity of surplus value. This surplus value is in part added to capital, and begins a new cycle. Capital rolls on like a snowball, and at each revolution there adheres to it a larger quantity of surplus value. The result of this is that capitalist production continually expands. Thus capital sucks surplus value out of the working class and everywhere extends its dominion. Its peculiarities account for its rapid growth. The exploitation of one class by another took place in earlier days. Let us consider, for example, a landowner when serfdom prevailed, or a slave owner in classical antiquity. They lived on the backs of their serfs and slaves. But all which the workers produced, the landowners and slave owners ate, drank, and wore either themselves, or else their servants and their numerous hangers-on. At that time there was very little commodity production. There was no market. If the landowner or slave owner had compelled his serfs or slaves to produce vast quantities of bread, meat, fish, etc., all this would simply have rotted. Production was restricted to the gratification of the animal needs of the landowner and his household. It is very different under capitalism. Here production takes place, not for the gratification of immediate needs, but for profit. Under capitalism, the commodity is produced for sale, for the sake of gain, in order that profits may be heaped up. The larger the profit, the better. Hence the mad hunt for profit on the part of the capitalist class. This greed knows no limits. It is the pivot, the prime motive, of capitalist production. 12. The capitalist state. As we have seen, capitalist society is based upon the exploitation of labor. A small minority owns everything, the working masses own nothing. The capitalists command. The workers obey. The capitalists exploit. The workers are exploited. The very essence of capitalist society is found in this merciless and ever-increasing exploitation. Capitalist production is a practical instrument for the extraction of surplus value. Why has this instrument been able to continue in operation so long? For what reason do the workers tolerate such a state of affairs? This question is by no means easy to answer at first sight. Speaking generally, there are two reasons for it. In the first place, because the capitalist class is well organized and powerful. Secondly, because the bourgeoisie frequently controls the brains of the working class. The most trustworthy means at the disposal of the bourgeoisie for this purpose is its organization as the state. In all capitalist countries, the state is merely a union of the master class. Let us consider any country you like: Britain, the United States, France, or Japan. Everywhere we find that the ministers, high officials, members of parliament, are either capitalists, landowners, factory owners, and financial magnates, or else the faithful and well-paid servants of these lawyers, bank managers, professors, army officers, archbishops, and bishops, who serve the capitalists, not from fear but from conviction. The union of all these individuals belonging to the bourgeoisie, a union which embraces the entire country and holds everything in its grasp, is known as the state. This organization of the bourgeoisie has two leading aims. The first and most important of these is to suppress disorders and insurrections on the part of the workers, to ensure the undisturbed extraction of surplus value from the working class, to increase the strength of the capitalist means of production. The second aim is to strive against other organizations of the same kind, that is to say, against other bourgeois states, to compete with them for a larger share in surplus value. Thus the capitalist state is a union of the master class, formed to safeguard exploitation. The interests of capital, and nothing but the interests of capital, here we have the guiding star towards which are directed all the activities of this robber band. Against such a view of the bourgeois state, the following considerations might be adduced. You say that the state is exclusively run in the interests of capital. Consider this point, however. In all capitalist countries there is factory legislation forbidding or restricting child labor, limiting the working day, and so on. In Germany, for example, in the days of William II, there prevailed a fairly good system of state insurance for the workers. In England, the typically bourgeois minister Lloyd George introduced the Insurance Act and the Old Age Pensions Act. In all bourgeois lands there are hospitals, dispensaries, and sanatoriums for the workers, railways are constructed, and by these all can travel, rich and poor alike, waterworks are instituted for the supply of the towns, and so on. Such things are for the public service. This implies, many will say, that even in those countries where capital rules, the state is not run solely in the interests of capital, but is concerned likewise with the interests of the workers. The state actually punishes factory owners who infringe factory legislation. These arguments are fallacious, for the following reasons. It is perfectly true that the bourgeois authority occasionally passes laws and regulations useful to the working class. They are, however, passed in the interest of the bourgeoisie. Let us take as an example the railways. The workers travel by them, and for this reason they are useful to the workers. But they are not built for the sake of the workers. Merchants and factory owners need railways for the carriage of their wares, for the transport of troops, for the conveyance of workers, etc. Capital needs railways, and builds them in its own interest. They are useful to the workers too, but that is not why the capitalist state constructs them. Again, let us take the cleaning of the towns, or urban sanitation as it is called, and let us consider the hospitals. In these cases the bourgeoisie is concerned about the working class districts, as well as about the others. It is true that, in comparison with the bourgeois quarters in the center of the town, we find, in the working class suburbs, dirt, the abomination of desolation, disease, etc. Nevertheless, the bourgeoisie does do something. Why? Because illness and epidemics sometimes spread all through the town, and if such a thing should happen, the bourgeoisie, too, would suffer. In this matter, therefore, the bourgeois state and its urban instruments are simply pursuing bourgeois interests. Here is another example. During the 19th century, the French workers learned from the bourgeoisie the practice of birth control. By artificial means they arranged either to have no children at all or no more than 2 children. The poverty of the workers was so great that to rear a larger family was difficult or almost impossible. As a result of this practice, the population of France remained nearly stationary. The French bourgeoisie began to be short of soldiers. A clamor was raised: the nation is perishing. The Germans are increasing more rapidly than we are. They will have more soldiers. It may be remarked in passing that year by year those who were called up for military service proved less and less fit. They were shorter, had a smaller chest measurement, were more weakly. And now, behold, the bourgeoisie grew freehand. It began to insist upon improved conditions for the working class, in order that the workers might rear more children. Undoubtedly, if you kill the hen, you will not get any more eggs. In all these cases, the bourgeoisie has certainly taken steps useful to the workers, but it has done so solely in its own interests. In many instances, however, measures useful to the workers have been inaugurated by the bourgeois state owing to the pressure of the working class. Nearly all the factory laws were secured in such a manner, in consequence of threats on the part of the workers. In England, the first legal limitation of the working day, to 10 hours, was brought about by working class pressure. In Russia, the Tsarist government passed the first factory laws owing to its alarm on account of disorders and strikes among the workers. In these matters the state, which consists of the enemies of the working class, the state, which is an economic organization, reckons up its own interests, saying, "It is better to yield a certain amount today than to yield twice as much tomorrow, and it is better to yield than to risk one's skin." The factory owner who yields to the demands of his workers on strike and concedes them an extra halfpenny does not cease to be a factory owner, nor does the bourgeois state in any way lose its bourgeois characteristics when it makes some small concession owing to working class pressure. The capitalist state is not only the largest and most powerful among bourgeois organizations, it is at the same time the most complex of these organizations, for it has a very large number of subdivisions, and tentacles issue from these in every direction. The primary aim of all this is to protect, to consolidate, and to expand the exploitation of the working class. Against the working class, the state can employ measures of 2 different kinds, brute force and spiritual subjugation. These constitute the most important instruments of the capitalist state. Among the organs of brute force, must first be enumerated the army and the police, the prisons and the law courts. Next must be mentioned accessory organs, such as spies, provocative agents, organized strikebreakers, hired assassins, etc. The army of the capitalist state is organized in a peculiar fashion. At the head is the officers' corps, the group of epaulette wearers. They are drawn from the ranks of the landed gentry, from those of the wealthier bourgeoisie, and in part from those of the intelligentsia, professional classes. These are the bitterest enemies of the proletariat. From childhood they have been brought up in special schools, in Russia in cadet corps and in junker schools, where they have been taught how to knock the men about, and how to maintain the honor of the uniform, this meaning to keep the rankers in absolute subjection and to make mere pawns of them. The most distinguished members of the nobility and the wealthier bourgeoisie, if they enter the military or naval profession, become generals or admirals, persons of high rank, wearing orders and ribbons. Nor are the officers ever drawn from among the poor. They have the mass of common soldiers entirely in their hands. These latter are so completely under the influence of their environment that they never ask what they are fighting for, but simply keep their ears cocked for orders. Such an army is primarily intended to hold the workers in check. In Russia, the Tsarist army was repeatedly used to keep down the workers and peasants. During the reign of Alexander II, before the liberation of the serfs, there were numerous risings of the peasantry, and these were all suppressed by the army. In the year 1905, the army shot down the workers during the Moscow Rising. It carried out punitive expeditions in the Baltic provinces, in the Caucasus, and in Siberia. In the years 1906–8, it suppressed peasant risings and protected the property of the landowners. During the war, the army shot down the workers at Ivanovo-Voznesensk, at Kostroma, and elsewhere. The officers were especially ruthless. Foreign armies behave in just the same way. In Germany, the army of the capitalist state has likewise been used to keep the workers down. The first naval rising was suppressed by the army. Risings of the workers in Berlin, Hamburg, Munich, all over Germany, were crushed by the army. In France, the army has frequently shot down strikers. Quite recently it has shot the workers, and also a number of Russian revolutionary soldiers. In the British Empire, in quite recent days, the army has frequently crushed risings of the Irish workers, risings of the Egyptian fellahin, risings in India. In England itself, the soldiers have attacked great meetings of the workers. In Switzerland, during every strike, the machine gun corps is mobilized and the so-called militia, the Swiss army, is summoned to the colors. So far, however, the militia has not fired on the proletarians. In the United States, the army has frequently burned working-class settlements and has razed houses to the ground, for instance, during the strike in Colorado. The armies of the capitalist states are today combining to strangle the workers' revolutions in Russia, Hungary, the Balkans, and Germany. They are crushing revolts all over the world. The police and the gendarmerie. In addition to the regular army, the capitalist state has an army of picked ruffians, and of specially trained troops, peculiarly adapted for the struggle with the workers. These institutions, the police, for instance, have, indeed, the function of combating theft and of protecting the persons and property of citizens, but at the same time the police are maintained for the arrest, prosecution, and punishment of discontented workers. In Russia, the police have been the most trustworthy protectors of the landlords and the Tsar. Especially brutal, in all capitalist countries, have been the members of the secret police and of the corps of gendarmes. In Russia, the secret police force or political police was known as the Orana, protection. Large numbers of detectives, provocative agents, spies, strikebreakers, etc., work in cooperation with the official police. Interesting in this connection are the methods of the American secret police. They are in league with a vast number of private and semi-official detective bureaus. The notorious adventures of Nat Pinkerton were really a campaign against the workers. The detectives palmed off bombs on the workers' leaders, incited them to kill the capitalists, and so forth. Such detectives likewise recruit vast numbers of strikebreakers, known in the United States as scabs, and troops of armed ruffians who murder strikers when opportunity arises. There is no villainy too black for these assassins, who are employed by the democratic state of the American capitalists. The administration of justice in the bourgeois state is a means of self-defense for the bourgeois class. Above all, it is employed to settle with those who infringe the rights of capitalist property or interfere with the capitalist system. Bourgeois justice sent Liebknecht to prison, but acquitted Liebknecht's murderer. The state prison service settles accounts quite as effectively as does the executioner of the bourgeois state. Its shafts are directed, not against the rich, but against the poor. Such are the institutions of the capitalist state, institutions which affect the direct and brutal oppression of the working class. Among the means of spiritual subjugation at the disposal of the capitalist state, 3 deserve a special mention: the state school, the state church, and the state, or state-supported, press. The bourgeoisie is well aware that it cannot control the working masses by the use of force alone. It is necessary that the workers' brains should be completely enmeshed as if in a spider's web. The bourgeois state looks upon the workers as working cattle. These beasts must labor, but they must not bite. Consequently, they must not merely be whipped or shot when they attempt to bite, but they must be trained and tamed, just as wild beasts in a menagerie are trained by beast tamers. Similarly, the capitalist state maintains specialists to stupefy and subdue the proletariat. It maintains bourgeois teachers and professors, the clergy, bourgeois authors and journalists. In the state schools, these specialists teach children from their earliest years to obey capital and to despise and hate rebels. The children's heads are stuffed with fables about the revolution and the revolutionary movement. Emperors, kings, and industrial magnates are glorified. In the churches, the priests, who are salaried by the state, preach that all authority comes from God. Day after day, the bourgeois newspapers trumpet these lies, whilst working-class papers are in most cases suppressed by the capitalist state. Under such conditions, is it easy for the workers to extract themselves from the quagmire? A German imperialist bandit wrote, "We do not only need the soldiers' legs, but also their brains and their hearts." The bourgeois state, in like manner, aims at educating the workers so that they may resemble domestic animals who will work like horses, and eat humble pie. In this manner the capitalist system ensures its own development. The machine of exploitation does its work. Surplus value is continually extracted from the working class. The capitalist state stands on guard, and takes good care that there shall be no uprising of the wage slaves. 13 Fundamental contradictions of the capitalist system. We must now examine whether capitalist or bourgeois society is well or ill constructed. Anything is sound and good when the mutual adaptation of its parts is entirely satisfactory. Let us consider the mechanism of a clock. It works accurately and freely if all the cogwheels are properly adjusted one to another. Let us now look at capitalist society. We can perceive without difficulty that capitalist society is far less soundly constructed than it appears to be at the first glance. On the contrary, it exhibits grave contradictions and disastrous flaws. In the first place, under capitalism the production and distribution of goods is quite unorganized. Anarchy of production prevails. What does this mean? It means that all the capitalist entrepreneurs, or capitalist companies, produce commodities independently of one another. Instead of society undertaking to reckon up what it needs and how much of each article, the factory owners simply produce upon the calculation of what will bring them most profit, and will best enable them to defeat their rivals in the market. The consequence often is that commodities are produced in excessive quantities. We are talking, of course, of pre-war days. There is then no sale for them. The workers cannot buy them, for they have not enough money. Thereupon a crisis ensues. The factories are shut down, and the workers are turned out into the street. Furthermore, the anarchy of production entails a struggle for the market. Each producer wants to entice away the other's customers, to corner the market. This struggle assumes various forms. It begins with the competition between two factory owners. It ends in the World War, wherein the capitalist states wrestle with one another for the world market. This signifies not merely that the parts of capitalist society interfere with one another's working, but that there is a direct conflict between the constituent parts. The first reason, therefore, for the disharmony of capitalist society is the anarchy of production, which leads to crises, internecine competition, and wars. The second reason for the disharmony of capitalist society is to be found in the class structure of that society. Considered in its essence, capitalist society is not one society but two societies. It consists of capitalists, on the one hand, and of workers and poor peasants, on the other. Between these two classes there is continuous and irreconcilable enmity. This is what we speak of as the class war. Here, also, we see that the various parts of capitalist society are not merely ill-adapted to one another, but are actually in unceasing conflict. Is capitalism going to collapse, or is it not? The answer to the question depends upon the following considerations. If we study the evolution of capitalism, if we examine the changes it has undergone in the course of time, and if we perceive that its disharmonies are diminishing, then we can confidently wish it a long life. If, on the other hand, we discover that in the course of time the various parts of the capitalist machine have come to clash with one another more and more violently, if we discern that the flaws in the structure are becoming positive chasms, then it is time to say, rest in peace. We have now, therefore, to study the evolution of capitalism. Chapter 2: The Development of the Capitalistic Social Order. 14. The struggle between small-scale and large-scale production, between working ownership and capitalistic non-working ownership. The struggle between small-scale and large-scale capital and manufacturing industry. Huge factories, sometimes employing more than 10,000 workers, and having enormous machines, did not always exist. They appeared by degrees, growing up upon the remnants of artisan production and small-scale industry when these were undergoing ruin. In order to understand why this came about, we must first of all take into account the circumstance that, under private property and commodity production, a struggle for buyers, competition, is inevitable. Who is the winner in this struggle? He is the winner who knows how to attract buyers to himself and to wrest them from his competitors. Now, the chief means for the attraction of buyers is to offer commodities for sale at a lower price. Who can sell at a very low price? This is the first question we have to answer. It is obvious that the large-scale producer can sell more cheaply than the small-scale producer or the independent artisan, for the large-scale producer can buy more cheaply. Large-scale production has in this respect many advantages. Above all, large-scale production has this advantage, that the entrepreneur who commands much capital can install better machinery, and can procure better tools and apparatus generally. The independent artisan or the small master finds it very difficult to get along. He cannot usually command a power plant. He dares not think of installing better and larger machines. He has not the wherewithal to buy them. Nor is the small capitalist able to procure the newest machines. Consequently, the larger the undertaking, the more perfect is the technique, the more economical is the labor, and the lower is the cost of production. In the large factories of the United States and Germany there are actually scientific laboratories where new and improved methods are continually being discovered. Thus science is wedded to industry. The discoveries made in such a laboratory remain secrets of the enterprise to which it is attached, and bring profit to that enterprise alone. In small-scale production and hand production, one and the same worker conducts nearly all the stages of production. In machine production, on the other hand, where numerous workers are employed, one worker is responsible for one stage only, a second worker for a second stage, a third for a third, and so on. In this way, under the system known as the division of labor, the work goes much quicker. How great is the advantage of this system was made manifest by some American researches instituted in the year 1898. Here are the results. The manufacture of 10 plows. By hand labor, 2 workers, performing 11 distinct operations, worked in all 1,180 hours, and received $54. By machine labor, 52 workers, performing 97 operations, the more numerous the workers, the more varied the operations, worked in all 37 hours and 28 minutes, and received $7.90. We see that the time was enormously less and that the cost of labor was very much lower. The manufacture of 100 sets of clock wheels. By hand labor, 14 workers, 453 operations, 341,866 hours, $80.82. By machine labor, 10 workers, 1,088 operations, 8,343 hours, $1.80. The manufacture of 500 yards of cloth. Hand labor, 3 workers, 19 operations, 7,534 hours, $135.60. Machine labor, 252 workers, 43 operations, 84 hours, $6.81. Many similar examples might be given. Furthermore, small manufacturers and hand workers are quite unable to undertake those branches of production for which a highly developed mechanical technique is essential. For instance, the manufacture of locomotive engines and ironclads, coal mining, and so on. Large-scale production affects economies in every direction, in buildings, machinery, raw materials, lighting and heating, cost of labor, utilization of waste products, etc. In fact, let us suppose that there are 1,000 small workshops, and that there is one large factory which produces the same quantity of commodities as all the little workshops put together. It is much easier to build one large factory than 1,000 small workshops. The raw materials for the workshops will be used far more wastefully. Lighting and heating will be much easier in the case of the large factory. The factory will have the advantage in the matter of general supervision, cleaning up, repairs, etc. In a word, there will unquestionably be in all respects an economy, a saving, in running the large factory. In the purchase of raw materials and of all that is necessary for production, large-scale capital is likewise at an advantage. The wholesale buyer buys more cheaply, and the goods are of better quality. Furthermore, the great factory owner is better acquainted with the market, knows better where to buy cheaply. In like manner, the small enterprise is always at a disadvantage when entering the market as seller. Not only does the large-scale producer know better where to buy cheaply, for this purpose, he has travelers. He conducts his business in the exchange, where news concerning various commodities is always coming in. He has commercial ties extending almost all over the world. In addition, he can afford to wait. If, for instance, the price of his product is too low, he can retain it in his warehouses, pending a rise in prices. The small producer cannot do this. He lives from hand to mouth. As soon as he has sold his product, he begins to use for immediate expenses the money he has received. He has no margin. For this reason he is forced to sell willy-nilly, for otherwise he will starve to death. It is obvious that this is a great disadvantage to him. It need hardly be said that large-scale production enjoys an additional advantage in the matter of credit. If a great entrepreneur has urgent need of money, he can get it. Banks will always lend money to a solid firm at a comparatively low rate of interest. But hardly anyone will give credit to the small producer. If he can borrow at all, exorbitant interest will be demanded. Thus the small producer easily falls into the hands of the usurer. All these advantages attaching to large-scale enterprise explain why small-scale production must invariably succumb in capitalist society. Large-scale capital crushes the small producer, takes away his customers, and ruins him, so that he drops into the ranks of the proletariat or becomes a tramp. In many cases, of course, the small master continues to cling to life. He fights desperately, puts his own hand to the work, forces his workers and his family to labor with all their strength, but in the end he is compelled to give up his place to the great capitalist. In many instances, one who seems to be an independent master is in truth entirely dependent on large-scale capital, works for it, and cannot take a single step without its permission. The small producer is frequently in the toils of the moneylender. Ostensibly independent, he really works for this spider. Or he is a dependent of the purchaser of his commodities. In other cases he is a dependent of the shop for which he works. In the last instance, though apparently independent, he has really become a wage worker in the service of the capitalist who owns the large shop. It may happen that the capitalist provides him with raw materials, and sometimes with tools as well. In Russia, many of those engaged in home industry are in this position. In such cases, it is perfectly clear that the home worker has become a satellite of capital. Another form of subordination to capital is that in which small repairing workshops are grouped around a large undertaking, so that they are, as it were, mere screws in the wall of the big building. Their independence is only apparent. We sometimes see that small masters, independent artisans, home workers, traders, or petty capitalists, when they have been driven out of one branch of manufacture or commerce, enter some other branch in which large-scale capital is less powerful. In many cases, persons who have been ruined in this way become small traders, peddlers, and the like. Thus large-scale capital tends, step by step, to replace small production everywhere. Huge enterprises come into existence, each employing thousands or tens of thousands of workers. Large-scale capital is becoming the ruler of the world. The working owner is disappearing. His place is being taken by large-scale capital. As examples of the decline of small-scale production in Russia, let us consider the home workers. Some of these, such as furriers and basket weavers, worked with their own raw materials and sold to anyone who would buy. In course of time, the home worker began to work for one particular capitalist. This is what happened in the case of the Moscow hat makers, toy makers, brush makers, etc. In the next stage, home workers procure the raw materials from their own employer, and thus pass into bondage to him, e.g. the locksmiths of Pavlovsk and of Bermekino. Finally, the home worker is paid by his employer at piecework rates, the nail makers of Tver, the boot makers of Kimry, the mat makers of Makarev, the knife forgers of Pavlovo. The handloom weavers have been similarly enslaved. In England, the expiring system of small-scale production was nicknamed the sweating system, owing to the abominable conditions that prevailed. In Germany, during the period 1882 to 1895, the number of small enterprises diminished by 8.6%. The number of middle-sized enterprises, those employing from 6 to 50 workers, increased by 64.1%, and the number of great enterprises increased by 90%. Since 1895, a notable number of middle-sized enterprises have also been crushed out. In Russia, the victory of the factory system over home industry has been fairly rapid. The textile industry, weaving, is one of the most important branches of manufacture in Russia. If we consider the changes that have taken place in the cotton industry, if we compare the number of factory workers with the number of home workers, we are able to judge how rapidly the factory system is displacing home industry. Here are the figures. Year 1866 number of factory workers 94,566, number of home workers 66,178. Year 1879 number of factory workers 162,691, number of home workers 50,152. Year 1994 to 95 number of factory workers 242,051, number of home workers 20,475. In the year 1866, for every 100 workers engaged as weavers in cotton factories, there were 70 weavers working at home. In the years 1894 to 5, for every 100 factory workers there were only 8 home workers. In Russia, the growth of large-scale production was extraordinarily rapid because foreign capital undertook its direct organization. By the year 1902, large enterprises were already employing nearly half, 40%, of all the Russian industrial workers. In 1903, in European Russia, the factories employing more than 100 workers numbered 17% of all factories and workshops, and of the total number of workers engaged in factories and workshops, 76.7% worked in these large factories. The victory of large-scale production all over the world entails much suffering for small producers. Sometimes whole occupations perish and entire districts are depopulated, e.g. the Silesian weavers in Germany, the Indian weavers, etc. B. The struggle between small-scale and large-scale capital in agriculture. The same struggle between small-scale and large-scale production which is carried on in industry occurs also under capitalism in agriculture. The landlord, who administers his estate just as the capitalist administers his factory, the rich peasant, grasping and usurious, the middle peasant, the poor peasant, who often accepts a job from the landlord or the rich peasant, and the agricultural laborer. We may compare this agricultural series with the industrial series of great capitalist, small capitalist, independent artisan, home worker, wage worker. In the country, as in the town, extensive possessions give an advantage when compared with small. On a large farm, it is comparatively easy to introduce up-to-date methods. Agricultural machinery, electric or steam plows, harvesters, cutters and binders, drillers, threshers, steam threshers, etc., is almost beyond the reach of the small farmer. The independent artisan cannot think of installing expensive machinery in his little workshop. He has no money to pay for it, nor could he turn such machinery to good account even if he could buy it. In like manner, the peasant cannot buy a steam plow, for, if he had the money, a steam plow would be of no use to him. A great machine like this, for its profitable utilization, needs a large area of land. It is valueless on a patch where there is hardly room for a fowl run. The efficient utilization of machinery and tools depends on the area of land under cultivation. For the full utilization of a horse plow we need 30 hectares of land. For that of a set comprising driller, harvester, and thresher, about 70 hectares. For a steam thresher, about 250 hectares. For a steam plow, about 1,000 hectares. Recently, machines driven by electric power have been used in agriculture. For these, also, large-scale farming is indispensable. As a rule, only for farming on the large scale is it practicable to undertake irrigation, to drain swamps, to provide field drainage, the laying of earthenware pipes in the fields to carry off superfluous water, to build light railways, and so on. In agriculture, just as in manufacturing industry, where work is done on a large scale, we save upon tools and machinery, materials, labor power, fuel, lighting, etc. In large-scale farming, there will be per deciatina less waste space between the fields, fewer hedges, ditches, and fences. Less seed will be lost in these waste areas. Furthermore, the owner of a large farm finds it worthwhile to engage expert agriculturists, and he can work his land by thoroughly scientific methods. In matters of trade and credit, what applies to industry applies also to agriculture. The large-scale farmer is better acquainted with the market, he can await favorable opportunities, he can buy all he needs more cheaply, can sell at a better price. Only one thing remains for the small competitor: he struggles with all his might. Small-scale agriculture is able to continue in existence only through strenuous labor, in conjunction with the restriction of needs, with semi-starvation. Thus alone can it maintain itself under the capitalist regime. It suffers still more severely owing to heavy taxation. The capitalist state lays crushing burdens upon the smallholder. It suffices to remember what Tsarist taxation signified to the peasants: sell all you have, so long as you pay your taxes. In general, it may be said that small-scale production is far more tenacious of life in agriculture than in manufacturing industry. In the towns, the independent artisans and other small-scale producers are for the most part rapidly undergoing ruin, but in the rural districts of all countries peasant farming still leads a tolerably sturdy existence. Nevertheless, in the country, too, the impoverishment of the majority proceeds apace, only here the results are less obvious than in the towns. Sometimes it seems, as far as the amount of land is concerned, that an agricultural enterprise is very small, when in reality it is quite an extensive affair, because much capital has been put into it, and because it employs a considerable number of workers. This applies, for instance, to market gardens in the neighborhood of large towns. Sometimes, on the other hand, those who seem to be independent smallholders are really for the most part wage workers. Sometimes they are employed on neighboring farms, sometimes they engage in seasonal occupations elsewhere, and sometimes they work in the towns. What is happening to the independent artisans and to the home workers is in like manner happening to the peasants of all lands. A few of them become kulaks, liquor sellers, usurers, rich peasants who by degrees round off their possessions. Some of them manage to struggle on as they are. The remainder are ultimately ruined. They sell their cow and their nag, becoming horseless men. Finally, the plot of land goes the way of the rest. The man will either settle in the town or make his living as an agricultural laborer. The horseless man becomes a wage worker, whereas the kulak, the rich peasant who hires workers, becomes a landlord or a capitalist. Thus in agriculture a vast quantity of land, tools, machines, cattle, horses, etc., passes into the hands of a small group of capitalist landlords, for whom millions of workers labor, and upon whom millions of peasants are dependent. In the United States, where the capitalist system has developed more fully than elsewhere, there are great estates which are worked like factories. And just as, in factories, only one product is turned out, so it happens on these farms. There may be huge fields where nothing but strawberries are grown, or gigantic orchards, enormous poultry farms, colossal wheat fields, worked by machinery. many branches of agricultural production are concentrated in a few hands. In this way, for example, there comes to exist a chicken king, a capitalist into whose hands is concentrated, more or less completely, the rearing of chickens, an egg king, and so on. 15. The dependent position of the proletariat, the reserve army of labor, women's labor and child labor. Under capitalism, the masses of the population are to an increasing extent transformed into wage workers. Ruined artisans, home workers, peasants, traders, minor capitalists, in a word, all who have been thrown overboard, who have been driven down by large-scale capital, fall into the ranks of the proletariat. The more that wealth undergoes concentration and passes into the hands of a small group of capitalists, the more do the masses of the people become the wage slaves of these capitalists. Owing to the continuous decay of the middle strata and classes, the number of the workers always exceeds the requirements of capital. For this reason, the workers are bound hand and foot by capitalism. The worker must work for the capitalist. If he refuses, the employer can find 100 others to take his place. But this dependence upon capital has another cause besides the ruin of new and ever-new strata of the population. The dominion of capital over the workers is further strengthened by the way in which the capitalist is continually turning superfluous workers into the street, and making of them a reserve of labor power. How does this come about? As follows. We have already seen that every factory owner endeavors to reduce the cost of production. This is why he is continually installing new machinery. But the machine commonly replaces labor, renders part of the workers superfluous. The introduction of new machinery signifies that some of the workers will be discharged. Among those hitherto employed in the factory, a certain number will be thrown out of work. Since, however, new machinery is perpetually being introduced in one branch of production or another, it is clear that unemployment must always exist under capitalism. For the capitalist is not concerned to provide work for all, or to supply goods to everyone. His aim is to secure increasing profit. Obviously, therefore, he will discharge any workers who are unable to produce for him as much profit as before. In actual fact, we see in all capitalist countries a huge number of unemployed workers in every large city. Among the ranks of these unemployed we find Chinese and Japanese workers, ruined peasants who have come from the ends of the earth in search of work. We find lads fresh from the country, ex-shopkeepers, and ex-artisans. We find also metal workers, printers, textile workers, and the like, men who have worked in factories for years, and have then been thrown out of employment owing to the introduction of new machinery. They all combine to form a reserve supply of labor power for capital, to form what Marx termed the reserve army of labor. Owing to the existence of this reserve army of labor, owing to perennial unemployment, the dependence and subjection of the working class continually increase. With the aid of new machinery, capital is able to extract more gold from some of the workers, while the others, the superfluous workers, are thrown into the street. But those who have been thrown into the street constitute a scourge in the hands of the capitalist, a whip which he uses to keep in order those who remain in employment. The industrial reserve army gives examples of complete brutalization, destitution, starvation, death, and even crime. Those who are out of work for years gradually take to drink, become loafers, tramps, beggars, etc. In great cities London, New York, Hamburg, Berlin, Paris, there are whole quarters inhabited by these out-of-works. As far as Moscow is concerned, Hitrov Market furnishes a similar example. Here, we no longer find the proletariat, but a new stratum, consisting of those who have forgotten how to work. This product of capitalist society is known as the lumpenproletariat, loafer proletariat. The introduction of machinery also led to the employment of women's labor and child labor, which are cheaper, and are therefore more profitable to the capitalist. In earlier days, before the introduction of machinery, special skill was requisite for the work of production, and sometimes a long term of apprenticeship was indispensable. Some machines can be managed by children. All that is necessary is to move the arm or the leg until fatigue becomes overpowering. This is why, after the invention of machinery, the labor of women and children came to be more widely used. Women and children offer less resistance than male workers to capitalist oppression. They are more submissive, more easily intimidated. They are more ready to believe the priest and to accept everything they are told by persons in authority. Hence, the factory owner often replaces male workers by females, and compels little children to transmute their blood for him into the golden coins of profit. In the year 1913, the number of women workers of all kinds, i.e., not manual workers alone, was as follows: France, 6,800,000, Germany, 9,400,000, Austria-Hungary, 8,200,000, Italy, 5,700,000, Belgium, 930,000, USA, 8 million, England and Wales, 6 million. In Russia, the number of women workers continually increased. In 1900, the women workers numbered 25% of all factory workers. In 1908, they numbered 31%. In 1912, 45%. In some branches of production, the women outnumbered the men. For example, in the textile industry, out of 870,000 workers in the year 1912, 453,000 were women, more than half, over 52%. During the war, the number of women workers increased enormously. As regards child labor, this flourishes in many places, despite prohibitions. In countries of advanced capitalist development, as for instance in the USA, child labor is met with at every turn. This leads to the breakup of the working class family. If the mothers, and very often the children as well, go to the factory, what becomes of family life? When a woman enters the factory, when she becomes a wage worker, she is from time to time exposed, just like a man, to all the hardships of unemployment. She, likewise, is shown the door by the capitalist. She, likewise, joins the ranks of the Industrial Reserve Army. She, just like a man, is liable to undergo moral degradation. Associated with this we have prostitution, when a woman sells herself to the first comer in the street. Nothing to eat, no work, hunted from everywhere, and even if she has work, the wages are so low that she may be compelled to supplement her earnings by the sale of her body. After a time, the new trade becomes habitual. Thus arises the caste of professional prostitutes. In big towns, prostitutes are found in very large numbers. In such cities as Hamburg and London, these unfortunates are reckoned by tens of thousands. Capital uses them as a source of profit and enrichment, organizing vast brothels on capitalistic lines. There is an extensive international commerce in white slaves. The towns of Argentina used to be the centers of this traffic. Especially repulsive is child prostitution, which flourishes in all European and American towns. In capitalist society, as better and better machinery is invented, as larger and larger factories are built, and as the quantity of commodities increases, there is a concomitant increase in capitalist oppression. The Industrial Reserve Army becomes more degraded and impoverished, and the working class grows more dependent upon its exploiters. If private ownership did not exist, if everything were cooperatively owned, a very different state of affairs would prevail. Then people would shorten the working day, would husband their strength, economize toil, enjoy ample leisure. When the capitalist introduces machinery, his concern is for profit. He does not think of reducing the working day, for he would only lose by this. The capitalist does not use machinery to emancipate people, but to enslave them. As capitalism develops, an ever-increasing proportion of capital is devoted to machinery, enormous buildings, huge furnaces, and so on. On the other hand, the proportion of capital expended upon the wages of labor grows continually smaller. In earlier days, when hand labor still prevailed, the expenditure upon looms and other gear was trifling. Nearly all the expenditure of capital was upon the wages of labor. Now, conversely, much the larger portion is devoted to buildings and machinery. The result is that the demand for working hands does not keep pace with the increase in the number of proletarians, does not suffice to absorb the influx of those who are ruined by capitalism. The more vigorous the advance of technique under capitalism, the more cruelly does capital oppress the working class, for it grows ever harder to find work, more and more difficult to live. 16. The anarchy of production, competition, crises. The miseries of the working class continually increase concomitantly with the progress of manufacturing technique. Under capitalism, this progress, instead of bringing advantages to all, brings increased profit to capital, but unemployment and ruin to many workers. There are, however, additional causes for the increasing misery. We have already learned that capitalist society is very badly constructed. Private ownership holds sway, and there is no definite plan whatever. Every factory owner conducts his business independently of the others. He struggles with his rivals for buyers, competes with them. The question now arises whether this struggle becomes enfeebled or intensified as capitalism develops. At first sight, it might seem that the struggle is enfeebled. In actual fact, the number of capitalists grows continually smaller. The great fish eat up the small fry. Whereas in earlier days 10,000 entrepreneurs were fighting one with another and competition was embittered, since now there are fewer competitors, it might be imagined that the rivalry would be less acute. But this is not so in reality. The very opposite is the case. It is true that there are fewer competitors. But each one of these has become enormously stronger than were the rivals of an earlier stage. The struggle between them is greater, not less, more violent, not more gentle. If in the whole world there should rule only a few capitalists, then these capitalist governments would fight with one another. This is what it has come to at long last. At the present time, the struggle goes on between immense combinations of capitalists, between their respective states. Moreover, they fight with one another, not solely by means of competitive prices, but also by means of armed force. Thus, it is only in respect of the number of competitors that competition can be said to diminish as capitalism develops. In other respects, it grows continually fiercer and more destructive. One more phenomenon must now be considered: the occurrence of what are termed crises. What are these crises? What is their real nature? The matter may be stated as follows. One fine day it appears that various commodities have been produced in excessive quantities. Prices fall, but the stock of goods cannot be cleared. The warehouses are filled with all kinds of products, for which there is no sale. Buyers are lacking. Needless to say, there are plenty of hungry workers, but they receive no more than a pittance, and cannot buy anything in excess of their usual purchases. Then calamity ensues. In some particular branch of industry, the small and middle-sized undertakings collapse first, and are closed down. Next comes the failure of the larger enterprises. But the branch of production thus affected bought commodities from another branch of production, this latter bought from a third. For instance, tailors buy cloth from the cloth makers, these buy wool from the yarn spinners, and so on. The tailors come to grief, and in consequence there are no customers for the cloth makers. Now the cloth makers fail, and their failure reacts upon the firms that supply them with wool and yarn. Factories and workshops everywhere close their doors, tens of thousands of workers are thrown on the streets, unemployment grows to unprecedented proportions, the worker's life becomes even worse. Yet there are plenty of commodities. The warehouses are bursting with them. This was continually happening before the war. Industry flourishes. The manufacturers' businesses work at high pressure. Suddenly there is a crash, followed by misery and unemployment, and business is at a standstill. After a time, recovery sets in. There comes a renewed period of excessive activity, to be followed in turn by a new collapse. The cycle is repeated over and over again. How can we explain this absurd state of affairs, wherein people become paupers in the midst of wealth? The question is not easy to answer. But we must answer it. We have already learned that in capitalist society there prevails a disorder, or so to say an anarchy, of production. Every factory owner, every entrepreneur, produces for himself, on his own responsibility, and at his own risk. The natural result in these circumstances is that sooner or later too many commodities are produced. There is overproduction. When there was production of goods but not of commodities, when, that is to say, production was not affected for the market, then there was no danger of overproduction. It is quite otherwise in the case of commodity production. Every manufacturer, in order that he may buy what he requires for further production, must first of all sell his own products. If in any particular place there is a stoppage of machinery on account of the anarchy of production, the trouble quickly spreads from one branch of production to another, so that a universal crisis ensues. These crises have a devastating influence. Large quantities of goods perish. The remnants of small-scale production are swept away as if by an iron broom. Even the big firms often fail. Most of the burden of these crises is of course borne by the working class. Some factories close down altogether, others reduce production, working only half-time, others are temporarily closed. The number of unemployed increases. The industrial reserve army grows larger. Simultaneously, there is an increase in the poverty and oppression of the working class. During these crises, the condition of the working class, bad at the best of times, grows even worse. Let us consider, for example, the data of the crisis of 1907-10, affecting both Europe and America, in fact the whole capitalist world. In the United States, the number of unemployed trade unionists increased as follows: June 1907, 8.1%, October 18.5%, November 22%, December 32.7%, in the building trades 42%, in the dressmaking trade 43.6%, among tobacco workers 55%. It goes without saying that the total number of unemployed, taking into account the unorganized workers as well, was still larger. In England, the percentage of unemployed in the summer of 1907 was 3.4 to 4%. In November, it rose to 5%. In December, to 6.1%. In June 1908, it reached 8.2%. In Germany, during January 1908, the percentage of unemployed was twice as great as during the same month of the previous year. Like conditions were observable in other countries. As regards the falling off in production, it may be mentioned that in the United States the production of cast iron, which had been 26 million tons in 1907, was only 16 million tons in 1908. In times of crisis, the price of commodities falls. The capitalist magnates, eager to continue profit-making, do not hesitate to impair the quality of production. The coffee growers of Brazil dumped innumerable sacks of coffee into the sea in order to keep up prices. At the present time, the whole world is suffering from hunger and from the non-production of goods, the result of the capitalist war. For these things are the offspring of capitalism, which decreed the disastrous war. In times of peace, capitalism was overwhelmed by a glut of products, which, however, did not advantage the workers. Their pockets were empty. The glut brought nothing to the workers except unemployment, with all its attendant evils. 17. The development of capitalism and of class. The intensification of the class struggle. We have seen that capitalist society is affected by two fundamental contradictions, two fundamental ills. In the first place, it is anarchistic, it lacks organization. In the second place, it is in fact composed of two mutually hostile societies, classes. We have also seen that, as capitalism develops, the anarchy of production, finding expression in competition, leads to ever-increasing strife, disorder, and ruin. The disintegration of society, far from diminishing, is actually increasing. Now all this arises from the splitting up of society into two portions, into classes. As capitalism develops, this severance, this cleavage between classes, likewise continues to increase. On one side, that of the capitalists, all the riches of the world are heaped up; on the other side, that of the oppressed classes, is an accumulation of misery, bitterness, and tears. The industrial reserve army gives birth to a stratum of debased and brutalized individuals, crushed to the earth by extreme poverty. But even those who remain at work are sharply distinguished from the capitalists by their manner of life. The differentiation of the proletariat from the bourgeoisie continually increases. Formerly there was quite a number of lesser capitalists, many of whom had close relationships with the workers and lived little better than these. Things are very different today. The lords of capital live in a manner of which no one dreamed in earlier days. It is true that the workers' standard of life has improved in the course of capitalist development. Down to the beginning of the 20th century, there occurred a general rise in wages. But during this same period, capitalist profits increased still more rapidly. Today there is a great gulf fixed between the toiling masses and the capitalist class. The capitalist now leads an entirely different sort of life. He himself produces nothing. The more capitalism develops, the more exalted becomes the position of the small group of extremely wealthy capitalists, and the wider grows the chasm between these uncrowned kings and the millions upon millions of enslaved proletarians. We have said that the wages of the workers have risen on the whole, but that profit has increased still more rapidly, and that for this reason the chasm between the two classes has widened. Since the beginning of the 20th century, however, wages have not risen but fallen, whereas during the same period profits have increased as never before. Hence there has during recent years been an exceptionally rapid increase in social inequality. It is perfectly clear that this social inequality, in its continued growth, must sooner or later lead to a clash between the workers and the capitalists. If the contrast between the two classes were diminishing, if the life conditions of the workers were becoming approximated to those of the capitalists, then, of course, we might look for a time of peace on earth and goodwill towards men. What actually occurs, however, is that in capitalist society the worker is day by day farther removed from the capitalist instead of drawing nearer to him. The inevitable result of this is a continuous accentuation of the class war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Bourgeois theorists put forward many objections to such a view. They would like to show that in capitalist society the condition of the working class undergoes continuous improvement. The socialists of the right wing sing the same tune. Writers of both these schools contend that the workers grow gradually richer, and can look forward to becoming petty capitalists themselves. Such expectations have been falsified. In actual fact, the condition of the workers as compared with that of the capitalists has persistently grown worse. Here is an example drawn from the United States, the land of most advanced capitalist development. If we consider the purchasing power of labor, that is to say, the quantity of necessaries which the workers can buy, taking the years from 1890 to 99 as a standard at 100, the purchasing power in various years was as follows: 1890, 98.6, 1895, 100.6, 1900, 103.0, 1905, 101.4, 1907, 101.5. This means that the worker's standard of life has undergone practically no improvement. The quantities of food, clothing, etc., bought by the average worker in 1890 was increased by no more than 3% in subsequent years. This was the utmost rise in the purchasing power of his wages. But during the same period the American millionaires, the industrial magnates, were making enormous profits, and the quantity of surplus value they were receiving was increasing to an immeasurable extent. As far as the capitalist standard of life, capitalist luxuries, and capitalist incomes are concerned, it is obvious that these were increased many times over. The class war arises out of the conflict of interests between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. These interests are as essentially irreconcilable as are the respective interests of wolves and sheep. It is plain that the capitalists will find it advantageous to make the workers work as long as possible and to pay them as little as possible. On the other hand, the workers will find it advantageous to work for the minimum hours and for the maximum wages. Obviously, therefore, since the time when the working class first began to exist, there must have been a struggle for higher wages and shorter hours. This struggle has never been interrupted, and has never been stilled. It has not, however, been restricted to a struggle for a trifling advance in wages. Wherever the capitalist system has developed, the toiling masses have become convinced that they must make an end of capitalism itself. The workers began to consider how this detested system could be replaced by a just and comradely system based upon work. Such was the origin of the communist movement of the working class. In their struggle, the workers have experienced numerous defeats. But the capitalist system bears within its womb the final victory of the proletariat. Why? For this reason, because the development of capitalism entails the proletarianization of the broad masses of the people. The victory of large-scale capital affects the ruin of independent artisans, small traders, and peasants. It swells the ranks of the wage workers. At each step in capitalist development, the proletariat grows more numerous. It is like the Hydra, the many-headed monster of fable. If you cut off one of its heads, 10 new ones grow. When the bourgeoisie suppressed a working-class rising, it thereby strengthened the capitalist system. But the development of this capitalist system ruined petty proprietors and peasants by the million, throwing them under the feet of the capitalists. By this very process it increased the number of proletarians, the enemies of the capitalist class. But the increase in strength of the working class was not numerical merely. In addition, the working class became more strongly integrated. Why did this happen? Because, as capitalism developed, there was an increase in the number of great factories. Each great factory assembles within its walls 1,000 workers, sometimes as many as 10,000. These workers labor shoulder to shoulder. They recognize how their capitalist employer is exploiting them. They perceive that to each worker his fellow workers are friends and comrades. In the course of their work, the proletarians, united in the factory, learn how to unite forces. They more readily come to an agreement one with another. That is why, as capitalism develops, there is not merely an increase in the number of the workers, but an increase in working-class solidarity. The more rapidly huge factories extend, the more rapidly does capitalism develop, and the more speedy is the ruin of independent artisans, home workers, and peasants. The faster, likewise, is the growth of gigantic cities with millions of inhabitants. Finally, in large towns, there is gathered together upon a comparatively restricted area an immense mass of persons, and the great majority of them belong to the factory proletariat. These masses are housed in foul and smoky quarters of the town, whilst the small group of the master class, the owners of all things, lives in luxurious mansions. The numbers of those constituting this small group are continually diminishing. The workers incessantly increase in numbers and their solidarity grows ever greater. Under such conditions, the inevitable increase in the intensity of the struggle cannot fail in the long run to lead to the victory of the working class. Sooner or later, notwithstanding all the wiles of the bourgeoisie, the workers will come into violent collision with the master class, will dethrone it, will destroy its robber government, and will create for themselves a new order, a communist order based on labor. In this manner, capitalism, by its own development, inevitably leads to the communist revolution of the proletariat. The class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie has assumed various forms. 3 leading types of working-class organization have arisen in the course of this struggle. First of all, we have the trade unions, grouping the workers according to occupation. Next come the cooperatives, which are mainly concerned with distribution, for it is their aim to free the workers from the grip of middlemen and traders. Last of all, we have the political parties of the working class, Socialist, Social Democrat, and Communist, whose program it is to guide the working class in its struggle for political power. The fiercer the struggle between the two classes became, the more essential was it that all sections of the working class movement should concentrate upon a single aim: the overthrow of the bourgeois state. Those leaders of the working class movement who have most perfectly realized the situation have always insisted upon the necessity for a close collaboration between all working class organizations. They pointed out, for example, the essential need for unity of action between the trade unions and the political parties of the proletariat, and they declared that the trade unions could not remain neutral, that is to say, indifferent in political matters. The unions, they said, must march shoulder to shoulder with the political parties of the working class. Quite recently, the workers' movement has assumed yet newer forms. The most important of these is the constitution of councils of workers' delegates, Soviets. We shall have to speak of these again and again in the course of the book. Thus, from our study of the development of the capitalist system, we can confidently deduce the following conclusions. The number of the capitalists grows smaller, but these few capitalists grow richer and stronger. The number of the workers continually increases, and working class solidarity likewise increases, though not to the same extent. The contrast between the workers and the capitalists grows ever greater. Inevitably, therefore, the development of capitalism leads to a clash between the two classes, that is, it leads to the communist revolution. 18. The concentration and centralization of capital as causal factors of communism. Capitalism, as we have seen, digs its own grave. For it creates its own grave-diggers, the proletarians. The more it develops, the more does it multiply those who are its mortal enemies, and the more does it unite them against itself. But it does not merely breed its enemies. It likewise prepares the ground for a new organization of social production, for a new economic order which will be comradely and communistic. How does it do this? We shall speedily give the answer. We have previously seen, glance at or reread 11 Capital, that capital is continually increasing in amount. The capitalist adds to his capital part of the surplus value which he extracts from the working class. By such means, capital grows larger. But if capital increases in amount, this implies that production must extend. The increase in capital, the growth of the amount held by one pair of hands, is termed the accumulation or concentration of capital. We have likewise seen, refer to 14, the struggle between large-scale and small-scale production, that the development of capitalism involves the decay of small-scale and medium-scale production, that the small and medium producers and traders are ruined, not to speak of the independent artisans. We have seen that the great capitalist gobbles them all up. The capital which was previously owned by the small and medium capitalists slips from their grasp, and by various routes finds its way into the maw of the big sharks. The capital owned by the great capitalists is consequently increased by the amount which they have wrested from the lesser capitalists. There is now an accumulation of capital in the hands of one individual, an accumulation of what had previously been distributed among various hands. Now, after the ruin of the lesser capitalists, their capital has become the spoil of the victors. This accumulation of capital which had previously been dispersed is spoken of as the centralization of capital. The concentration and centralization of capital, the accumulation of capital in a few hands, does not as yet imply the concentration and centralization of production. Let us suppose that a capitalist has used the accumulation of surplus value to buy a small factory from a neighbor, and that he keeps this factory running on the old lines. Here accumulation has taken place, but there is no change in production. Usually, however, things take a different course. In actual fact, it much more frequently happens that the capitalist, because it is profitable to him, remodels and extends production, that he enlarges his factories. This results, not merely in the expansion of capital, but in the expansion of production itself. Production is conducted on an enormous scale, utilizing vast quantities of machinery, and assembling many thousands of workers. It may happen that a dozen or so of huge factories will supply the demand of a whole country for a particular commodity. Essentially, what happens is that the workers are producing for the whole of society, that labor, as the phrase goes, has been socialized. But control and profit are still in the hands of the capitalist. Such a centralization and concentration of production actually paves the way for cooperative production after the proletarian revolution. Had this concentration of production not taken place, if the proletariat were to seize power at a time when the work of production was carried on in 100,000 tiny workshops each employing no more than 2 or 3 workers, it would be impossible to organize these workshops satisfactorily, to inaugurate social production. The further capitalism has developed, and the more highly centralized production has become, the easier will it be for the proletariat to manage production after the victory. Thus, capitalism does not merely create its own enemies and does not only lead to the communist revolution, but it brings into being the economic basis for the realization of the communist social order. Chapter 3: Communism and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. 19 Characteristics of the Communist System. Production under Communism. We have seen why the destruction of the capitalist system was inevitable. It is now perishing under our very eyes. It is perishing because it is affected by two fundamental contradictions: on the one hand, anarchy of production, leading to competition, crises, and wars; on the other hand, the class character of society, owing to which one part of society inevitably finds itself in mortal enmity with the other part, class war. Capitalist society is like a badly constructed machine, in which one part is continually interfering with the movements of another. See 13 Fundamental Contradictions of the Capitalist System. That is why it was inevitable that this machine would break down sooner or later. It is evident that the new society must be much more solidly constructed than capitalism. As soon as the fundamental contradictions of capitalism have destroyed the capitalist system, upon the ruins of that system there must arise a new society which will be free from the contradictions of the old. That is to say, the communist method of production must present the following characteristics. In the first place, it must be an organized society. It must be free from anarchy of production, from competition between individual entrepreneurs, from wars and crises. In the second place, it must be a classless society, not a society in which the two halves are at eternal enmity one with the other. It must not be a society in which one class exploits the other. Now, a society in which there are no classes, and in which production is organized, can only be a society of comrades, a communist society based upon labor. Let us examine this society more closely. The basis of communist society must be the social ownership of the means of production and exchange. Machinery, locomotives, steamships, factory buildings, warehouses, grain elevators, mines, telegraphs and telephones, the land, sheep, horses, and cattle, must all be at the disposal of society. All these means of production must be under the control of society as a whole, and not as at present under the control of individual capitalists or capitalist combines. What do we mean by society as a whole? We mean that ownership and control is not the privilege of a class but of all the persons who make up society. In these circumstances, society will be transformed into a huge working organization for cooperative production. There will then be neither disintegration of production nor anarchy of production. In such a social order, production will be organized. No longer will one enterprise compete with another. The factories, workshops, mines, and other productive institutions will all be subdivisions, as it were, of one vast people's workshop, which will embrace the entire national economy of production. It is obvious that so comprehensive an organization presupposes a general plan of production. If all the factories and workshops together with the whole of agricultural production are combined to form an immense cooperative enterprise, it is obvious that everything must be precisely calculated. We must know in advance how much labor to assign to the various branches of industry, what products are required and how much of each it is necessary to produce, how and where machines must be provided. These and similar details must be thought out beforehand, with approximate accuracy at least, and the work must be guided in conformity with our calculations. This is how the organization of communist production will be effected. Without a general plan, without a general directive system, and without careful calculation and bookkeeping, there can be no organization. But in the communist social order, there is such a plan. Mere organization does not, however, suffice. The essence of the matter lies in this, that the organization shall be a cooperative organization of all the members of society. The communist system, in addition to effecting organization, is further distinguished by the fact that it puts an end to exploitation, that it abolishes the division of society into classes. We might conceive the organization of production as being effected in the following manner: a small group of capitalists, a capitalist combine, controls everything. Production has been organized, so that capitalist no longer competes with capitalist. Conjointly, they extract surplus value from the workers, who have been practically reduced to slavery. Here we have organization, but we also have the exploitation of one class by another. Here there is a joint ownership of the means of production, but it is joint ownership by one class, an exploiting class. This is something very different from communism, although it is characterized by the organization of production. Such an organization of society would have removed only one of the fundamental contradictions, the anarchy of production. But it would have strengthened the other fundamental contradiction of capitalism, the division of society into two warring halves. The class war would be intensified. Such a society would be organized along one line only. On another line, that of class structure, it would still be rent asunder. Communist society does not merely organize production, in addition, it frees people from oppression by others. It is organized throughout. The cooperative character of communist production is likewise displayed in every detail of organization. Under communism, for example, there will not be permanent managers of factories, nor will there be persons who do one and the same kind of work throughout their lives. Under capitalism, if a man is a bootmaker, he spends his whole life in making boots, the cobbler sticks to his last. If he is a pastry cook, he spends all his life baking cakes. If he is the manager of a factory, he spends his days in issuing orders and in administrative work. If he is a mere laborer, his whole life is spent in obeying orders. Nothing of this sort happens in communist society. Under communism, people receive a many-sided culture and find themselves at home in various branches of production. Today I work in an administrative capacity. One reckon up how many felt boots or how many French rolls must be produced in the following month. Tomorrow I shall be working in a soap factory, next month perhaps in a steam laundry, and the month after in an electric power station. This will be possible when all the members of society have been suitably educated. 20. Distribution in the communist system. The communist method of production presupposes in addition that production is not for the market, but for use. Under communism, it is no longer the individual manufacturer or the individual peasant who produces. The work of production is effected by the gigantic cooperative as a whole. In consequence of this change, we no longer have commodities, but only products. These products are not exchanged one for another, they are either bought nor sold. They are simply stored in the communal warehouses, and are subsequently delivered to those who need them. In such conditions, money will no longer be required. How can that be, some of you will ask? In that case, one person will get too much and another too little. What sense is there in such a method of distribution? The answer is as follows. At first, doubtless, and perhaps for 20 or 30 years, it will be necessary to have various regulations. Maybe certain products will only be supplied to those persons who have a special entry in their workbook or on their work card. Subsequently, when communist society has been consolidated and fully developed, no such regulations will be needed. There will be an ample quantity of all products, our present wounds will long since have been healed, and everyone will be able to get just as much as he needs. But will not people find it to their interest to take more than they need? Certainly not. Today, for example, no one thinks it worthwhile when he wants one seat in a tram, to take 3 tickets and keep 2 places empty. It will be just the same in the case of all products. A person will take from the communal storehouse precisely as much as he needs, no more. No one will have any interest in taking more than he wants in order to sell the surplus to others, since all these others can satisfy their needs whenever they please. Money will then have no value. Our meaning is that at the outset, in the first days of communist society, products will probably be distributed in accordance with the amount of work done by the applicant. At a later stage, however, they will simply be supplied according to the needs of the comrades. It has often been contended that in the future society everyone will have the right to the full product of his labor. What you have made by your labor, that you will receive. This is false. It would never be possible to realize it fully. Why not? For this reason, that if everyone were to receive the full product of his labor, there would never be any possibility of developing, expanding, and improving production. Part of the work done must always be devoted to the development and improvement of production. If we had to consume and to use up everything we have produced, then we could never produce machines, for these cannot be eaten or worn. But it is obvious that the bettering of life will go hand in hand with the extension and improvement of machinery. It is plain that more and more machines must continually be produced. Now this implies that part of the labor which has been incorporated in the machines will not be returned to the person who has done the work. It implies that no one can ever receive the full product of his labor. But nothing of the kind is necessary. With the aid of good machinery, production will be so arranged that all needs will be satisfied. To sum up, at the outset products will be distributed in proportion to the work done, which does not mean that the worker will receive the full product of his labor. Subsequently, products will be distributed according to need, for there will be an abundance of everything. 21. Administration in the communist system. In a communist society there will be no classes. But if there will be no classes, this implies that in communist society there will likewise be no state. We have previously seen that the state is a class organization of the rulers. The state is always directed by one class against the other. A bourgeois state is directed against the proletariat, whereas a proletarian state is directed against the bourgeoisie. In the communist social order there are neither landlords, nor capitalists, nor wage workers, there are simply people comrades. If there are no classes, then there is no class war, and there are no class organizations. Consequently, the state has ceased to exist. Since there is no class war, the state has become superfluous. There is no one to be held in restraint, and there is no one to impose restraint. But how, they will ask us, can this vast organization be set in motion without any administration? Who is going to work out the plans for social production? Who will distribute labor power? Who is going to keep account of social income and expenditure? In a word, who is going to supervise the whole affair? It is not difficult to answer these questions. The main direction will be entrusted to various kinds of bookkeeping offices or statistical bureaus. There, from day to day, account will be kept of production and all its needs. There also it will be decided whither workers must be sent, whence they must be taken, and how much work there is to be done. And inasmuch as, from childhood onwards, all will have been accustomed to social labor, and since all will understand that this work is necessary, and that life goes easier when everything is done according to a prearranged plan and when the social order is like a well-oiled machine, all will work in accordance with the indications of these statistical bureaus. There will be no need for special ministers of state, for police and prisons, for laws and decrees, nothing of the sort. Just as in an orchestra all the performers watch the conductor's baton and act accordingly, so here all will consult the statistical reports, and will direct their work accordingly. The state, therefore, has ceased to exist. There are no groups and there is no class standing above all other classes. Moreover, in these statistical bureaus one person will work today, another tomorrow. The bureaucracy, the permanent officialdom, will disappear. The state will die out. Manifestly this will only happen in the fully developed and strongly established communist system, after the complete and definitive victory of the proletariat, nor will it follow immediately upon that victory. For a long time yet the working class will have to fight against all its enemies, and in especial against the relics of the past, such as sloth, slackness, criminality, pride. All these will have to be stamped out. 2 or 3 generations of persons will have to grow up under the new conditions before the need will pass for laws and punishments, and for the use of repressive measures by the workers' state. Not until then will all the vestiges of the capitalist past disappear. Though in the intervening period the existence of the workers' state is indispensable, subsequently, in the fully developed communist system, when the vestiges of capitalism are extinct, the proletarian state authority will also pass away. The proletariat itself will become mingled with all the other strata of the population, for everyone will by degrees come to participate in the common labor. Within a few decades there will be quite a new world, with new people and new customs. 22. The development of productive forces in the communist system, the advantages of communism. As soon as victory has been achieved and as soon as all our wounds have been healed, the communist system will rapidly develop the forces of production. This more rapid development of the forces of production will be due to the following causes. In the first place, there will have ensued the liberation of the vast quantity of human energy which is now absorbed in the class struggle. Just think how great is the waste of nervous energy, strength, and labor upon the political struggle, upon strikes, revolts and their suppression, trials in the law courts, police activities, the state authority, upon the daily effort of the two hostile classes. The class war now swallows up vast quantities of energy and material means. In the new system this energy will be liberated. People will no longer struggle one with another. The liberated energy will be devoted to the work of production. Secondly, the energy and the material means which now are destroyed or wasted in competition, crises, and wars, will all be saved. If we consider how much is squandered upon wars alone, we shall realize that this amounts to an enormous quantity. How much, again, is lost to society through the struggle of sellers one with another, of buyers one with another, and of sellers with buyers. How much futile destruction results from commercial crises. How much needless outlay results from the disorganization and confusion that prevail in production. All these energies, which now run to waste, will be saved in communist society. Thirdly, the organization of industry on a purposive plan will not merely save us from needless waste, in so far as large-scale production is always more economical. In addition, it will be possible to improve production from the technical side, for work will be conducted in very large factories and with the aid of perfected machinery. Under capitalism, there are definite limits to the introduction of new machinery. The capitalist only introduces new machinery when he cannot procure a sufficiency of cheap labor. If he can hire an abundance of cheap labor, the capitalist will never install new machinery, since he can secure ample profit without this trouble. The capitalist finds machinery requisite only when it reduces his expenses for highly paid labor. Under capitalism, however, labor is usually cheap. The bad conditions that prevail among the working class become a hindrance to the improvement of manufacturing technique. This causal sequence is peculiarly obvious in agriculture. Here labor power has always been cheap, and for that reason, the introduction of machinery in agricultural work has been extremely slow. In communist society, our concern will not be for profit but for the workers. Their every technical advance will be immediately adopted. The chains which capitalism imposed will no longer exist. Technical advances will continue to take place under communism, for all will now enjoy a good education, and those who under capitalism perished from want mentally gifted workers, for instance, will be able to turn their capacities to full account. In communist society parasitism will likewise disappear. There will be no place for the parasites who do nothing and who live at others' cost. That which in capitalist society is squandered by the capitalists in gluttony, drunkenness, and riotous living, will in communist society be devoted to the needs of production. The capitalists, their lackeys, and their hangers-on, priests, prostitutes, and the rest, will disappear, and all the members of society will be occupied in productive labor. The communist method of production will signify an enormous development of productive forces. As a result, no worker in communist society will have to do as much work as of old. The working day will grow continually shorter, and people will be to an increasing extent freed from the chains imposed on them by nature. As soon as man is enabled to spend less time upon feeding and clothing himself, he will be able to devote more time to the work of mental development. Human culture will climb to heights never attained before. It will no longer be a class culture, but will become a genuinely human culture. Concurrently with the disappearance of man's tyranny over man, the tyranny of nature over man will likewise vanish. men and women will for the first time be able to lead a life worthy of thinking beings instead of a life worthy of brute beasts. The opponents of communism have always described it as a process of sharing things out equally. They declared that the communists wanted to confiscate everything and to divide everything up, to parcel out the land, to divide up the other means of production, and to share out also all the articles of consumption. Nothing could be more absurd than this notion. Above all, such a general division is impossible. We could share out land, horses and cattle, money, but could not share out railways, machinery, steamboats, and various other things of the sort. So much for that. Furthermore, such a division, as far as practicable, would not merely do no good to anyone, but would be a backward step for mankind. It would create a vast number of petty proprietors. But we have already seen that out of petty proprietorship and the competition among petty proprietors there issues large-scale proprietorship. Thus, even if it were possible to realize such an equal division, the same old cycle would be reproduced. Proletarian communism, or proletarian socialism, is a huge cooperative commonwealth. It is a sequence of the whole development of capitalist society and of the condition of the proletariat in that society. It must be carefully distinguished from the four following things. 1. Lumpenproletarian socialism, anarchism. The anarchists reproach the communists on the ground that communism, so they contend, will maintain the state authority in the future society. As we have seen, the assertion is false. The essential difference consists in this, that the anarchists are far more concerned with dividing up than with the organization of production, and that they conceive the organization of production as taking the form, not of a huge cooperative commonwealth, but of a great number of free, small, self-governing communes. It need hardly be said that such a social system would fail to liberate mankind from nature's yoke, for in it the forces of production would not be developed even to the degree to which they have been developed under capitalism. Anarchism would not increase production, but would disintegrate it. It is natural that, in practice, the anarchists should advocate the dividing up of articles of consumption and should oppose the organization of large-scale production. They do not, for the most part, represent the interests and aspirations of the working class. They represent those of what is termed the lumpenproletariat, the loafer proletariat. They represent the interests of those who live in bad conditions under capitalism, but who are quite incapable of independent creative work. 2. Petty bourgeois socialism. This finds its main supporters, not in the proletariat, but in the decaying class of independent artisans, among the lower middle-class townsfolk, and in part among the intelligentsia, professional classes. It protests against large-scale capital, but it does so in the name of the freedom of petty enterprise. For the most part, the petty bourgeois socialists advocate bourgeois democracy and oppose the social revolution. They hope to attain their ideals peacefully through the development of cooperatives, a unified organization of home workers, and so on. In Russia, most of the urban cooperatives formed by the social revolutionists exhibit this complexion. Under capitalism, cooperative enterprises are apt to degenerate into ordinary capitalistic organizations, and the cooperators can in this case hardly be distinguished from bourgeois. 3. Agrarian peasant socialism. This assumes various forms, and at times closely resembles peasant anarchism. Its most distinctive characteristic is the way in which it habitually fails to look upon socialism as a system of large-scale production, and the way in which it inclines towards dividing up and towards equalization. Its main distinction from anarchism is that it demands the creation of a strong central authority which shall protect it on the one hand from the landlords and on the other from the proletariat. In this form of socialism we have the socialization of the land advocated by the social revolutionists, who desire to establish small-scale production in perpetuity, who dread the proletariat, and who oppose the formation of a great and united cooperative commonwealth. In addition, among certain strata of the peasantry, we find yet other varieties of socialism more or less akin to anarchism. Here the state authority is repudiated, but the advocates of these trends are distinguished by their pacifist views, various communistically inclined sectaries, such as the Duhobers, etc. The agrarian types of socialism will not be eradicated until after the lapse of a good many years. They will disappear as soon as the masses of the peasantry come to realize the advantages of large-scale production. We shall return to this matter later in the book. 4. Slaveholding and large-scale capitalistic socialism, so-called. In this form we cannot discern so much as a trace of socialism. In the three varieties previously mentioned, we find at least some tincture of socialism, and we find in them a protest against oppression. But in the fourth variety, the one we are now considering, the socialism is a mere word, fraudulently employed by those who want a new shuffle of the cards. This variety was introduced by bourgeois intellectuals and was taken over from them by the socialist advocates of class collaboration, and in part by Kautsky and company. Of such a character, for example, was the Communism of Plato, the philosopher of ancient Greece. The essential characteristic of his system was that the slaveholders' organization would in comradely fashion and jointly exploit the mass of slaves who were to have no legal rights. As far as the slave owners were concerned, there would be perfect equality, and all things would be held in common. The case of the slaves was to be very different. They were to become mere cattle. Obviously, this has nothing whatever to do with socialism. A similar sort of socialism has been advocated by certain bourgeois professors under the name of state socialism. The only difference from Plato's variety is that contemporary proletarians have taken the place of the slaves, while the capitalist magnates sit in the seats of the mighty in place of the slave owners. Here, likewise, there is no trace of socialism. We have state capitalism, based upon forced labor. To this matter we shall return. Petty bourgeois, agrarian, and lumpen proletarian socialism have one characteristic common to them all. Such varieties of non-proletarian socialism are outside the general course of evolution. The course of social evolution leads to the expansion of production. But in these non-proletarian varieties the whole trend is towards small-scale production. Inevitably, therefore, socialism of this kind is nothing more than a utopian dream. There is no likelihood of its actual realization. 23. The dictatorship of the proletariat. For the realization of the communist system, the proletariat must have all authority and all power in its hands. The proletariat cannot overthrow the old world unless it has power in its hands, unless for a time it becomes the ruling class. Manifestly, the bourgeoisie will not abandon its position without a fight. For the bourgeoisie, communism signifies the loss of its former power, the loss of its freedom to extort blood and sweat from the workers, the loss of its right to rent, interest, and profit. Consequently, the communist revolution of the proletariat, the communist transformation of society, is fiercely resisted by the exploiters. It follows that the principal task of the workers' government is to crush this opposition ruthlessly. Precisely because the opposition will inevitably be so embittered, it is necessary that the workers' authority, the proletarian rule, shall take the form of a dictatorship. Now, dictatorship signifies very strict methods of government, and a resolute crushing of enemies. It is obvious that in such a state of affairs there can be no talk of freedom for everyone. The dictatorship of the proletariat is incompatible with freedom for the bourgeoisie. This is the very reason why the dictatorship of the proletariat is needed, to deprive the bourgeoisie of freedom, to bind it hand and foot, to make it impossible for it to carry on a struggle against the revolutionary proletariat. The more vigorous the resistance of the bourgeoisie, the more desperate the mobilization of its forces, the more threatening its attitude, the sterner and harsher must be the proletarian dictatorship. In extreme cases, the workers' government must not hesitate to use the method of the terror. Only when the suppression of the exploiters is complete, when they have ceased to resist, when it is no longer in their power to injure the working class, will the proletarian dictatorship grow progressively milder. Meanwhile, the bourgeoisie, little by little, will fuse with the proletariat, the worker state will gradually die out, society as a whole will be transformed into a communist society in which there will be no classes. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, a temporary institution, the means of production will from the nature of the case belong, not to society as a whole, but only to the proletariat, to its state organization. For the time being, the working class, that is the majority of the population, monopolizes the means of production. Consequently, there does not yet exist communist production in all its completeness. There still exists the division of society into classes. There is still a governing class, the proletariat. All the means of production are monopolized by this new governing class. There is still a state authority, the proletarian authority, which crushes its enemies. But as the resistance of the sometime capitalists, landlords, bankers, generals, and bishops is crushed, in like measure the system of proletarian dictatorship will without any revolution undergo transformation into communism. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not only an instrument for the crushing of enemies, it is likewise a lever for effecting economic transformation. Private ownership of the means of production must be replaced by social ownership. The bourgeoisie must be deprived of the means of production and exchange, must be expropriated. Who will and can do this? Obviously, no isolated individual could do it, even if he should be of proletarian origin. If it were to be done by an isolated individual, or even by isolated groups of individuals, at the best it would be nothing more than a dividing up, and at the worst it would be a mere act of robbery. We understand, therefore, why the expropriation of the bourgeoisie must be effected by the organized power of the proletariat. Now this organized power takes the form of the dictatorial worker state. Objections to the dictatorship of the proletariat arise from various quarters. First of all come the anarchists. They say that they are in revolt against all authority and against every kind of state, whereas the communist Bolsheviks are the sustainers of the Soviet government. Every kind of government, they continue, involves the abuse of power and the limitation of freedom. For this reason it is necessary to overthrow the Bolsheviks, the Soviet government, the dictatorship of the proletariat. No dictatorship is necessary, no state is necessary. Such are the arguments of the anarchists. Only in appearance is their criticism revolutionary. In actual fact, the anarchists do not stand more to the left, but more to the right than the Bolsheviks. Why, indeed, do we need the dictatorship? We need it for the organized destruction of the bourgeois regime. We need it that we may crush the enemies of the proletariat by force. Quite openly we say, by force. The dictatorship is the axe in the hands of the proletariat. Anyone who is opposed to the dictatorship of the proletariat is one who is afraid of decisive action, is afraid of hurting the bourgeoisie, is no revolutionist. When we have completely vanquished the bourgeoisie, the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat will no longer exist. But as long as the life and death struggle continues, it is absolutely incumbent upon the working class to crush its enemies utterly. An epoch of proletarian dictatorship must inevitably intervene between a capitalist and a communist society. Next, as objectors to the dictatorship, come the Social Democrats, and in especial the Mensheviks. These worthies have completely forgotten what they wrote about the matter in former days. In our old program, drawn up by ourselves and the Mensheviks together, it is expressly stated, an essential condition of the social revolution is the dictatorship of the proletariat, that is to say, the conquest of political power by the proletariat, which will enable the workers to crush all resistance on the part of the exploiters. The Mensheviks signed this statement. But when the time came for action, they raised a clamor against the crushing of the freedom of the bourgeoisie, against the suppression of bourgeois newspapers, against the Bolshevist reign of terror, and so on. Even Plekhanov, at one time, thoroughly approved of the most ruthless measures against the bourgeoisie, saying that we could deprive the bourgeois of their electoral rights, and so on. Nowadays the Mensheviks have forgotten all this. They have taken refuge in the camp of the bourgeoisie. Finally, a number of moral considerations are brought into the argument against us. We are told that we form our judgments like the savage Hottentots. The Hottentot says, "When I steal my neighbor's wife, it is good; when he steals my wife, it is bad." The Bolsheviks, it is contended, resemble these savages, for they say, when the bourgeoisie uses force to crush the proletariat, it is bad; but when the proletariat uses force to crush the bourgeoisie, it is good. Those who argue thus do not know what they are talking about. In the case of the Hottentots, we are concerned with two equal individuals who are stealing one another's wives for identical reasons. But the proletariat and the bourgeoisie are not on equal terms. Proletarians comprise an enormous class, bourgeois form a comparatively small group. The proletariat is fighting for the liberation of all mankind, but the bourgeoisie is fighting for the maintenance of oppression, wars, exploitation. The proletariat is fighting for communism, the bourgeoisie for the preservation of capitalism. If capitalism and communism were one and the same thing, then the bourgeoisie and the proletariat could be compared to the two Hottentots. The proletariat is fighting solely on behalf of the new social order. Whatever helps in the struggle is good, whatever hinders is bad. 24. The conquest of political power. The proletariat makes its dictatorship actual through the conquest of the state power. But what do we mean by the conquest of power? Many persons imagine that it is quite an easy matter to wrest power from the bourgeoisie, as easy as to transfer a ball from one pocket to another. First, power is in the hands of the bourgeoisie, then the proletariat will drive the bourgeoisie from power and will take the reins into its own hands. According to this view, the problem is not the creation of a new power, but the seizure of a power that already exists. Such a notion is utterly false, and a very little reflection will show us where the error lies. The state power is an organization. The bourgeois state power is a bourgeois organization, and in that organization people are assigned their roles in a distinctive manner. At the head of the army are generals, members of the wealthy class. At the head of the administration are ministers, members of the wealthy class, and so on. When the proletariat is fighting for power, against whom and what is it fighting? In the first place, against this bourgeois organization. Now, when it is fighting this organization, its task is to deliver blows that will destroy the organization. But since the main strength of the government resides in the army, if we wish to gain the victory over the bourgeoisie, the first essential is to disorganize and destroy the bourgeois army. The German communists could not overthrow the regime of Scheidman and Noske unless they could destroy the army of White Guards. If the opposing army remain intact, the victory of the revolution will be impossible. If the revolution be victorious, the army of the bourgeoisie will disintegrate and crumble. This, for example, is why the victory over Tsarism signified no more than a partial destruction of the Tsarist state and a partial decomposition of the army. But the victory of the November Revolution denoted the final overthrow of the state organization of the provisional government and the total dissolution of the Kerenskyite army. Thus the revolution destroys the old power and creates a new one, a different power from that which existed before. Of course, the new power takes over some of the constituent parts of the old, but it uses them in a different way. It follows that the conquest of state power is not the conquest of the pre-existent organization, but the creation of a new organization, an organization brought into being by the class which has been victorious in the struggle. The practical importance of this question is enormous. The German Bolsheviks, for example, have been reproached, as the Russian Bolsheviks were formerly reproached, on the ground that they have led to disintegration in the army and have promoted indiscipline, have encouraged disobedience to officers. This used to be considered, and by many is still considered, a terrible charge. But there is nothing terrible about it. We must promote disintegration in an army which is ranged against the workers and is at the orders of the bourgeoisie, even though the latter consists of our fellow countrymen. Failing this, the revolution will succumb. Consequently, there is nothing to be afraid of in working for the disintegration of such a bourgeois army. A revolutionist who destroys the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie may consider that he is doing excellent service. Where bourgeois discipline remains intact, the bourgeoisie is invincible. Those who wish to overthrow the bourgeoisie must not shrink from hurting it. 25. The Communist Party and the classes of capitalist society. In order that the proletariat may gain the victory in any country, it is essential that it should be compact and well organized. It is essential that it should have its own Communist Party which has clearly recognized the trend of capitalist development, which has understood the actual situation and the true interests of the working class, which has adequately interpreted that situation, which is competent to marshal the ranks and to conduct the battle. Nowhere and at no time has any part been able to enroll all the members of the class which it represents. Never has any class attained the requisite degree of consciousness. Generally speaking, those who organize themselves into a party are the most advanced members of a class, those who best understand their class interests, those who are most daring, most energetic, and most stubborn in the fight. For this reason, the number of adherents of the party is always considerably less than the number of those composing the class whose interests the party represents. Since, however, a party definitely represents the rightly interpreted interests of the class, parties usually play a leading role. The party leads the whole class, and the struggle between classes for power finds expression in the struggle between political parties for power. He who wishes to understand the nature of political parties must study the relationships of the various classes in capitalist society. Out of these relationships, definite class interests arise. As we have already learned, the defense of class interests is the essential purpose of political parties. Landowners. During the first period of capitalist development, agrarian economy was based upon the semi-slave labor of the peasants. The landowners leased lands to the peasants, receiving as rent payment either in money or in kind. One method of payment in kind was for the worker to spend half his time tilling the landowner's estate. The landowners as a class found it to their interest to prevent the peasants from going to the towns. They therefore resisted all innovation. They desired to maintain the old semi-slave conditions in the villages. They opposed the development of manufacturing industry. Such landowners possessed ancient patrimonial seigneurial domains. Very few of them did any work on their own estates, and they lived for the most part like parasites on the backs of the peasants. As a result of this state of affairs, the parties representing the landowners have always been and still are the main props of reaction. These are the political parties that everywhere desire a return to the old order. They want to go back to the rule of the landlords, to restore the landlord czar, the monarch, to ensure the predominance of the blue-blooded gentry, to effect the complete enslavement of the peasants and the workers. They form what are known as the conservative parties. It would be more accurate to term them the reactionary parties. Since from time immemorial the officers of the army and the navy have been drawn from the ranks of the landed gentry, it is perfectly natural that landowners' parties should always be on the best of terms with generals and admirals. This is what we find in every country throughout the world. As an example may be mentioned the members of the Prussian Junker caste. In Germany, the great landowners are known as junkets, who send some of their sons into the officers' corps. Similarly in Russia we have our landed gentry, the so-called backwoods men, the Oroxes, like some of the deputies to the Duma Markov II, Krupensky, and others. The Tsarist Council of State was largely composed of members of this landlord class. Most of the wealthy landowners belonging to old families bear such titles as prince, count, etc. They are the true descendants of ancestors who owned thousands of bond slaves. The landlords' parties in Russia were the League of the Russian People, the Nationalist Party, led by Krupensky, the Right Octobrists, etc. The capitalist bourgeoisie. The interest of this class is to secure the greatest possible profits out of the developing national industry, that is to say, out of surplus value extracted from the working class. Manifestly, this interest does not fully coincide with that of the landowners. When capital makes its influence felt in village life, the old conditions are disturbed. The peasants are attracted into the towns, capital creates a vast proletariat, and it arouses new needs in the villages. The peasants, hitherto docile and quiet, grow unruly. The landowners, the backwoodsmen, find these innovations unpleasing. On the other hand, the capitalist bourgeoisie regards them as full of promise. The more the workers are lured from the villages to the towns, the more wage labor, consequently, is available for the service of the capitalist, and the cheaper can the capitalist hire it. The more completely village life is ruined and the greater the extent to which the petty producers cease to produce various articles for themselves, the more essential do they find it to buy these products from the large-scale manufacturers. The more rapid, therefore, the disappearance of the old conditions in which the village produced everything for itself, the greater will be the expansion of the market for the sale of factory-produced commodities, and the higher will be the profits of the capitalist class. For this reason the capitalist class rails at landlords of the old school. There are, in addition, capitalist landlords. These run their estates with the help of wage labor and with the aid of machinery. Their interests are closely akin to those of the bourgeoisie, and they usually adhere to the parties of the wealthier capitalists. But of course the chief struggle of the capitalists is with the working class. When the working class is fighting mainly against the landlords and very little against the bourgeoisie, the latter eyes approvingly the struggle of the working class. This was the case in the year 1904, and in 1905 until October. But when the workers begin to realize their communist interests, and to march against the bourgeoisie, then the bourgeoisie joins forces with the landlords against the workers. Everywhere, today, the parties of the capitalist bourgeoisie, the so-called liberal parties, are carrying on a fierce struggle against the revolutionary proletariat, and it is they who form the political general staff of the counter-revolution. Among such parties in Russia, two may be mentioned. First of all we have the Party of Popular Freedom, also known as the Party of Constitutional Democrats. From the initials of its name, CD, its members are generally spoken of as the Cadets. Secondly there are the Octobrists, who have now almost disappeared. Members of the industrial bourgeoisie, capitalist landlords, bankers, and the champions of all these, the major intelligentsia university professors, successful lawyers and authors, factory managers, etc., form the nuclei of these parties. In the year 1905 the cadets were murmuring against the autocracy, but they were already afraid of the workers and the peasants. After the revolution of March 1917, they became the leaders of all the forces that were marshaled against the party of the working class, against the communist Bolsheviks. In the years 1918 and 1919 the cadets took the lead in all the plots against the Soviet government, and they participated in the administrations of General Denikin and Admiral Kolchak. In a word, they led the bloody reaction, and finally they even formed a coalition with the landowners' parties. For under the pressure of the working class movement all groups of wealthy proprietors unite in a single camp of reactionaries, led by the most energetic section among them, the urban petty bourgeoisie. To this group belong the independent artisans, the small shopkeepers, the minor intelligentsia comprising the salariat, and the lesser officialdom. In reality they do not constitute a class, but a motley crowd. All these elements are exploited more or less by capital, and they are often overworked. Many of them are ruined in the course of capitalist development. The conditions of their work, however, are such that for the most part they fail to realize how hopeless is their situation under capitalism. Let us consider, for instance, the independent artisan. He is as industrious as an ant. Capital exploits him in various ways, the usurer exploits him, the shop for which he works exploits him, and so on. The artisan feels himself to be a master. He works with his own tools, and in appearance he is independent, although in reality he is completely entangled in the web of the capitalist spider. He lives in the perennial hope of bettering himself, thinking always, I shall soon be able to extend my business, then I shall buy for myself. He is careful not to mix with the workers, and in his manners he avoids imitating them, affecting the manners of the gentry, for he always hopes to become a gentleman himself. Consequently, although he is as poor as a church mouse, he usually feels more akin to the man who exploits him than he does to the workers. The petty bourgeois parties commonly assemble under the standard of the radicals or the republicans, but sometimes under that of the socialists. Refer to the small type paragraphs of 22. It is extremely difficult to shake such people out of this wrong attitude of mind, which is their misfortune, not their fault. In Russia, more commonly than elsewhere, the petty bourgeois parties have been apt to wear a socialist mask. This was done by the populist socialists, the social revolutionaries, and in part by the Mensheviks. It is necessary to point out that the social revolutionaries tended to rely mainly upon the middle peasants and the rich peasants for support. The peasantry. In the rural districts, the peasantry occupies a position closely akin to that occupied by the petty bourgeoisie in the towns. It too, properly speaking, does not constitute a single class, for under capitalism it is continually splitting up into classes. In every village and hamlet we find that some of the peasants go to look for work in the towns, and thus in time become completely transformed into proletarians. Others develop into wealthy and usurious peasants. The middle peasants form an unstable stratum. Many of them are ruined in course of time. They become horseless men, and eventually seek work as agricultural laborers or as factory hands. Others are more successful, get on in the world, gather wealth, become master peasants, hire agricultural laborers, make use of machinery. In a word, they are transformed into capitalist entrepreneurs. That is why we are entitled to say that the peasantry does not, properly speaking, form a single class. Among the peasants we must distinguish at least three groups. First, we have the rich peasants, the master peasants, who constitute a rural bourgeoisie, for they are exploiters of wage labor. Next come the middle peasants, who work their own little farms and do not exploit wage labor. Thirdly and lastly, we have the poor peasants forming the rural semi-proletariat and proletariat. It is easy to understand that the members of these respective groups, owing to the difference in their positions, will take different views of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The rich peasants are as a rule allied with the bourgeoisie, and very often with the great landlords as well. In Germany, for example, those who are termed great peasants are united in a single organization with the priests and the landlords. We find the same thing in Switzerland and in Austria, and to some extent also in France. In Russia, during the year 1918, the rich peasants supported all the counter-revolutionary plots. Those belonging to the semi-proletarian and proletarian strata naturally backed the workers in their struggle with the bourgeoisie and the rich peasants. As far as the middle peasants are concerned, the matter is much more complicated. If the middle peasants would only realize that for the majority among them there is no way out under capitalism, that only a few of them can ever hope to become rich peasants, whereas most of them are fated to live in penury, then they would be ready to give unstinted support to the workers. But their misfortune lies in this, that the same thing happens to them as happens in the towns to the independent artisans and the members of the petty bourgeoisie. Every one of them, at the bottom of his heart, cherishes the hope of getting on, of growing rich. But on the other hand, the middle peasant is oppressed by the capitalist, the money-lender, the landlord, and the rich peasant. The result is, as a rule, that the middle peasant seesaws between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. He is unable wholeheartedly to adopt the working class platform, but at the same time he is terribly afraid of the landowner. This wobbling has been peculiarly plain in Russia. The middle peasants supported the workers against the landlords and the rich peasants. Then, growing afraid lest they should not be so well off in the commune, they listened to the advice of the rich peasants and opposed the workers. Still later, when danger threatened from the side of the landowning class, Denikin, Kolchak, they were once more inclined to espouse the cause of the workers. The same vacillation has been displayed in the party struggle. At one time the middle peasants would adhere to the party of the workers, the party of the communist Bolsheviks. At another time they would adhere to the party of the rich peasants, the party of the Essers, social revolutionaries. The working class, the proletariat. This class consists of those who have nothing to lose but their chains. Not only are they exploited by the capitalists, but in addition, as we have already learned, the very course of capitalist development leads to their solidarization into a homogeneous power, consisting of persons accustomed to work together and to fight together. For this reason, the working class is the most progressive class in capitalist society. For this reason, likewise, the party of the working class is the most progressive, the most revolutionary party that can possibly exist. It is natural, moreover, that the aim of this party should be to bring about the communist revolution. To this end, the proletarian party must be absolutely uncompromising. Its function is not to chaffer with the bourgeoisie, but to hurl the bourgeoisie from power and to crush the resistance of the capitalists. This party must reveal the absolute conflict of interests as between exploiters and exploited. The words were used in our old program, which was signed by the Mensheviks. But alas, the Mensheviks have quite forgotten them, and are now hand in glove with the bourgeoisie. What, however, should be the attitude of our party towards the petty bourgeoisie, towards the non-proletarian poor strata of our large towns, and towards the middle peasants? This is clear from what has been said above. We must never weary in our proofs and explanations, in order to convince them that their hopes for a better life under capitalism are the outcome of fraud by others or are due to their own self-deception. We must patiently and clearly demonstrate to the middle peasants that they ought unhesitatingly to enter the proletarian camp, and despite all difficulties fight shoulder to shoulder with the workers. It is our duty to show them that the only peasants to gain by the victory of the bourgeoisie will be the rich peasants, who will in that case become transformed into a new landlord class. In a word, we must bring all those who work to make common cause with the proletariat, must enable all those who work to see things from the working class point of view. Those who belong to the petty bourgeoisie and to the stratum of the middle peasants are full of prejudices arising out of the conditions of their lives. It is our duty to reveal the true posture of affairs. We must show that the position of the artisan and of the working peasant under capitalism is quite hopeless, and that they had better give up trying to amuse themselves with fancy pictures. We must tell the middle peasant that as long as capitalism lasts there will always be a landlord riding on his back, either one of the gentry, the old type of landlord, or else a rich peasant, the landlord of the new type. In no other way than through the victory and the strengthening of the proletariat is there any possibility of rebuilding life on new foundations. But since the victory of the proletariat can only be secured through the organization of the workers and through the existence of a strong, solid, and resolute party, we must draw into our ranks all those who labor, all those to whom the new life is dear, all those who have learned to think and to fight like proletarians. How important the existence of a solid and militant Communist Party is, can be learned from the examples of Germany and Russia. In Germany, where the proletariat is highly developed, there was nevertheless prior to the war no such militant party of the working class as that of the Communist Bolsheviks in Russia. Only during the war did comrades Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg, and others begin to found a distinctively communist party. This is why, during the years 1918 and 1919, notwithstanding a number of risings, the German workers proved unable to overthrow the bourgeoisie. In Russia, however, there existed our uncompromisingly communist party. Thanks to this, the Russian proletariat was well led. Hence, despite all difficulties, the Russian proletariat was the first to secure a solid and speedy victory. In this respect, our party may and does serve as an example to other communist parties. Its solidity and discipline are universally recognized. It is, in fact, the most militant party of the proletarian revolution, and as such it occupies the leading place. Chapter 4: How the development of capitalism led to the communist revolution, imperialism, the war, and the collapse of capitalism. 26. Financial capital. We have previously seen that among the entrepreneurs there is a continuous and fierce struggle for buyers, and that the unfailing result of this struggle is the victory of the great entrepreneurs. Hence the lesser capitalists are ruined, so that capital and production as a whole accumulate in the hands of the great capitalists, the concentration and centralization of capital. By the beginning of the 80s in the 19th century, the centralization of capital was already far advanced. In place of the individual owners of enterprises there now appeared large numbers of joint stock enterprises, cooperative concerns. But it must be carefully noted that these cooperatives were companies of capitalist shareholders. What was the significance of this development? Why did joint stock companies come into existence? It is easy to answer the question. The time had arrived when every new undertaking required the command of a considerable quantity of capital. If an enterprise scantily furnished with capital was founded, its chance of life was poor. On all sides it was surrounded by its more vigorous competitors, by enterprises which were manufacturing on a larger scale. If, therefore, a new enterprise was not to perish in its infancy, if the undertaking was to live and thrive, it had to be built up on strong foundations. But strong foundations could only be provided by those who had plenty of capital. The joint stock company was the outcome of this need. The essence of the matter is that a few great capitalists make use of the capital of lesser capitalists, and make use also of the savings that have accumulated in the hands of non-capitalistic groups, employees, peasants, civil servants, etc. Matters are arranged in the following way. Everyone contributes his portion, everyone takes a share or a number of shares. In return for his money he receives a share certificate which gives him the right to receive a definite portion of the income. In this way the accumulation of small sums promptly gives rise to a large quantity of joint stock capital. When joint stock companies first came into existence, certain bourgeois theorists, and in addition certain socialist advocates of class collaboration, began to assure the world that a new era was beginning. Capitalism, they declared, was not destined to result in the dominion of a small group of capitalists. Far from this. Out of his savings every worker would be able to buy shares, and in this way every worker would become a capitalist. Capital, they said, was to an increasing extent being democratized. In course of time, the difference between the capitalists and the workers would disappear without any revolution. Of course this was utter nonsense. Things worked out very differently. The great capitalists simply made use of the lesser capitalists for their own purposes. The centralization of capital went on more rapidly than ever, now that competition had taken the form of a struggle between huge shareholding concerns. It is easy to understand how the great capitalist shareholders have been able to make the small shareholders their hodmen. The small shareholder often lives in another town from that in which the enterprise is centered, and cannot travel 100 miles or more to attend a shareholders' meeting. Even when some of the ordinary shareholders turn up at the meeting, they are unorganized, and merely jostle one another like blind puppies. But the big shareholders are organized. They have a common plan, they can do what they please. Experience has shown that it suffices the great capitalist to own 1/3 of all the shares, for this gives him absolute control of the whole undertaking. But the development of the concentration and centralization of capital was to advance still further. During the last few decades, the place of individual enterprises and individual shareholding companies has largely been taken by great capitalist combines known as syndicates, cartels, and trusts. Why have these been formed? What is their significance? Let us suppose that in a certain branch of production, textiles or engineering, for instance, the lesser capitalists have already disappeared. There remain only 5 or 6 huge firms, shareholding companies, producing nearly all the commodities in these particular branches of enterprise. They are carrying on a cutthroat competition, they lower prices, and consequently make smaller profits. Let us now suppose that 2 of these concerns are larger and stronger than the others. Then these 2 will continue the struggle until their rivals have been ruined. Let us further suppose that the strength of the 2 remaining competitors is practically identical. They work on a similar scale, they have the same sort of machinery, and they both employ about the same number of workers. There is no notable difference between them as regards the net cost of production. What will happen then? Neither can gain the victory. Both are being exhausted by the struggle. Neither of them is making any profit. The capitalist groups draw the same conclusion. Why, they ask themselves, should we go on cutting prices against one another? Would it not be better for us to unite, to join forces in order to fleece the public? If we combine, there will be no more competition. We shall control the market, and we can force up prices to any figure we please. Thus arises the combine, the League of Capitalists, known as the syndicate or trust. The syndicate is distinguished from the trust in this way. When a syndicate is organized, the participating concerns agree that they will not sell their wares below a specified price, or they agree to share out the orders, or they agree to a territorial division of the market. You confine your sales to one district, and I will confine mine to another, and so on. In this arrangement, however, the management of the syndicate is not entitled to close down any of the undertakings. These are all members of a league in which each retains a certain measure of independence. In the trust, on the other hand, there is so intimate a union that each individual undertaking completely loses its independence. The management of the trust can close it down, reconstruct it, transfer it to another place, do whatever seems likely to be advantageous to the trust as a whole. The owner of the individual undertaking, of course, continues to receive his profits regularly, and these profits may even be larger than before, but the entire management is vested in the solidly constructed capitalist combine, the trust. Syndicates and trusts exercise an almost complete control over the market. They no longer fear competition, for they have crushed competition. Its place has been taken by capitalist monopoly, that is to say, by the dominion of a single trust. In this way, the concentration and centralization of capital gradually lead to the suppression of competition. Competition has devoured itself. The more frantic the development of capitalism, the quicker did centralization proceed, because the ruin of the weaker capitalists was more speedily effected. In the end, the centralization of capital, arising out of competition, proved fatal to competition. Free competition has been replaced by the dominion of capitalist combines, by the rule of syndicates and trusts. A few examples may be given, to show the enormous power wielded by trusts and syndicates. In the United States, as long ago as 1900, that is to say in the very beginning of the 20th century, the proportion of production in the hands of syndicates and trusts was as follows: textiles, more than 50%, glass, 54%, paper, 60%, metals, excluding iron and steel, 84%, iron and steel 84%, chemicals, 81%, etc. It need hardly be said that during the last 2 decades the power of the combines has enormously increased. In actual fact, the whole industrial production of the U.S. is today controlled by 2 trusts, the Standard Oil Trust and the Steel Trust. All the other trusts are dependents of these. In Germany, in the year 1913, 92.6% of the coal mined in the Rhenish-Westphalian region was in the hands of a single syndicate. Of all the steel produced within the German Empire, nearly half was manufactured by the Steel Syndicate. The Sugar Trust supplied 70% of the home demand and 80% of the export demand. Even in Russia, quite a number of branches of industry had already passed completely under the sway of the syndicates. Portugal produced 60% of the Donets coal. Prodamata, Metal Syndicate, controlled 88 to 93% of the production. Kravlia supplied 60% of all the iron used for roofing. Prodwagen was a syndicate of about 15 concerns building railway carriages. The Copper Syndicate controlled 90% of the output of copper. The Sugar Syndicate controlled the entire production of sugar, and so on. According to the calculations of a Swiss expert, at the beginning of the 20th century half the capital of the world was already in the hands of trusts or syndicates. Syndicates and trusts do not only centralize homogeneous enterprises. With increasing frequency there arise trusts that simultaneously embrace several branches of production. How does this take place? The various branches of production are connected one with another principally by means of buying and selling. Let us consider the production of iron ore and of coal. Here we have to do with products which serve as raw material for iron foundries and engineering workshops. In their turn, these workshops turn out, let us suppose, machines. The machines serve as means of production in a series of other branches, and so on. Now let us imagine that we have an iron foundry. It buys iron ore and coal. Of course, the interest of the smelting works is to buy the ore and the coal as cheaply as possible. But what if the ore and the coal are in the hands of another syndicate? There then begins a struggle between the 2 syndicates, which ends either in the victory of one of them or else in a fusion of the 2. In either event there arises a new syndicate, uniting both branches of production. It is obvious that such a union can be effected in the case, not merely of 2, but of 3 or of 10 branches of production. Such enterprises are termed compound, or combined, enterprises. In this manner syndicates and trusts do more than organize individual branches of production. They consolidate into a single organization various kinds of production, uniting one branch with a second, a third, a fourth, etc. Formerly, in all branches, the entrepreneurs were independent of one another, and the whole work of production was dispersed in 100,000 petty factories. By the beginning of the 20th century, production was already concentrated in the hands of huge trusts, each organizing many branches of production. Unions of individual branches of production came about in another way besides that of the formation of combined enterprises. The reader must now consider a phenomenon which is of even greater importance than combined enterprises. We refer to the dominion of the banks. First of all, it is necessary to say a few words about banks. It has already been pointed out that when the concentration and centralization of capital had advanced to a considerable degree, there arose a need for capital which could be employed for the immediate establishment of large-scale enterprises. This need was one of the causes of the development of joint stock companies. The organization of new enterprises required larger and ever larger quantities of capital. Now let us consider what the capitalist does with the profit he receives. We know that he spends part of it upon his own immediate needs, in the way of food, clothing, and so on. The remainder he saves. The question arises, how does he do this? Is it possible for him at any moment to expand his business, to devote the saved part of his profits to this purpose? No, he cannot do so, for this reason. Money flows in continually, but only in driblets. The commodities he produces are sold from time to time, and from time to time money is received for them. Evidently, that he may use these receipts for the expansion of his enterprise, the accumulation of a considerable sum is requisite. He will therefore have to wait until he has secured as much money as he needs. Let us suppose that it is for the purchase of new machinery. And until then, what is he to do? Till then he cannot use the money. It lies idle. This does not happen to one or to two capitalists merely. At one time or another it happens to all. Free capital is constantly available. We have, however, pointed out before that there is a demand for capital. On the one hand there are superfluous sums lying idle, on the other hand there is a need for these sums. The more rapid the centralization of capital, the more vigorous is the demand for large sums of capital, but the greater likewise is the quantity of free capital. It is this state of affairs which gives the banks their importance. The capitalist, not wishing his money to lie idle, puts it in the bank, and the bank lends it to those who need it for the development of old enterprises or for the starting of new undertakings. Certain manufacturers deposit money in the bank, and the bank lends the money to other manufacturers. These latter, with the aid of the borrowed capital, extract surplus value. Part of their receipts is paid to the bank as interest. The bank then pays a portion of this last sum to its depositors, and keeps the rest as banking profits. Thus the machine grinds on. We can now understand why, during the latest phase of the capitalist regime, the role of the banks, their importance, and their activity, have expanded to a marvelous degree. The sums of capital sucked up by the banks are continually increasing. And to an increasing extent the banks invest capital in industry. Banking capital is ever at work in industry, it undergoes conversion into industrial capital. Industry grows dependent on the banks, which support it and nourish it with capital. Banking capital coalesces with industrial capital. Here we have the form of capital which is known as financial capital. To summarize, financial capital is banking capital which has been grafted on industrial capital. Through the instrumentality of the banks, financial capital affects a yet more intimate union of all branches of industry than was effected by the direct combination of enterprises. Why is this? Let us suppose that we have before us a great bank. This great bank supplies with capital, or, as the phrase runs, finances, not merely one, but a large number of enterprises, or quite a number of syndicates. It is naturally to the bank's interest that these financial dependents should not clash one with another. The bank unites them all. Its persistent policy is to bring about an actual union of the undertakings into a whole which shall be under its own administration. the bank begins to hold the reins in quite a series of branches of industry. Its confidential agents are appointed directors of trusts, syndicates, and individual undertakings. Thus, in the end, we arrive at the following picture. The industry of the whole country is united into syndicates, trusts, and combined enterprises. All these are united by banks. At the head of the whole economic life there is a small group of great bankers who administer industry in its entirety. The governmental authority simply fulfills the will of these bankers and trust magnates. This is very well shown in the United States. Here the democratic administration of President Wilson is nothing more than a servant of the trusts. Congress merely carries out what has previously been decided at secret conclaves of trust magnates and bankers. The trusts spend vast sums in buying congressmen, in financing electoral campaigns, and the like. Myers, an American writer, reports that in the year 1904, the great life insurance companies spent the following sums in bribes: the Mutual, $364,254, the Equitable, $172,698, the New York, $204,019. The Minister for Finance, McAdoo, Wilson's son-in-law, is one of the leading bank and trust magnates. Senators, ministers of state, congressmen, are merely the henchmen of the great trusts, unless they themselves hold large interests in these bodies. The state authority, the governmental machinery of the free republic, is nothing more than a workshop for the fleecing of the public. We can therefore say that a capitalist country under the dominion of financial capital is as a whole transformed into an immense combined trust. At the head of this trust are the banks. The bourgeois government forms its executive committee. The United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, etc., are nothing but state capitalist trusts, powerful organizations of trust magnates and bankers, exploiting and ruling hundreds of millions of wage slaves. 27. Imperialism. In individual countries, the effect of the sway of financial capital is, in a certain measure, to put an end to the anarchy of capitalist production. The various producers, who have hitherto been fighting one another, now join forces in a state capitalist trust. But what happens in this case to one of the fundamental contradictions of capitalism? We have said more than once that capitalism will inevitably break down because of its lack of organization and because it is affected by the class struggle. Now, if one or these two contradictions, see 13, is invalid, may it not be that the prediction concerning the collapse of capitalism has no foundation? The point we chiefly have to consider is this. In actual fact, the anarchy of production and competition has not ceased. Or perhaps it would be better to say that it ceases in one place to break out worse than ever in another. Let us endeavor to explain the matter in detail. Contemporary capitalism is world capitalism. All the countries are interconnected, they buy one from another. We cannot now find any country which is not under the heel of capitalism. We cannot find any country which produces for itself absolutely everything it needs. There are numerous articles which can only be produced in certain places. Oranges do not grow in a cold country, whereas iron ore cannot be obtained from a country which has no deposits of it beneath the soil. Coffee, cocoa, and rubber are grown only in warm climates. Cotton is grown in the United States, India, Egypt, Turkestan, etc. From these lands it is exported to all parts of the world. Coal is found in Britain, Germany, the United States, Austria, and Russia, but there is no coal in Italy, and Italy is entirely dependent upon supplies of British and German coal. Wheat is exported to all other countries from the United States, India, Russia, and Romania. On the other hand, certain countries are far advanced in their development, whilst others are backward. As a result of this, various products of urban industry in the more advanced lands are marketed in the backward countries. England, the United States, and Germany, in particular, send iron goods to all parts of the world. Germany is the chief exporter of chemical products. Thus each country is dependent on the others, each sells to the others or buys from the others. How far this dependence can go, we may learn from the example of Britain. From 3/4 to 4/5 of the wheat needed by that country and half of the meat are imported, and in return for this the greater part of the goods produced in British factories has to be exported. Let us now ask ourselves whether financial capital puts an end to competition in the world market. Does it create a worldwide organization in virtue of the fact that it unites the capitalists in individual countries? Obviously, this is not the case. The anarchy of production and of competition within each specific country ceases more or less completely because the individual entrepreneurs unite to form a state capitalist trust. All the fiercer grows the struggle between the various state capitalist trusts. This is what always happens when capital is centralized. When the small fry are ruined, then of course the number of competitors diminishes, for only the big fish are left. Among these latter, the struggle is now conducted upon a larger scale. Instead of a fight between individual manufacturers, there ensues a fight between the trusts. Of course, the number of the trusts is less than the number of the individual manufacturers. The struggle, therefore, has become fiercer and more destructive. When the capitalists in any particular country have defeated their lesser opponents and have organized themselves into a state capitalist trust, the number of competitors is still further reduced. For the competitors are now these titanic capitalist powers. Such competition involves expenditure and waste upon an unprecedented scale. The fight between the state capitalist trusts expresses itself during peacetime in the rivalry of armaments. Ultimately, it leads to a devastating war. Thus, whereas financial capital puts an end to competition within the individual countries, in due course and when the time is ripe, it gives rise to a fierce and embittered competition between the various states. How does this come about? Why, moreover, does competition between capitalist countries lead in the end to an annexationist policy and to war? Why cannot the competition be peaceful? When two manufacturers compete with one another, they do not attack one another with knives, but attempt to steal one another's custom by peaceful methods. Why, then, should competition in the world market assume so savage a form? Why should the competitors have recourse to arms? To these questions we must give a detailed answer. First of all, we must consider why it was necessary that the policy of the bourgeoisie should undergo a change concurrently with the transition from the old capitalism in which free competition prevailed, to the new capitalism in which financial capital holds sway. Let us begin with the so-called tariff policy. In the international struggle, the bourgeois governmental authorities, each aiming at the protection of its own capitalists, have long since adopted the use of customs tariffs as a means of struggle. When, for example, the Russian textile manufacturers were afraid that their British or German competitors would introduce British or German textiles into Russia and would cut prices, the Russian government was accommodating enough to impose an import duty upon British and German textiles. Of course, this hindered the import of foreign products into Russia. Manufacturers usually declare that tariffs are necessary for the encouragement of home industry. If, however, we study the tariff policies of the various countries, we can see that the real aim was very different. During the last few decades, the countries in which the capitalists have raised the greatest clamor for high import tariffs, the countries in which such tariffs have been imposed, are the greatest and strongest countries in the world. The United States has led in this movement. Could foreign competition possibly injure these countries? What are you making such a row about, John? Who is hurting you? You are the aggressor. What is the real meaning of all this? Let us suppose that in a certain country the textile industry has been monopolized by syndicates or trusts. What happens if an import duty is imposed? The syndicated capitalists kill two birds with one stone. In the first place, they free themselves from foreign competition. Secondly, to the buyers of their own land, they are able to raise prices by an amount nearly equal to that of the tariff. Suppose the import duty on textiles to be 2 shillings per yard. In that case, the textile magnates need have no hesitation in adding 2 shillings, or at least as 9d, per yard to the price of their goods. If the industry were not syndicated, the internal competition between the capitalists of the country we are considering would immediately lead to price cutting. But if there is a syndicate in control, it has no difficulty in raising prices, for the foreigner is kept out of the market by the customs barrier, and owing to the syndication of the industry there is no competition in the homeland. In so far as there are any imports, the state revenue benefits, while the syndicated manufacturers secure additional surplus value in consequence of the enhanced price. This can only take place where there is a syndicate or trust. But that is not the end of the affair. Thanks to these surplus profits, the syndicated manufacturers are able to introduce their goods into other countries and to sell them their below-cost price simply in order to supplant all competitors in those countries. This is what they have actually done. It is a matter of common knowledge that the Russian sugar syndicate kept the price of sugar in Russia comparatively high, while selling sugar in England at a ridiculously low price in the hope of destroying competitors in that country. The saying became current that in England pigs were fed on Russian sugar. Thus the syndicated manufacturers, aided by the tariffs, are able at one and the same time to fleece their own countrymen and to bring foreign customers under their sway. The consequences are of great importance. It is obvious that the surplus profits of the syndicate will increase proportionally with the increase in the number of sheep to be shorn, with the increase in the number of those who are penned within the tariff barriers. If the customs area be a small one, the opportunity for profit-making will also be small. If, on the other hand, the customs area be large and populous, the opportunities for profit-making will be correspondingly extensive. In that case, the surplus profits will be very large, so that it will be possible to act boldly in the world market, and to act there with the hope of a substantial success. Now, the customs area usually coincides with the area administered by the state. How can this latter be enlarged? By grabbing some foreign territory, by annexing it, by including it within one's own frontiers, within one's own governmental area. But this means war. It means that the dominion of syndicates is inevitably associated with wars of conquest. Every robber capitalist state endeavors to extend its frontiers. The extension is demanded by the interests of the trust magnates, by the interests of financial capital. Now, he who talks of extending frontiers really talks of waging war. In this manner, the tariff policy of the syndicate and trust magnates, in conjunction with their policy in the world market, leads to violent collisions. But here there are at work, tending towards war, additional causes. We have seen that the development of production results in the continuous accumulation of surplus value. In every land of advanced capitalist development there is therefore continually expanding a mass of superfluous capital which returns less profit than in comparatively backward countries. The larger the accumulation of superfluous capital in any country, the more vigorous are the endeavors to export capital, to invest it abroad. This aim is preeminently favored by tariff policy. In fact, import duties greatly hinder the import of goods. When, for instance, the Russian manufacturers imposed high duties upon German goods, it became difficult for the German manufacturers to introduce their products into Russia. We are speaking, of course, of things that happened when the manufacturers were in power, before the days of the Soviet government. But when they found it difficult to export their goods to Russia, another way was opened to the German capitalists. They began to introduce their capital into Russia. They built factories there, they bought shares in Russian undertakings, or they started new enterprises, supplying these with capital. Did the duties offer any hindrance? Nothing of the kind. Far from being a hindrance, they were a help. They positively promoted the influx of capital. For this reason, when the German capitalist has a factory in Russia, and when he too becomes a member of the Russian syndicate, of course the Russian tariff helps him to earn surplus profit. The import duties are just as useful to him in fleecing the Russian public as they are to his Russian colleagues. Capital moves from one country into another not only in order to found new enterprises in the latter or to support those which already exist. In many cases, the introduction of capital takes the form of a loan to the government of the country into which the capital is introduced, a loan at a fixed rate of interest. This means that the borrowing government increases its national debt, becomes indebted to the lending government. In such cases, the debtor government usually undertakes to float all loans, and especially war loans, among the industrials of the creditor state. Thus vast quantities of capital pass from one state to another, partly incorporated in buildings and manufacturing enterprises, and partly taking the forms of state loans. Under the dominion of financial capital, the export of capital attains gigantic proportions. We will give certain figures which can still teach us a great deal, although they are a trifle out of date. In the year 1902, France had in 26 foreign states investments to the approximate amount of 35 milliards of francs. About half of the sum was in the form of state loans. The lion's share had gone to Russia, 10 milliards. Parenthetically, we may remark that this is why the French bourgeoisie is so furious, because we Russians have cancelled the Tsarist debts and have refused to pay the French usurers. By the year 1905, the sum of foreign capital imported into Russia had already exceeded 40 milliards. In the year 1911, the foreign investments of Britain amounted to about £1,600 million sterling. But if we include loans to the British colonies, the sum invested overseas by the British amounted to £3,000 million sterling. Germany, prior to the war, had foreign investments amounting to something like 35 milliards of marks. In a word, every capitalist government exports vast quantities of capital, in order, with the aid of this capital, to plunder foreign countries. Moreover, the export of capital entails important consequences. The various powerful states begin to compete for the possession of those territorial areas or lesser states to which they wish to export capital. But here is another point to which we must draw attention. When capitalists export capital to a foreign land, the risk involved is not that of certain quantities of commodities, but that of immense sums of money running into millions and milliards. Evidently, therefore, there will arise a strong desire to take completely into their hands the lesser countries in which they have invested capital, and to send armies to protect this capital. In the exporting states there thus arises the aspiration to subject these territories to their own governmental authorities, to do so at all hazards, simply to conquer them, to annex them by force. There ensues on the part of various strong, plundering states a competitive invasion of the weak territories, and it is clear that in the long run the marauders must come into mutual collision. Such clashes have actually taken place. In consequence, the export of capital has led to war. We have now some additional points to consider. With the growth of syndicates and the introduction of tariffs, the struggle for markets becomes greatly intensified. Already by the close of the 19th century there was no longer to be found any territory which remained quite free for the export of goods, or any region on which the capitalist had not yet set his foot. A great rise in the price of raw materials was beginning. Metals, wool, timber, coal, and cotton were all growing dearer. During the years immediately preceding the war, there had been a fierce scramble for markets and a struggle for new sources of raw materials. The capitalists were nosing all over the world in quest of new coal mines and new deposits of ore. They were hunting for new markets to which they could export the produce of their metalworks, their weaving mills, and other factories. They wanted a fresh public to plunder. In former days, often enough, the competitors in any country consisted of firms whose competition was peaceful. They remained on tolerably good terms. Under the sway of the banks and the trusts, a great change has taken place. Let us suppose that new deposits of copper have been discovered. They are immediately seized by a bank or a trust, which gets them wholly into its power, monopolizes them. The capitalists of other countries are left to console themselves with the adage, "It's no use crying over spilt milk." The same considerations apply to the struggle for markets. Let us suppose that capital from afar finds its way to a remote colony. The sale of goods is thereupon organized on the grand scale. The business usually falls into the hands of one gigantic firm. Opening branches in the place, it exercises pressure upon the local authorities, endeavoring in this way, and by 1,000 wiles and stratagems, to corner the market, to secure a monopoly, to exclude all competitors. It is obvious that monopolist capital and the magnates of trusts and syndicates must act after their kind. We are not living in the good old times, but in an age of war between monopolist thieves and plunderers. Inevitably, therefore, concurrently with the growth of financial capital, there must occur a great intensification of the struggle for markets and raw materials, and this cannot fail to lead to violent collisions. During the last quarter of the 19th century, the great robber states ruthlessly seized numerous regions belonging to lesser nations. Between 1876 and 1914, the so-called Great Powers annexed approximately 10 million square miles of territory. In other words, they grabbed territory the total area of which is twice as large as that of Europe. The whole world had been partitioned among the big robbers. All other countries have become their colonies, their tributaries, or their slaves. Here are some examples. Great Britain since 1870 has annexed in Asia, Baluchistan, Burma, Wei Highway, and the mainland adjacent to Hong Kong. She has enlarged the Straits settlements. She has acquired Cyprus and British North Borneo. In Australasia and Oceania she has annexed a number of islands, has occupied the eastern part of New Guinea, has annexed a great part of the Solomon Islands, the island of Tonga, etc. Her new possessions in Africa are Egypt, the northern Sudan, Uganda, eastern Equatorial Africa, British Somaliland, Zanzibar and Pemba. She has swallowed up the two Boer republics, has occupied Rhodesia and British Central Africa, has annexed Nigeria, and so on, and so on. France, since 1870, has acquired Annam, conquered Tonkin, annexed Laos, Tunis, Madagascar, large portions of Sahara, Sudan, and the Guinea coast, has acquired areas on the Ivory Coast, in Dahomey, in Somaliland, etc. As a result, at the opening of the 20th century, the French colonies had an area which was nearly 20 times that of the mother country. The British colonies at this date were more than 100 times the size of the mother country. Germany began to participate in the game of grab somewhat later, towards 1884, but within a brief time she was able to secure a considerable share of the spoil. Tsarist Russia has likewise pursued a robber policy on a large scale. Of late years this was principally directed towards Asia, and here a collision with Japan ensued, for Japan was trying to plunder Asia from the other side. Her attitude towards Mexico has been extremely threatening. In the year 1914, the homeland territories of the six great powers amounted in all to about 6 million square miles. The total area of their colonial possessions at the same date was approximately 13 million square miles. It need hardly be said that in the first instance such robberies were effected at the expense of the lesser countries, of those that were unprotected and weak. They were the first to be ruined. Just as in the struggle between the manufacturers and the independent artisans the latter were the first to succumb, so here. The great state trusts, the great capitalists organized for robbery, began by smashing the lesser governments and seizing their possessions. In the world economy, the centralization of capital advanced along the familiar lines. The lesser states were ruined while the large robber states grew richer, larger, and more powerful. As soon as they had annexed the whole world, they began to struggle more fiercely among themselves. It was inevitable that the brigands should now quarrel over the loot, should fight for a redistribution of the world. Giant robber states remained, and a life-and-death combat was to ensue among these survivors. The policy of conquest which financial capital pursues in the struggle for markets, for the sources of raw material, and for places in which capital can be invested, is known as imperialism. Imperialism is born of financial capital. Just as a tiger cannot live upon grass, so financial capital cannot exist without a policy of conquest, spoliation, violence, and war. The essential desire of every one of the financial capitalist state trusts is to dominate the world, to establish a world empire, wherein the small group of capitalists belonging to the victorious nations shall hold undivided sway. The British imperialist, for example, dreams of a Greater Britain which shall rule the whole world, a world in which British trust magnates shall command the labor of Negroes and Russians, Germans and Chinese, Hindus and Armenians, slaves of all colors, black, white, yellow, and red. Britain is not far from the attainment of this ideal. But the more she grabs, the more she wants. The same thing happens with the imperialists of other nations. Russian imperialists dream of a greater Russia, German imperialists dream of a greater Germany, and so on. By these great ones, there is of course practiced a shameless spoliation of all the rest. In this manner, therefore, the reign of financial capital must inevitably hurl all mankind into the bloody abyss of a war for the benefit of bankers and trust magnates, a war which is not fought for a people's own land but for the plunder of other lands, a war that is waged in order that the world may be subjugated by the financial capital of the conquering country. Such was the nature of the First Great World War, during the years 1914 to 1918. 28. Militarism. The rule of financial capital, of the bank barons and the trust magnates, finds expression in another phenomenon of the utmost importance, namely, in the unprecedented growth of expenditure on armaments upon army, navy, and air force. The reason for this is obvious. In earlier days no brigand ever dreamed of world dominion. Now, however, the thoughts of the imperialists are seriously turned in this direction. Never before was there a contest between such monstrously strong state trusts. It is as an outcome of this new situation that the states have armed to the teeth. The great powers, professional robbers, kept their eyes on one another, for each dreaded lest his neighbor should attack him in rear. Every great power finds it necessary to maintain an army, not only for colonial service, not only for the repression of the workers, but in addition for the fight with fellow brigands. If any of the powers introduces some new system of armaments, the other powers eagerly endeavor to outdo the advance, for they fear to be left behind in the race. Thus ensues a mad rivalry in armaments, each state trying to outdo the rest. Gigantic enterprises are formed, the trusts of the cannon kings Putilov, Krupp, Armstrong, Vickers, etc. The armament trusts make enormous profits. They are in league with the general staffs of the armies. They endeavor to throw fuel on the flames, to promote opportunities for conflict, seeing that the size of their profits depends upon war. Such was the crazy picture presented by capitalist society just before the Great War. The state trusts were bristling with bayonets, on land, at sea, and in the air. Everything had been made ready for the world struggle. In the various national budgets, the military and naval estimates assumed an ever larger place. In Britain, for example, in 1875 the expenditure for war purposes comprised 386% of the annual estimates for all purposes, this being not much more than one-third. By 1907-8, the proportion had risen to 486%, nearly half. In the USA, the proportion of national expenditure upon war purposes for the year 1908 was 569%, this being considerably more than half. It was the same in other lands. Prussian militarism flourished in all the great state trusts. The armament kings were filling their treasuries. The whole world was hastening at an accelerating pace towards the bloodiest of all wars, towards the World War of Imperialism. Of exceptional interest was the armament rivalry between the British and the German bourgeoisies. In the year 1912, England decided to lay down 3 superdreadnoughts for every 2 laid down by Germany. In 1913, according to the naval estimates, the German North Sea Fleet was to contain 17 dreadnoughts as against 21 British dreadnoughts. In 1916, the number was to be 26 German and 36 British, and so on. The expenditure upon army and navy increased as follows, graph here. Millions of pounds sterling. 1888-1908. Russia 2147. France 3041.5. Germany 1840.5. Austria-Hungary 1020. Italy 7.512. Britain 1528. Japan 0.79. USA 1020. In the course of 20 years the expenditure had been doubled. In the case of Japan it had been multiplied by 13. The armament dance became even more lively shortly before the war. France expended for war purposes £450 million in 1910, and £74 million in 1914. Germany spent £47,800,000 in 1906, and £94,300,000 in 1914. that is to say, the expenditure was doubled in 8 years. Even more extraordinary was the British expenditure. In 1900 this amounted to £49,900,000. In 1910 it was already £69,400,000. In 1914, the figures were £80 million. In the year 1913 the naval expenditure of Britain alone amounted to a larger sum than the total of what all the powers had spent upon their fleets in 1886. As regards Tsarist Russia, in the year 1892 the country spent upon armaments £29,300,000. In 1902, £42,100,000. In 1906, £52,900,000. In the year 1914 the Russian war budget amounted to £97,500,000. Expenditure upon war purposes swallowed an enormous proportion of the national revenue. In the case of Russia, for example, 1/3 of the budgeted sum was devoted to armaments. Indeed, if we take loans into account, the proportion was even greater. Here are the figures. For every £100 spent in Tsarist Russia, there were spent upon army, navy, and interest on loans 40.14. Upon education 3.86, 13th part. Upon agriculture 4.06, 10th part. Upon administration, justice, diplomacy, railway service, industry and commerce, Department of Finance, etc. 51.94. Total £100. The budgets of other states were of the same character. Look at democratic Britain, for instance. In the year 1904, for every £100 spent, there were spent upon army and navy 53.8, in all 76.3. Upon interest upon national debt, and upon sinking funds 22.5. Upon civil service generally 23.7. Total £100. 29. The Imperialist War of 1914 to 1918. It was inevitable that the imperialist policy of the great powers should sooner or later bring them into collision. Indisputably, the game of grab played by all the great powers was the real cause of the war. Only an idiot can continue to believe that the war took place because the Serbs killed the Austrian crown prince, or because the Germans invaded Belgium. At the outset, there was much dispute as to who was responsible for the catastrophe. The German capitalists maintained that Russia was the aggressor, whereas the Russians proclaimed everywhere that Germany began it. In Britain the word went round that the British had entered the struggle on behalf of gallant little Belgium. In France, everyone was writing, screaming, and singing to prove how gloriously France was behaving in defense of the heroic Belgian nation. Simultaneously in Austria and Germany it was being trumpeted that these two countries were repelling a Cossack invasion and were waging a purely defensive war. From first to last, this was all nonsense. It was a fraud upon the workers. The fraud was necessary to enable the bourgeoisie to force their soldiers into battle. It was not the first time that the bourgeoisie had used such methods. We have previously seen that the trust magnates introduced high tariffs in order that, while plundering their fellow countrymen, they could more readily conquer the foreign market. For them, therefore, the customs duties were a means of attack. But the bourgeoisie insisted that the duties were imposed in order to protect home industry. The same thing happened in the case of the war. The essence of the imperialist war, which was to subject the world to the yoke of financial capital, lay in this, that in it all were aggressors. Today this is as clear can be. The lackeys of Tsardom declared that they were defending themselves. But when the November Revolution opened the ministerial archives and when the secret treaties were published, documentary evidence was furnished that both the Tsar and Kerensky, in concert with the British and the French, were carrying on the war for the sake of the spoils, that they wanted to seize Constantinople, to plunder Turkey and Persia, and to steal Galicia from Austria. These things are now as plain as that 2 and 2 make 4. The German imperialists were also in the end unmasked. Think of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, think of the plunderings in Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Finland. The German Revolution has likewise led to many disclosures. We have learned from documentary evidence that Germany was ready to attack for the sake of loot, and that she had designed to seize vast quantities of foreign territories and colonies. What about the noble allies? They, too, have been fully unmasked. No one can believe in their nobility after the Versailles Treaty. They have stripped Germany bare. They have demanded a war indemnity of 12.5 milliards. They have taken the whole German fleet and all the German colonies. They have seized most of the locomotives and the milch cows as earnest for the indemnity. They have ravaged Russia in the north and in the south. They, too, have been fighting for plunder. The communist Bolsheviks said all this at the very outset of the war. But at that time few believed them. Today, everyone outside a lunatic asylum can see that it is true. Financial capital is a greedy and bloodthirsty robber, no matter what the nationality of the capitalists may be. It is all the same whether they are Russians, Germans, Frenchmen, Englishmen, Japanese, or Americans. We see, then, that when we are talking of the imperialist war, it is absurd to say that one imperialist is guilty and that another is blameless, to say that some imperialists were the aggressors and that others were on the defensive. All such assertions are made only in order to fool the workers. In actual fact, the powers had all begun with aggressions upon the lesser peoples in whose lands they established their colonies. They all entertained designs of worldwide plunder. In every land alike, the capitalists hoped to subject the whole world to the financial capital of their own country. Once it had started, the war could not fail to be a world war. The reason is plain. Almost all the world had been partitioned among the great powers, and the powers were intimately connected by the ties of a worldwide economic system. It is not surprising, therefore, that the war should involve all countries, should affect both hemispheres. Britain, France, Italy, Belgium, Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, Montenegro, Japan, the United States, China, and a dozen petty states were drawn into the bloody vortex. The total population of the world is somewhere near 1,500 millions. The whole of this vast population suffered directly or indirectly from the miseries of the war, which was imposed upon them by a small group of capitalist criminals. Never before had the world seen such immense armies as were now marshaled, never before has it known such monstrous instruments of death and destruction. Nor had the world ever witnessed such an irresistible mass of capital. Britain and France forced into the service of their money bags, not only those who were British and French by birth, but to addition the thousands upon thousands of black-skinned and yellow-skinned colonial slaves. The civilized robbers did not hesitate to enroll cannibals among their soldiery, when cannibals were forthcoming. All this was done in the name of the most exalted ideals. The War of 1914 had its prototypes in the colonial wars. Of this character were the following: the campaigns of the civilized powers against China, the Spanish-American War, the Russo-Japanese War in the year 1904, on account of Korea, Port Arthur, Manchuria, etc., the Tripolitan Campaign of Italy in 1912, the Boer War at the turn of the century, when democratic England brutally crushed the two South African republics. There were several occasions when a gigantic international conflagration threatened. The partition of Africa nearly led to war between Britain and France, the Fashoda incident. Germany and France were embroiled over Morocco. Tsarist Russia at one time almost went to war with Britain in connection with the partition of Central Asia. At the beginning of the World War, the conflict of interests between England and Germany concerning territorial predominance in Africa, Asia Minor, and the Balkans came to the front. Events worked out in this way, that the allies of Britain were, first of all, France, which hoped to wrest Alsace-Lorraine from Germany, and secondly Russia, in search of profiteering opportunities in the Balkans and Galicia. The robber imperialism of Germany secured its chief ally in Austria-Hungary. American imperialism entered the conflict comparatively late, after watching for a time how the European powers were exhausting themselves by their struggles. In addition to militarism, one of the most abominable methods employed in the rivalry between the imperialist powers is secret diplomacy, which avails itself of secret treaties and plots, and which does not shrink from the use of the assassin's knife and the dynamiter's bomb. The real aims of the imperialist war were embodied in the secret treaties between Britain, France, and Russia, on the one hand, and between Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria, on the other. It is manifest that secret agents of the Entente were privy to the assassination of the Austrian Crown Prince, which occurred 5 weeks before the war. On the other hand, German diplomacy was by no means disconcerted by the murder. For example, Rohrbach, the German imperialist, wrote, "We may deem ourselves fortunate that the great anti-German conspiracy declared itself before the appointed time through the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand." 2 years later, the war would have been far more difficult. The German provocative agents would have been perfectly willing to murder the German Crown Prince in order to bring about the war, nor would British, French, or Russian secret agents have shrunk from the assassination of this same prince. 30. State capitalism and the classes. The conduct of the imperialist war was differentiated from that of all previous wars, not only by the dimensions of the conflict and by its devastating effects, but in addition by the fact that in every country actively engaged in the imperialist war the whole of economic life had to be subordinated to war purposes. In former conflicts the bourgeoisie could carry them on merely by providing funds. The World War, however, attained such huge proportions and affected such highly developed countries that money alone did not suffice. It became essential in this war that the steel foundries should devote themselves entirely to the making of heavy guns, whose caliber was continually being enlarged, that coals should be mined for war purposes alone, that metals, textiles, hides, everything, should be employed in war service. Naturally, therefore, the greatest hope of victory was for whichever of the state capitalist trusts could best harness production and transport to the chariot of war. How was this to be achieved? Manifestly, the only way in which it could be achieved was by the complete centralization of production. It would be necessary to arrange things in such a way that production would go on smoothly, that it would be well organized, that it would be entirely under the control of the fighters, that is to say of the general staff, that all the orders of those wearing epaulets and stars would be punctually carried out. How could the bourgeoisie do this? The matter was quite simple. To that end it was necessary that the bourgeoisie should place private production, privately owned trusts and syndicates, at the disposal of the capitalist robber state. This is what they did for the duration of the war. Industry was mobilized and militarized, that is to say, it was placed under the orders of the state and of the military authorities. But how, some of our readers will ask. In that way the bourgeoisie would surely forfeit its income? That would be nationalization. When everything has been handed over to the state, where will the bourgeoisie come in? And how will the capitalists reconcile themselves to such a condition of affairs? It is an actual fact that the bourgeoisie agreed to the arrangement. But there is nothing very remarkable in that, for the privately owned syndicates and trusts were not handed over to the workers' state, but to the imperialist state, the state which belonged to the bourgeoisie. Was there anything to alarm the bourgeoisie in such a prospect? The capitalists simply transferred their possessions from one pocket to another. The possessions remained as large as ever. We must never forget the class character of the state. The state must not be conceived as constituting a third power standing above the classes. From head to foot it is a class organization. Under the dictatorship of the workers it is a working class organization. Under the dominion of the bourgeoisie it is just as definitely an economic organization as is a trust or a syndicate. We see, then, that when the bourgeoisie handed over the privately owned syndicates and trusts to the state, it handed them over to its own state, to the robber capitalist state, and not to the proletarian state. Consequently, it had nothing to lose by the change. Is it not precisely the same thing to a manufacturer, whom we may call Schultz or Smith, whether he receives his profits from the counting house of a syndicate or from a state bank? Far from losing by the change, the bourgeoisie actually gained. There was a gain because, through the state centralization of industry, the war machine was enabled to work to better effect, and there was a greater chance of winning the war of rapine. It is not surprising, therefore, that in nearly all capitalist countries there took place during the war a development of state capitalism in the place of the capitalism of private syndicates or trusts. Germany, for example, gained many successes and was able for a lengthy period to resist attack from enemies of a greatly superior strength, simply because the German bourgeoisie was so successful in the organization of its state capitalism. The change to state capitalism was effected in various ways. In most cases, a state monopoly of production and trade was instituted. This implied that production and trade were placed wholly in the hands of the bourgeois state. Sometimes the transformation was not effected all at once, but by installments. This took place when the state merely bought some of the shares of the syndicate or trust. An enterprise in which this had taken place was half private and half a state affair, but the bourgeois state held the leading strings. Furthermore, even when certain enterprises remained in private hands, they were often subjected to governmental control. Some enterprises were by special legislation forced to buy their raw materials from certain others, while the latter had to sell to the former in specified quantities and at fixed prices. The state prescribed working methods, specified what materials were to be used, and rationed these materials. Thus, in place of private capitalism, state capitalism came into being. Under state capitalism, instead of the separate organizations of the bourgeoisie, there now flourishes a united organization, the state organization. Down to the time of the war, there existed in any capitalist country the state organization of the bourgeoisie, and there also existed separately from the state large numbers of bourgeois organizations, such as syndicates, trusts, societies of entrepreneurs, landowners' organizations, political parties, journalists' unions, learned societies, artists' clubs, the church, societies for the clergy, Boy Scouts and Cadet Corps, White Guard organizations of youth, private detective bureaus, etc. Under state capitalism, all these separate organizations fuse with the bourgeois state. They become, as it were, state departments, and they work in accordance with a general plan, subject to the high command. In the mines and factories they do whatever is ordered by the general staff. They write in the newspapers under the orders of the general staff. They preach in the churches whatever will be useful to the robbers of the general staff. Their pictures, their books, and their poems are produced under the orders of the general staff. They invent machinery, weapons, poison gas, etc., to meet the needs of the general staff. In this manner, the whole of life is militarized in order to secure for the bourgeoisie the continued receipt of its filthy lucre. State capitalism signifies an enormous accession of strength to the great bourgeoisie. Just as under the working class dictatorship, in the worker state, the working class is more powerful in proportion as the Soviet authority, the trade unions, the Communist Party, etc., work more harmoniously together, so under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie the capitalist class is strong in proportion to the success with which all the bourgeois organizations pull together. State capitalism, centralizing all these organizations, converting them all into the instruments of a single, united organization, contributes immensely to the power of capital. Bourgeois dictatorship attains its climax in state capitalism. State capitalism flourished during the war in all the large capitalist countries. In Tsarist Russia, too, it began to make its way, in the form of war industry committees, monopolies, etc. Subsequently, however, the Russian bourgeoisie, alarmed by the Revolution of March, 1917, became afraid lest productive industry should pass into the hands of the proletariat together with the state authority. For this reason, after the March Revolution, the bourgeoisie did not merely refrain from attempts to organize production, but positively sabotaged industry. We see that state capitalism, far from putting an end to exploitation, actually increases the power of the bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, the Scheidemanites in Germany, and social solidarians in other lands, have contended that this forced labor is socialism. As soon, they say, as everything is in the hands of the state, socialism will be realized. They failed to see that in such a system the state is not a proletarian state, since it is in the hands of those who are the malicious and deadly enemies of the proletariat. State capitalism uniting and organizing the bourgeoisie, increasing the power of capitalism, has, of course, greatly weakened the working class. Under state capitalism, the workers became the white slaves of the capitalist state. They were deprived of the right to strike. They were mobilized and militarized. Everyone who raised his voice against the war was hauled before the courts and sentenced as a traitor. In many countries, the workers were deprived of all freedom of movement, being forbidden to transfer from one enterprise to another. Free wage workers were reduced to serfdom. They were doomed to perish on the battlefields, not on behalf of their own cause but on behalf of that of their enemies. They were doomed to work themselves to death, not for their own sake or for that of their comrades or their children, but for the sake of their oppressors. 31. The collapse of capitalism and the classes. In this manner, at the outset, the war contributed to the centralization and organization of the capitalist economy. That which the syndicates, the banks, the trusts, and the combined undertakings had not yet fully achieved was speedily finished by state capitalism. It created a network out of all the organs regulating production and distribution. Thus it prepared the ground even more fully than before for the time when the proletariat would be able to take the now centralized large-scale production into its own hands. It was inevitable that the war, whose burden pressed so heavily on the working class, should in due course lead to a rising of the proletarian masses. The leading characteristic of the war was that it was murderous to an unparalleled degree. The levying of troops advanced with giant strides. The proletariat was positively decimated on the battlefields. The reports show that down to March 1917, the number of dead, wounded, and missing totaled 25 millions. By January 1, 1918, the number of the killed had been approximately 8 millions. If we assume the average weight of a soldier to 750 pounds, this means that between August 1, 1914, and January 1, 1918, the capitalists had brought to market 1,200 million pounds of putrid human flesh. To estimate the real loss on human beings, we must add a few millions permanently invalid. Considering syphilis alone, this disease has been diffused by the war to an almost incredible extent, so that infection is now nearly universal. In consequence of the war, people have become far less fit physically. The most healthy, the most effective elements, those which formed the flower of the nations, have been destroyed. It need hardly be said that the brunt of the losses was borne by the workers and the peasants. In the great centers of the warring states we can find whole communities of those who have been crippled and monstrously mutilated. Men whose faces have been shot away, wearing masks, sit in misery as living tokens to the delights of bourgeois civilization. The proletariat, however, was not simply massacred at the front. In addition, intolerable burdens were laid upon the shoulders of those who remained alive. The war necessitated a frenzied expenditure. At the very time when the factory owners were piling up immense profits which became distinctively known as war profits, the workers were being subjected to heavy taxation for war purposes. The cost of the war continued to increase beyond measure. In the autumn of 1979, at the Peace Conference, the French Minister for Finance declared that the war had cost the belligerents more than 1 trillion francs. The significance of such figures is far from easy to grasp. In former days, the number of miles between one star and another was stated in similar terms. Now they are used to figure out the cost of these years of criminal slaughter. 1 trillion is 1,000,000 millions. Such has been the upshot of the war devised by the capitalists. According to another estimate, the cost of the war was as follows: graph here. Millions of pound. Cost of the first year of war 9,100. Cost of the second year of war 13,650. Cost of the third year of war 20,470. Cost of the first half of the fourth year, the last 5 months of 1917, 15,350. Total 58,570 pound millions. Subsequently, the costs of the war increased even more, attaining figures astounding in their magnitude. Vast sums have to be raised in order to meet these costs. Naturally, therefore, the capitalist states have already begun to impose heavy burdens on the working class, either by direct taxation, or by taxes on articles of consumption, or, finally, in order to make the bourgeoisie to contribute by a deliberate advance in the price of goods from patriotic motives. Prices have continued to rise. But the manufacturers, and especially those who have been manufacturing things wanted for the war, have pocketed unheard of gains. The Russian manufacturers were able to secure more than double the previous dividends, and in certain undertakings the profits were positively fabulous. Here are some of the figures. The naphtha firm of the Myrosyev brothers paid 40%, Danshevsky Ltd., 30%, the Kalfa tobacco factory, 30%, and so on. In Germany, during the years 1913 and 1914, the net profits in 4 branches of industry, namely chemical works, explosives, metal works, and motor car works, amounted to 133 millions. During the years 1915 and 1916, the total profits in the same branches amounted to 259 millions, practically double. In the United States, the profits of the Steel Trust during the first half of 1916 were 3 times as great as the profits during the first half of 1915. The total profits of the trust in 1915 were $98 million. In the year 1917 they were $478 million. Dividends of 200% were several times declared. Many more examples could be given. There was a similar huge increase in banking profits. During the war, the small fry among the manufacturers were ruined, whilst the big sharks were incredibly enriched. As for the proletariat, this fell under the yoke of taxes and rising prices. The chief articles produced during the war were shrapnel, shells, high explosives, heavy guns, tanks, aeroplanes, poison gas, gunpowder, etc. An incredible quantity of these requisites was manufactured. In the United States, new towns grew up like mushrooms round the powder factories. The owners of the new powder factories, in their eagerness for profits, conducted work so carelessly that explosions were common. Of course, the manufacturers of munitions made huge profits, so that their businesses flourished amazingly. But as far as the common people were concerned, matters grew continually worse. Things of real value, such as can be eaten, worn, etc., were produced in ever-diminishing quantities. With powder and shot people can shoot and can destroy, but powder and shot are of no use for food or clothing. The whole strength of the belligerents was, however, devoted to the production of powder and other instruments of death. The production of ordinary utilities was increasingly reduced. The workers were drafted into the armies, and productive industry was entirely turned to the purposes of war. There was continually a greater dearth of useful goods. Hence arose shortage of food and exorbitant prices. Lack of bread, lack of coal, lack of all useful goods, and moreover a worldwide lack in conjunction with worldwide exhaustion, such were the main consequences of the criminal imperialist war. Here are a few examples from different countries. In France during the opening years of the war, agricultural production diminished as follows. Graph here. Quintals. 1914-1916. Grain 42,272,615,300,500. Root crops 46,639,015,860,000. Plants used for industrial purposes 59,429,020,448,000. In Britain the reserves of iron ore fell off as follows. In the end of 1912 the reserves were 241,000 tons. In the end of 1913 the reserves were 138,000 tons. In the end of 1914 the reserves were 108,000 tons. In the end of 1915 the reserves were 113,000 tons. In the end of 1916 the reserves were 3,000 tons. In the end of 1917 the reserves were 600 tons. In other words, the reserves of iron ore were practically exhausted by the end of 1917. In Germany the production of cast iron was as follows. 1913 19,300,000 tons. 1916 13,300,000 tons. 1917 13,100,000 tons. 1918 10 million tons. Owing to the lack of coal, the condition of industry throughout the world was desperate. In Central and Western Europe, the main provider of coal was Britain. In Britain, by the middle of 1918, the production of coal was reduced by 13%. Already in 1917, the principal industries were practically without supplies of coal. Electrical works were receiving only 1/6 of the coal they needed, while textile undertakings were receiving only 1/11 of the pre-war supply. At the time of the peace conference at Versailles, nearly all the countries in the world were affected by a terrible coal crisis. Factories were closed down for lack of fuel, and the railway services were reduced. An extensive disorganization of industry and transport ensued. The same thing happened in Russia. In 1917, the war had led to very bad conditions in the matter of coal supply. The industries of the Moscow district required 12 million poods of coal per month, 61 poods equals 1 ton. Kerensky's administration promised to supply 6 million poods, half the normal amount. The actual supplies were as follows. January 1917 1,800,000 poods. February 1917 1,300,000 poods. March 1917 800,000 poods. It is not surprising that Russian industry, far from displaying a tremendous expansion, was almost arrested. Here, as throughout the world, the ruin of capitalism was beginning. In 1917, under the Kerensky regime, the closure of factories attained the following dimensions. Month number of undertakings, number of workers employed. March 746,646. April 55 2,816. May 108 8,701. June 125 38,455. July 206 47,754. Ruin was advancing with giant strides. If we wish to consider the rise in prices that resulted in part from scarcity, and in part from the inflation of the currency, it suffices to turn to Britain, which of all the original belligerents was least affected by the war. Here are the average prices of 5 of the chief articles of diet: tea, sugar, butter, bread, and meat. Tea and sugar, bread, meat and butter. Average prices 1901 to 1905 500 300. End of July, 1914 579 350. End of January, 1915 786 413. End of January, 1916 946 465. End of January, 1917 1310 561. End of January, 1918 1221 681. End of May, 1918 1247 777. Thus, in the course of the war, even in Britain, prices were more than doubled, and the increase in wages was very far from keeping pace with the increase in the cost of living. In other countries, conditions were very much worse. They were especially bad in Russia, where the war proved positively ruinous, and where the country was reduced to the position of a tattered beggar dependent upon the favor of the lords of capital. In the United States, which was even less affected by the war than Britain, between 1913 and 1918 the prices of 15 leading products increased by 160%, while during the same period the rise in wages was only 80%. At length, even production for war purposes began to languish for lack of coal, steel, and other essentials. In every land, the United States alone excepted, poverty was rife, hunger, cold, and ruin were advancing all over the globe. It need hardly be said that the chief sufferers from all these evils were the members of the working class, who thereupon attempted to protest. Upon them, now, war was declared, a war waged with the whole strength of the bourgeois robber states. In every land, in republican countries just as much as in monarchical, the working class was subjected to unexampled persecutions. The workers were not only deprived of the right to strike, but the slightest movement of protest was ruthlessly suppressed. In this way, the dominion of capitalism led to civil war between the classes. The resolution of the Third International concerning the White Terror gives a striking picture of the persecution of the workers during the war. It runs as follows. At the very outset of the war, the ruling classes who on the battlefields have slaughtered more than 10 million men and have crippled and mutilated a vast number in addition instituted in internal affairs a regime of bloody dictatorship, a bourgeois dictatorship. In Russia, the Tsarist government shot and hanged the workers, organized anti-Jewish pogroms, and stifled every protest. The Austrian government savagely suppressed the risings of the peasants and the workers in Ukraine and Bohemia. The British bourgeoisie butchered some of the finest representatives of the Irish people. The German imperialists breathed threatenings and slaughter, and the insurgent bluejackets were the first victims of their brutal wrath. In France, the authorities shot down the Russian soldiers who refused to defend the financial interests of the French bankers. In the United States, the bourgeoisie lynched the internationalists, sentenced many of the best proletarians to 20 years imprisonment, and shot down workers on strike. The capitalist system was breaking down. The anarchy of production had led to the war, and this had induced an enormous accentuation of the class conflict. Thus the war led to the revolution. Capitalism was beginning to disintegrate in two fundamental ways. Refer to 13. The era of the collapse of capitalism had set in. Let us examine this collapse more closely. Capitalist society was constructed upon one model throughout. A factory was organized just like a government office or like a division of the imperial army. At the top were the rich who commanded, at the bottom were the poor, the workers and the salariat, who obeyed, in between were the superintending engineers, the non-commissioned officers, the foremen, the higher grade employees, etc. It follows, therefore, that capitalist society can maintain itself in being so long only as the private soldier, drawn from the ranks of the workers, obeys the orders of the officer, drawn from the aristocracy, the landed gentry, or the wealthier bourgeoisie, so long only as in the government offices the subordinates obey the orders of their wealthy chiefs, and so long only as in the factories the workers continue to obey the highly paid managers or the factory owners who live upon surplus value. But as soon as the working masses realize that they are nothing but pawns in the hands of their enemies, the ties are broken that bind the private soldier to the service of the officer, and that bind the worker to the service of the factory owner. The workers cease to attend to the orders of the factory owner, the private soldiers cease to attend to the orders of their officers, the civil servants cease to attend to the orders of their chiefs. Then begins the period in which the old discipline is relaxed, that discipline which enabled the rich to rule the poor, which enabled the bourgeoisie to fleece the workers. This period will inevitably continue until the new class, the proletariat, has subjugated the bourgeoisie, has forced the bourgeoisie to serve the workers, has established a new discipline. Such a condition of affairs, in which the old order has been destroyed and the new order has not yet been created, can be ended in no other way than by the complete victory of the proletariat in the Civil War. 32. The Civil War. Civil war is an extremely intensified class war, and it occurs when the class war has led to revolution. The imperialist world war between the two groups of bourgeois states, the war waged for the repartition of the world, was carried on by the slaves of capital. It imposed such heavy burdens upon the workers that the class war was transformed into a civil war fought by the oppressed against their oppressors, the war which Marx had declared to be the only just war. It was perfectly natural that capitalism should culminate in civil war, that the imperialist war between the bourgeois states should lead to a war between the classes. Our party foretold this development at the very outset of the war, in the year 1914, when no one dreamed of revolution. Nevertheless, it was manifest that the intolerable burdens which the war imposed upon the working class must lead to an insurrection of the proletariat. It was, moreover, perfectly clear that the bourgeoisie could not possibly ensure a lasting peace, for the conflict of interests between the various groups of plunderers was too vital. Our predictions have been entirely fulfilled. After the terrible years of war, brutality, and devastation, a civil war against the oppressors began. This civil war was opened by the Russian revolutions of March and November 1917. It was continued by the Finnish Revolution, the Hungarian Revolution, the Austrian Revolution, and the German Revolution. Revolutions in other countries have begun. The bourgeoisies cannot bring about a lasting peace. The Allies overcame Germany in November 1918. The robbers' Peace of Versailles was signed many months later, but no one knows when the final settlement will be effected. It is plain to all that the Peace of Versailles is not lasting. Quarrels have already broken out between the Yugoslavs and the Italians, between the Poles and the Czechoslovaks, between the Poles and the Lithuanians, between the Latvians and the Germans. In addition, all the bourgeois states have combined to attack the Republic of the victorious Russian workers. Thus the imperialist war is ending in a civil war, of which the inevitable outcome will be the victory of the proletariat. The civil war is not the result of any party's caprice. Its coming has been no chance matter. The civil war is a manifestation of the revolution, and the revolution was absolutely inevitable because the robber war of the imperialists had opened the eyes of the broad masses of the workers. To think that the revolution can take place without civil war is equivalent to thinking that there can be a peaceful revolution. Anyone who believes this, as the Mensheviks who utter laments concerning the hurtfulness of civil war believe it, is turning away from Marx to those antediluvian socialists who imagine that the factory owners can be talked over. We might just as well hope by petting a tiger to persuade the animal to live upon grass and to leave cattle alone. Marx was an advocate of the civil war, that is to say, the fight of the armed proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Writing with reference to the Paris Commune, the rising of the Parisian workers in the year 1871, Marx declares that the communards had not been sufficiently resolute. He uses reproachful terms in the manifesto of the First International. The Civil War in France. We read, even the sergeants de ville, instead of being disarmed and locked up, as ought to have been done, found the gates of Paris flung wide open, for their safe retreat to Versailles. The men of the Party of Order, this was the name then given to the counter-revolutionaries, were not only left unharmed, they were allowed to rally and quietly to seize more than one stronghold in the very heart of Paris, in its reluctance to continue the civil war opened by Thiers, the French counterpart of Denikin. The Central Committee made a grave mistake. It was urgently necessary to attack Versailles, to put an end, once for all, to the plots of Thiers and the rurals. Instead of this, the Party of Order was again allowed to test its strength at the ballot box, in the communal elections of March 26. Here Marx clearly advocates the armed suppression of the counter-revolution. He advocates civil war. Engels, too, wrote as follows: would the Commune of Paris have held its ground for a single day unless it had put its trust in the authority of the armed people against the bourgeoisie? Have we not, rather, the right to blame the Commune for having made so little use of its powers of compulsion? And this is how Engels defines the term revolution. A revolution is an act in which one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and artillery. We see that the leaders of socialism took a very serious view of revolution. They understood that the proletariat cannot peacefully persuade the bourgeoisie. They understood that the workers must impose their will by means of victory in a civil war fought with rifles, bayonets, and artillery. Civil war ranges one against another, with arms in their hands, the two classes of capitalist society, the two classes whose interests are diametrically opposed. The fact that capitalist society is split up into two parts, that it essentially consists of at least two distinct societies, this fact is obscured at ordinary times. For what reason? Because the slaves passively obey their masters. But in time of civil war this passive obedience comes to an end, and the oppressed portion of society rises against the oppressors. It is obvious that in such circumstances the classes cannot possibly live harmoniously side by side. The army splits up into white guards consisting of the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, the richer members of the professional classes, and so on, and red guards consisting of workers and peasants. It is now impossible that there should be a parliament of any sort in which factory owners and workers sit together. How can they meet peacefully in parliament when they are shooting one another in the streets? In time of civil war, class takes up arms against class. This is why the struggle can only end through a victory of one of the two classes. It cannot end in an agreement, or in any sort of compromise. Such a view has been fully confirmed by the experience of civil war in Russia and elsewhere, Germany and Hungary. There must speedily ensue a dictatorship, either of the proletariat or of the bourgeoisie. Government by the middle classes and their parties, the Social Revolutionary Party, the Menshevik Party, etc., is merely a bridge by which we pass to one side or the other. When the Soviet government of Hungary was overthrown with the aid of the Mensheviks, its place was taken for a brief space by a coalition, but then an absolutist reactionary government was established. From time to time the Constitutional Social Revolutionary Party would come to the top in Ufa, Transvolga, or Siberia, but within 24 hours it was always overthrown by Admiral Kolchak, who was supported by the great capitalists and the landlords. This meant the establishment of a landlord-capitalist dictatorship instead of a worker-peasant dictatorship. A decisive victory over the enemy and the realization of the dictatorship of the proletariat, such will be the inevitable outcome of the worldwide civil war. 33. The forms of civil war and its costs. The epoch of civil wars was ushered in by the Russian Revolution, itself no more than the herald, the beginning, of a revolution that will be general and worldwide. The revolution began earlier in Russia than elsewhere because in Russia the decomposition of capitalism set in earlier. The Russian bourgeoisie and the Russian landowning class hoped for the conquest of Constantinople and Galicia. In conjunction with their allies, they participated in the cooking of the hell's broth of 1914 through their weakness and lack of organization. They were the first to collapse, so that chaos and famine appeared in Russia earlier than elsewhere. For that reason, it was especially easy for the Russian proletariat to deal with its class enemies. This is why the Russian workers were the first to gain a decisive victory, the first to establish their dictatorship. We must not infer that the Russian Communist Revolution is the most thoroughgoing revolution in the world, nor must we infer that the less developed capitalism is in any country, the more revolutionary will be that country and the nearer to communism. The logical consequence of such a view would be that the complete realization of socialism would first occur in China, Persia, Turkey, and other countries where practically no proletariat has as yet come into existence. Were this the case, the teaching of Marx would be completely falsified. Anyone who reasons thus is confusing two things: on the one hand, the beginning of the revolution, on the other hand, its character, its degree of thoroughness. The revolution began earlier in Russia owing to the immaturity and weakness of capitalist development in that country. But precisely because of that immaturity and weakness, precisely because Russia is a backward country where the proletariat is in a minority, where there is a large number of petty traders, and so on, it is difficult for us to organize an integral communist economy. In England the revolution will come later. But there the proletariat, after its victory, will organize communism more swiftly. In Britain the proletariat constitutes a very large majority of the population. The workers are accustomed to collective labor. Production is highly centralized. That is why the revolution will come later in England, but why, when it comes, it will be more highly developed, more far-reaching than ours. Many persons have supposed that the ferocious character of our civil war is due to the backwardness of our country, or to some peculiar Asiatic traits. The opponents of revolution in Western Europe are in the habit of saying that Asiatic socialism flourishes in Russia, and that in civilized lands a revolutionary change will be effected without atrocities. Obviously, this is all nonsense. Where capitalist development is far advanced, the resistance of the bourgeoisie will be more stubborn. The intelligentsia, the professional classes, the technicians, the managing engineers, the army officers, etc., are more strongly solidarized with capital, and are for that reason far more hostile to communism. In such countries, therefore, the civil war will inevitably assume a more savage form than in Russia. The course of the German Revolution has actually proved that the war assumes harsher forms in countries where capitalist development is farther advanced. Those who complain of the Bolshevist terror forget that the bourgeoisie sticks at nothing for the protection of its money bags. With reference to this matter, the resolution passed by the First Congress of the Third International runs as follows. When the imperialist war was beginning to be transformed into civil war, and when for the governing class, the greatest criminals known to history, the danger was imminent that its merciless regime would collapse, its brutality grew greater than ever. Russian generals, living embodiments of the Tsarist system, organized the shooting down of the workers on a large scale, and continued to do this with the direct or indirect connivance of the traitors to socialism. When the Social Revolutionary Party and the Menshevik Party were in power, the prisons were filled with thousands of workers and peasants, and the generals had entire regiments shot for disobedience. Krasnov and Denikin, with the kind cooperation of the Allied governments, have slaughtered the workers by tens of thousands, hanging them, or shooting every 10th man. As a deterrent, they often leave whole rows of gibbeted corpses hanging for 3 days. In Ural and Transvolga, the bands of Czechoslovak White Guards have cut off prisoners' hands and feet, have drowned prisoners in the Volga, have buried them alive. In Siberia, the generals have slaughtered communists by the thousand and have butchered innumerable workers and peasants. The German and Austrian bourgeois made an open display of their bestial tendencies in Ukraine, where they hanged on portable iron gallows the workers and peasants whom they had robbed, and hanged communists who were their own fellow countrymen, our Austrian and German comrades. In Finland, one of the homes of bourgeois democracy, they helped the Finnish bourgeois to shoot from 13,000 to 14,000 proletarians, and to torture more than 15,000 to death in the prisons. In Helsingfors, wishing to protect themselves from machine gun fire, they drove women and children in front of their ranks. Thanks to their aid, the Finnish White Guards and their Swedish assistants were able to enjoy this orgy of blood when they had conquered the Finnish proletariat. In Tammerfors, they compelled women and children to dig their own graves before being slaughtered. In Viborg, they killed thousands of Russians, men, women, and children. Within their own frontiers, the German bourgeois and the German Social Democrats manifested an even greater degree of reactionary violence. Risings of the communist workers were drowned in blood. Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg were brutally murdered. The Spartacist workers were massacred. The flag under which the bourgeoisie marches is the flag of the White Terror, the mass terror, and the individual terror. We see the same picture in other lands. In democratic Switzerland, everything is ready for the punishment of the workers should they dare to infringe capitalist law. In America, it would seem that the prison, lynch law, and the electric chair are the chosen symbols of democracy and freedom. In Hungary and Britain, in Czechoslovakia and Poland, everywhere it is the same. The bourgeois assassins do not shrink from the most atrocious actions. In the hope of strengthening their regime, they encourage jingoism, and they organize abominable anti-Jewish pogroms, even worse than those which used to be organized by the Tsarist police, when the Polish reactionaries and the socialist rabble murdered the representatives of the Russian Red Cross. This was but an additional drop in the ocean of crimes and atrocities perpetrated by bourgeois cannibalism in its death agony. As the Civil War develops, it assumes new forms. When in any country the proletariat is oppressed beyond measure, it leads this war by a revolt against the state authority of the bourgeoisie. Now let us suppose that in one country or another the proletariat has been victorious, and has taken the state authority into its own hands. What happens in this case? The proletariat has the organized state power at its service, it has the proletarian army, it has the entire apparatus of power. Then the proletariat has to fight with the bourgeoisie of its own land, which organizes plots and risings against the proletarian authority. Furthermore, the proletariat organized as the state has to fight with bourgeois states. Here the civil war assumes a new form, for the class war becomes war in the ordinary sense when the proletarian state is fighting against bourgeois states. The workers are now not simply fighting against the bourgeoisie, but the workers' state is engaged in formal warfare against the imperialist states of capital. This war is carried on, not for the seizure of others' goods, but for the victory of communism, for the dictatorship of the working class. This is what has actually occurred. After the Russian Revolution of November 1917, the Soviet government was attacked upon all sides by the capitalists, by the British, the Germans, and the French, by the Americans and the Japanese, and so on. The more the workers of other lands became infected by the example of the Russian Revolution, the more firmly did international capitalism close its ranks against the revolution, the more vigorously did it attempt to establish a robber alliance of capitalists against the proletariat. Upon the initiative of the trickster Wilson, the leader of American capitalism, an attempt to form such an alliance was made at the so-called Peace Conference of Versailles. The robber alliance was christened the League of Nations, this being intended to signify that it was a League of Peoples. In reality, it is not a League of Peoples, but a league of the capitalists of various countries and of their state authorities. This league is in the nature of an attempt to form a worldwide trust of monstrous proportions which shall embrace the whole surface of the globe in a grasp of universal exploitation, and which, on the other hand, shall crush with the utmost ferocity the working class movement of revolt and revolution. It is pure fable to say that the League of Nations has been founded to promote the cause of peace. In actual fact, it has a twofold aim: the ruthless exploitation of the proletariat throughout the world, of all colonies and of the colonial slaves, and the crushing of the incipient world revolution. In the League of Nations, the USA, which became inordinately rich during the war, plays the first fiddle. All the bourgeois states of Europe are now heavily indebted to America. The United States is very powerful for the additional reason that she has vast quantities of raw materials and fuel, and is a great wheat-producing country. She wishes to use these advantages in such a way as to make all her fellow robbers dependent on her. Infallibly, she will become the leader of the League of Nations. Very interesting is the way in which the United States veils its preeminently predatory policy behind a cloud of fine phrases. When, in pursuit of plunder, she entered the war, her watchwords were the salvation of mankind, the rescue of the enslaved peoples, and so on. It suited the United States that Europe should be disintegrated, should consist of dozens of petty lands, formally independent but substantially dependent upon America. This predatory interest was masked by an exalted phrase concerning the right of the nations to self-determination. The capitalist gendarmerie, the white guards, and the white police, which, according to Wilson's plan, were to be ready everywhere to crush the revolution, would exist to ensure punishment for breaches of the peace. In the year 1919, all the imperialists suddenly became pacifically minded, and raised a clamor to the effect that the Bolsheviks were the real imperialists, the true enemies of peace. Plans for the stifling of the revolution masqueraded as zeal for peace and democracy. The League of Nations has already shown itself to be an international policeman and executioner. Its executive officers overthrew the Soviet republics in Hungary and Bavaria. They have continually endeavored to crush the Russian proletariat, in the north and in the south, in the west and in the east of Russia. The British, the American, the Japanese, the French, and other armies have made common cause with the Russian enemies of the working class. The League of Nations used black troops against the Russian and Hungarian workers, in Odessa and in Budapest. The depth of baseness to which the League of Nations can descend is shown by the fact that these civilized brigands entered into a butchers' league in partnership with General Yevgeni, who was chief of the so-called Northwestern Administration. The League of Nations incites Finland, Poland, etc., to attack Soviet Russia. With the aid of the consuls of the foreign powers, it organizes conspiracies. Its agents blow up bridges, throw bombs at the communists, and so on. There is no atrocity of which the League of Nations is not capable. The more vigorous the proletarian onslaught, the more firmly do the capitalists close their ranks. In the Communist Manifesto, penned in the year 1847, Marx and Engels wrote, "A spectre haunts Europe, the spectre of communism." All the powers of old Europe have united in a holy alliance to lay this spectre, the Pope and the Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, the French radicals and the German police. Many years have passed since then. The spectre of communism has begun to clothe itself in flesh and blood. In the campaign against it are arrayed, not only old Europe, but the entire capitalist world. Nevertheless, the League of Nations will be unable to fulfill its two aims, which are the organization of the world economy into a single trust and the universal suppression of the revolution. There is not sufficient unity even among the great powers. The United States is hostile to Japan, and both these powers are arming for the fight. It is hardly credible that there can be much friendly feeling between defeated Germany and the disinterested robber Entente. Here is certainly a rift in the lute. The lesser states are fighting one with another. Still more important is the occurrence of a number of colonial risings and wars in India, Egypt, Ireland, etc. Enslaved countries are beginning to fight against their civilized European slave drivers. To the civil war, the class war waged by the proletariat against the imperialist bourgeoisie, there are superadded colonial risings which help to undermine and destroy the dominion of worldwide imperialism. Thus, the imperialist system is being broken up by two different groups of influences. On the one hand, we have the upward movement of the proletariat, the wars waged by the proletarian republics, and the revolts and the wars carried on by the nations enslaved to the imperialists. On the other hand, we have the oppositions and disharmonies among the great capitalist powers. Instead of lasting peace, there is complete chaos. Instead of universal repression of the proletariat, there is fierce civil war. In this civil war, the strength of the proletariat waxes while the strength of the bourgeoisie wanes. The inevitable issue of the struggle will be the victory of the proletariat. Certainly, the victory of the proletarian dictatorship will not be achieved on easy terms. The civil war, like any other war, demands the sacrifice of persons and the sacrifice of material values. Every revolution involves such costs. A natural consequence is that in the opening phases of this civil war, the devastation due to the imperialist war is in various places considerably increased. It is obvious that when the best workmen, instead of working or organizing production, go to the front rifle in hand to defend themselves against the landlords and the military caste, the life of the factories must suffer. Plainly, the disorganization that results from the civil war is harmful. Manifestly, the loss of comrades that ensues is a costly sacrifice. But this is inevitable in every revolution. During the bourgeois revolution in France, in the years 1789 to 93, when the bourgeoisie was breaking the yoke of the landlords, the civil war brought much disorganization in its train. When, however, the caste of landlords and aristocrats had been conquered, the development of France was rapid and extensive. No one can fail to understand that in so gigantic a revolution as the universal revolution of the proletariat, which effects the overthrow of a system of oppression that required centuries to upbuild, the cost must be exceedingly great. We have seen that the civil war is now conducted upon a worldwide scale. In part, it takes the form of a war waged by bourgeois states against proletarian states. The proletarian states, which are defending themselves against the imperialist robbers, are waging the class war, which is in actual fact a holy war. But this war demands the sacrifice of blood. The wider the extent of the war, the larger will be the number of victims, and the more extensive will be the disorganization. But because revolution is costly, we must not for that reason set our faces against revolution. The capitalist system, the growth of centuries, culminated in the monstrous imperialist war, in which rivers of blood were shed. What civil war can compare in its destructive effects with the brutal disorganization and devastation, with the loss of the accumulated wealth of mankind, that resulted from the imperialist war? Manifestly, it is essential that humanity shall make an end of capitalism once and for all. With this goal in view, we can endure the period of civil wars, and can pave the way for communism, which will heal all our wounds, and will quickly lead to the full development of the productive forces of human society. 34. Chaos or Communism. The revolution as it develops becomes a world revolution for the same reason that the imperialist war became a world war. All important countries are interconnected, they are all parts of the world economy, nearly all of them were involved in the war, and were united by the war in a common understanding. In all countries alike, the war produced terrible devastation, led to famine, and to the enslavement of the proletariat. Everywhere it promoted the gradual decomposition and decay of capitalism, and ultimately caused a revolt against the savage discipline in the army, the factory, and the workshop. With the like inevitability, it led to the communist revolution of the proletariat. Once they had begun, the disintegration of capitalism and the growth of the communist revolution could no longer be stayed. The ruin of capitalism was imminent. Every attempt to establish a truly human society upon the old capitalist foundations is foredoomed to absolute failure. The class consciousness of the proletarian masses is now so fully developed that they either can nor will work for capital. They refuse to slay one another in the interests of capital, of colonial policy, etc. The army of William I cannot possibly be re-established in Germany today. And just as it is impossible to re-establish an imperialist discipline in the army, just as it has become impossible to compel proletarian soldiers to subject themselves to the yoke of Junker generals, so is it impossible to re-establish the capitalist discipline of labor, and to compel the workers to toil for a master or the peasants to toil for a landlord. The new army can only be created by the proletariat. The new labor discipline can only be created by the working class. We are thus confronted by two alternatives, and two only. There must either be complete disintegration, hell broth, further brutalization and disorder, absolute chaos, or else communism. All attempts that have been made to re-establish capitalism in a country where for a time the masses have had power in their own hands confirm this statement of alternatives. Neither the Finnish bourgeoisie nor the Hungarian bourgeoisie, either Kolchak nor Denikin nor Skoropadsky, was in a position to restore economic life. They were unable to establish even their own bloody system upon a firm footing. The only issue for humanity is communism. And since communism can be realized only by the proletariat is today the true savior of mankind from the horrors of capitalism, from the barbarities of exploitation, from colonial policy, incessant wars, famine, a lapse into savagery and brutalization, from all the abominations that are entailed by financial capital and imperialism. Herein lies the splendid historic significance of the proletariat. The workers may suffer defeat in individual battles, and even in individual countries. But the victory of the proletariat is no less certain than the ruin of the bourgeoisie is inevitable. From the foregoing it is plain that all groups, classes, and parties which believe the re-establishment of capitalism to be possible, which imagine that the time is not yet ripe for the coming of socialism, are in fact, whether they wish it or not and whether they know it or not, playing the part of counter-revolutionaries and reactionaries. Of this character are all the parties that preach class collaboration. We shall return to the matter in the next chapter. Chapter 5, the Second and the Third International. 35 Internationalism of the workers' movement essential to the victory of the Communist Revolution. The Communist Revolution can be victorious only as a world revolution. If a state of affairs arose in which one country was ruled by the working class, while in other countries the working class, not from fear but from conviction, remained submissive to capital, in the end the great robber states would crush the workers' state of the first country. During the years 1917-18-19 all the powers were trying to crush Soviet Russia. In 1919 they crushed Soviet Hungary. They were, however, unable to crush Soviet Russia, for the internal conditions in their own countries were critical, and the governments were all afraid of being overthrown by their own workers, who demanded the withdrawal of the invading armies from Russia. The significance of this is, in the first place, that the realization of proletarian dictatorship in one country is gravely imperiled unless active assistance is given by the workers of other lands. It signifies, in the second place, that, under such conditions, when the workers have gained the victory in only one country, the organization of economic life in that country is a very difficult matter. Such a country receives little or nothing from abroad, it is blockaded on all sides. If, however, for the victory of communism, it is essential that there should be a world revolution and that the workers in various lands should render mutual aid one to another, This implies that the international solidarity of the working class is an essential preliminary to victory. The conditions for the general struggle of the workers are like the conditions for the working class struggle in each individual country. In any one country, the workers cannot win strikes when these are isolated affairs. They can only win strikes when the workers in separate factories combine for mutual support, when they found a joint organization, and when they conduct a united campaign against all the factory owners. It is just the same for the workers living in the various bourgeois states. They can only gain the victory when they march shoulder to shoulder, when they do not quarrel among themselves, when the proletarians of all lands unite, feeling themselves to be a single class with interests common to them all. Complete mutual trust, a brotherly alliance, united revolutionary action against world capitalism, these alone can bring victory to the working class. The workers' communist movement can conquer only as an international communist movement. The need for an international struggle on the part of the proletariat has long been recognized. In the 40s of the last century, on the eve of the Revolution of 1848, there already existed an international secret organization known as the Communist Federation. Marx and Engels were its leaders. At the London conference of the organization, they were instructed to write a manifesto in its name. Such was the origin of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, in which the great champions of the proletariat gave the first exposition of communist teaching. In 1864 there was constituted under Marx's leadership the International Working Men's Association, now commonly spoken of as the First International. In the First International there were associated a number of working class leaders from various countries, but unity was lacking. Moreover, the organization was not yet based upon the broad masses of the workers, but rather took the form of an international society of revolutionary propagandists. In 1871 the members of the International took part in the rising of the Parisian workers, the Commune of Paris. There ensued everywhere a persecution of the branches of the International. It collapsed in 18 feet 74 inches, having been greatly weakened by internal dissensions, by the struggles between the adherents of Marx and those of the anarchist, Bukharin. After the breakup of the First International, the growth of socialist parties began in various countries. The more rapid the development of industry, the more rapid was the growth of these parties. The need for mutual support was felt so strongly that in 1889 there was held an International Socialist Congress attended by delegates of the socialist parties of numerous countries. Thus the Second International came into being. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communist revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Proletarians of all lands, unite. It thus appears that the international solidarity of the proletariat is not a toy or a fine phrase, but a vital necessity, without which the working class movement would be foredoomed to failure. 36. The collapse of the Second International, and its causes. When the Great World War began in August 1914, the socialist and social democratic parties of the various belligerent lands, with the exception of Russia, Serbia, and at a later date Italy, instead of declaring war upon the war and instead of inciting the workers to revolt, rallied to the side of their respective governments, and gave their assistance to the campaign for plunder. On one and the same day, the socialist deputies in France and Germany voted the war credits in Parliament, thus solidarizing themselves with the robber governments. Instead of joining forces in a rising against the criminal bourgeoisie, the socialist parties took up separate stands, each under the banner of its own bourgeois government. The war began with the direct support of the socialist parties. The leaders of these parties turned their coats and betrayed the cause of socialism. The Second International died an ignominious death. It is interesting to note that, only a few days before the betrayal, the socialist press and the leaders of the socialist parties were holding forth against the war. Gustave Hervé, for example, the traitor to French socialism, wrote as follows in his newspaper La Guerre Sociale, the class war, subsequently rechristened Victory: "We are to fight in order to save the Tsar's prestige. How delightful to die in so glorious a cause." 3 days before the outbreak of war, the French Socialist Party issued a manifesto against it, and the French syndicalists wrote in their journal, "Workers, If you are not cowards, protest. The German Social Democrats held numerous great meetings of protest. The memory of the resolution passed at the Ball International Congress was still fresh, a resolution to the effect that in case of war all possible means must be employed to incite the people to revolt and to hasten the collapse of capitalism. But within a day or two these same parties and these same leaders were insisting upon the need for the defense of the fatherland, this meaning the defense of the robber state of their own bourgeoisie. In Austria the Arbeiterzeitung, Workers' Gazette, actually declared that the workers must rally to the defense of German humanity. In order to understand the inglorious collapse of the Second International, we must study the development of the working class movement prior to the war. Before this conflict, capitalism in Europe and the USA had largely owed its development to the frantic plunder of the colonies. The loathsome and sanguinary aspects of capitalism were here displayed with exceptional clearness. By brutal exploitation, by robbery, fraud, and force, values were extracted from the colonial nations and were transmuted into profit for the sharks of European and American financial capital. The stronger the position of any state capitalist trust in the world market, the larger were the profits it could derive from the exploitation of the colonies. Out of these surplus profits the trust could afford to pay its wage slaves a trifle more than the ordinary wages of labor. Not of course to all the wage workers, but only to those who are usually spoken of as skilled workers. These strata of the working class are thereby won over to the side of capital. Their reasoning runs as follows: if our industry finds a market in the African colonies, so much the better, it will flourish all the more, the boss will make larger profits, and we shall have a finger in the pie. Thus capital fetters its wage slaves to its own state, buying one section of them, who are attracted by a share in the colonial plunder. The founders of scientific communism had already taken note of this phenomenon. Engels, for example, in a letter to Kautsky, wrote in the year 1882, "You ask me what the British workers think about colonial policy. Very much the same as what they think about politics in general. Here there does not yet exist a Labour Party, there are only conservatives and liberal radicals, while the workers gladly participate in those advantages which accrue to the British in virtue of their monopoly on the world market and in the colonies. Upon this soil has flourished a peculiar form of servility, an attachment of the workers to the bourgeoisie of their own country, an abasement before them." Engels wrote in 1889, "The most repulsive phenomenon here in England is the bourgeois respectability which soaks into the very marrow of the workers. So deeply rooted is this inborn respect for betters and superiors, that Mr. Bourgeois finds it an easy matter to catch the workers in his nets. I really believe that, at the bottom of his heart, John Burns is more flattered by his popularity with Cardinal Manning and other notables, with the bourgeoisie generally, than by his popularity with his own class." The working masses were not accustomed to carry on a great fight upon the international scale. Indeed, they had no opportunity for anything of the sort. For the most part the activity of their organizations was confined within the limits of the state administered by their own bourgeoisie. Their own bourgeoisie managed to interest in colonial policy a section of the working class, and chiefly the stratum of skilled workers. The same bait was swallowed by the leaders of the working class organizations, by the working class bureaucracy, and by the parliamentary representatives of the workers, these being all persons who had secured cozy corners, and were inclined to advocate peaceful, quiet, and law-abiding methods. We have already pointed out that the bloodthirsty aspects of capitalism were especially displayed in the colonies. In Europe and the United States, industry was highly developed, and in these regions the struggle of the working class had assumed comparatively peaceful forms. Since 1871 there had been no great revolutions anywhere except in Russia, and in most countries there had been none since 1848. People were universally accustomed to the idea that the future development of capitalism would be peaceful, and even those who spoke of coming wars hardly believed their own words. A section of the workers, including the working class leaders, was more and more inclined to accept the idea that the working class was interested in colonial policy and that the workers ought to join forces with their own bourgeoisie in order to promote, in this matter, the common national welfare. Consequently, large numbers of the lower middle class flocked into the socialist parties. In Germany, for example, among the members of the Social Democratic Parliamentary Group, there was quite a number of publicans and keepers of working-class restaurants. In 1892, out of 35 socialist MPs, there were 4 following these occupations. In 1905, there were 6 out of 81. In 1912, there were 12 out of 110. It is not surprising that in critical moments their devotion to the imperialist robber state outweighed their devotion to international solidarity. We see, then, that the chief cause of the breakup of the Second International was to be found in the fact that the colonial policy and the monopolist position of the great state capitalist trusts had attached the workers and especially the upper strata of the working class to the imperialist bourgeois state. In the history of the working class movement, it has often happened that the workers have made common cause with their oppressors. For example, in the very early stages of development, the worker who sat at the same table with his master looked upon his master's workshop almost as if it had been his own, and regarded his master not as an enemy but as a giver of work. Only in course of time did the workers in various factories come to unite one with another against all the masters. When the great countries had themselves been converted into state capitalist trusts, the workers continued to display towards these state capitalist trusts the same sort of devotion that in earlier days they had displayed towards individual masters. Only the war has taught them that they must not take the side of their respective bourgeois states, but must join forces for the overthrow of these bourgeois states and for the realization of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 37. The watchwords, national defense, and pacifism. The leaders of the socialist parties and of the Second International justified their treason to the cause of the workers and to the common struggle of the working class by saying that it was essential to defend the fatherland. We have seen that as far as the imperialist war was concerned, this was pure nonsense. In that war, not one of the great powers was on the defensive. All were aggressors. The slogan "Defense of the Fatherland, the defense of the bourgeois state," was humbug, and was shouted by the leaders in order to hide their treason. Here it is necessary to consider the question in somewhat greater detail. First of all, what is our fatherland? What is the real meaning of this word? Does it mean people who all speak the same language? Is it the same as nation? No, it is not. Let us consider, for example, Tsarist Russia. When the Russian bourgeoisie clamored for the defense of the fatherland, it was not thinking of the area in which people of one nationality were living, of the area, say, inhabited by the White Russians. It was referring to the peoples of various nationalities who are settled in Russia. What, in fact, did the bourgeoisie mean? Nothing else than the state authority of the Russian bourgeoisie and the landlords. This is what the capitalists wanted the Russian workers to defend. Really, of course, they were not thinking simply of defending it, but of extending its frontiers to include Constantinople and Krakow. When the German bourgeoisie sang the defense of the fatherland, what was the meaning in that case? Here the reference was to the authority of the German bourgeoisie, to an extension of the boundaries of the robber state ruled by William II. We have then to inquire whether, under capitalism, the working class has any fatherland at all. Marx, in the manifesto of the Communist Party, replied to this question by saying, "The workers have no country." What he said was true. Why? The answer is very simple. Because under capitalism the workers have no power. Because under capitalism everything is in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Because under capitalism the state is merely an instrument for the suppression and oppression of the working class. We have already seen that the task of the proletariat is to destroy the bourgeois state, not to defend it. Then only will the proletariat have a country, when it has seized the state authority, and has become master of the country. Then, and only then, will it be the duty of the proletariat to defend its fatherland, for then it will be defending its own authority and its own cause. It will not be defending the authority of its enemies, and will not be defending the robber policy of its oppressors. The bourgeoisie is well aware of all this. Here is evidence of the fact. When the proletariat had effected the conquest of power in Russia, the Russian bourgeoisie began to fight against Russia, forming an alliance with anyone who was willing, with the Germans, the Japanese, the British, the Americans, with all the world and his wife. Why? Because, having lost power in Russia, it had also lost the power of robbing and plundering, the power of bourgeois exploitation. The Russian capitalists were ready at any moment to destroy proletarian Russia, to destroy, that is, the Soviet power. Let us take Hungary for another example. When the bourgeois had the power in their own hands, they issued appeals for the defense of the fatherland. But in order to destroy proletarian Hungary, they were prompt to enter into an alliance with the Romanians, the Czechoslovaks, the Austrians, and the Entente. We see, then, that the bourgeoisie knows perfectly well what it is about. Under the plea of the defense of the fatherland, it appeals to all citizens to defend its own bourgeois power, and it sentences for high treason all who refuse to assist. On the other hand, when it is a question of destroying the proletarian fatherland, it assembles all its forces and sticks at nothing. The proletariat must take a leaf out of the bourgeois book. It must destroy the bourgeois fatherland and must do nothing for its defense or enlargement. But the proletariat must defend its own fatherland with all its might and to the last drop of its blood. To these considerations the objector may reply as follows. Do you not know, he will say, that colonial policy and imperialism have helped the industrial development of the great powers, and that, thanks to this, crumbs from the master's table fall to the working class? Surely this means that the worker should defend his master, should help his master against competitors. It means nothing of the kind. Let us suppose that there are two manufacturers whom we will call Schultz and Petrov. They are rivals in the market. Schultz says to his men, "Friends, stand by me with all your strength. Do all the harm you can to the Petrov factory, to Petrov himself, to his workmen. Then my factory will flourish, for I shall have downed Petrov and my business will boom. I shall be able to give all you fellows a rise." Petrov says just the same to his men. Now let us suppose that Schultz has the best of it. It is quite likely that in the flush of victory he will give his workers a rise. But after a time he will cut down wages to the old level. If now the workers in the Schultz factory go on strike, and would like those who had formerly worked in the Petrov factory to help them, the latter would say, "Mighty fine. You did us all the harm you could, and now you come crawling to us for help. Clear out." It would be impossible to arrange for a general strike. When the workers are disunited, the capitalist is strong. Now that he has overthrown his competitor, he is able to get the better of his disunited workers. For a brief space the workers in Schultz's factory enjoyed higher wages, but their gains were soon lost. Just the same thing happens in the international struggle. The bourgeois state is a master's league. When one such league grows fat at the expense of the others, it is able to bribe the workers. The collapse of the Second International and the betrayal of socialism by the leaders of the working class movement occurred because these leaders determined to defend the crumbs that fell from the master's table and hoped for an increase in the amount of these crumbs. During the war, when, owing to the aforesaid treason, the workers were disunited, capital in all countries imposed terrible burdens upon them. The workers came to realize their miscalculation. They came to understand that their leaders had sold them for the merest trifle. Thus began the rebirth of socialism. We can readily understand that the first protests came from the badly paid, unskilled workers. The aristocracy of labor, the printers, for instance, and the old leaders, continued to play a traitor's game. Not content with using the slogan of the defense of the bourgeois fatherland, the bourgeoisie has another means with which to cheat and befool the working masses. We refer to the so-called pacifism. This name is given to the view that within the framework of capitalism, without any revolution, without any revolt of the workers, a reign of universal peace can be established. It would suffice, we are told, to set up courts of arbitration between the various powers, to abolish secret diplomacy, to agree upon disarmament, at first, perhaps, only to a limited extent. With this and a few similar measures, all would be well. The basic error of pacifism is that the bourgeoisie simply will not carry out any of these fine things like disarmament. It is absolutely absurd to preach disarmament in an era of imperialism and civil war. The bourgeoisie will take care to be well armed, and if the workers were to disarm or were to fail to arm themselves, they would be inviting destruction. We can thus realize how the pacifist watchwords cannot fail to lead the proletariat astray. Pacifism tends to prevent the workers from concentrating their attention upon the armed struggle for communism. The best example of the fraudulent character of pacifism is furnished by the policy of Wilson, and by his 14 points. Here, under a garnish of fine words, and in the name of the League of Nations, worldwide plunder and a civil war against the proletariat are promulgated. The following examples will show to what depths of baseness the pacifists can descend. Taft, sometime President of the USA, was one of the founders of the American Peace Society, and at the same time a rabid imperialist. Ford, the famous American motorcar manufacturer, financed entire expeditions to Europe in order to trumpet his pacifist views, but at the very same time he was netting millions of dollars from the work his factories were doing for the war. Fried, in his Handbook of the Peace Movement, Handbuch der Friedensbewegung, Volume 2, pages 149-50, assures his readers that the joint expedition of the imperialists against China in 1900 proved the brotherhood of the nations. He writes as follows: "The expedition to China furnished another proof of the ascendancy of the idea of peace in contemporary affairs. An international association of armies was displayed. The armies marched, as a pacific force, under the command of a European generalissimo. We, the friends of peace, regard this world generalissimo," he was writing about Count Valdersay, who was appointed generalissimo by William II, "as merely the forerunner of that world statesman who will be in a position to realize our ideal of peaceful methods." Here we see open and universal robbery designated the brotherhood of the nations. In like manner, the robber League of Capitalists is dished up with the League of Nations sauce. 38 Jingo Socialists. The false watchwords with which, day after day, the bourgeoisie deafened the masses, with which the newspapers were filled, and which clamored from every hoarding, were also adopted as slogans by the traitors to socialism. In nearly all countries, the old socialist parties were split up. 3 trends were manifest. First of all, there were open and brazen-faced traitors, the Jingo Socialists. Secondly, there were secret and vacillating traitors, constituting the so-called center. Thirdly, there were those who remained faithful to socialism. Out of the members of this third group, the communist parties were subsequently organized. In nearly every country the leaders of the old socialist parties proved to be Jingo Socialists. Under the banner of socialism, they preached international hatred. Under the lying watchword of the defense of the fatherland, they preached the support of the robber bourgeois states. Among the Jingo Socialists in Germany were Scheidman, Noske, Ebert, David, Heine, and others. In England, Henderson. In the USA, Russell, Gompers. In France, Renaudot, Albert Thomas, Ged, Jouot. In Russia, Plekhanov, Potrasov, the right Essers, Breshko-Breshkovskaya, Kerensky, Chernov, and the right Mensheviks, Liber, Rozanov. In Austria, Renner, Seitz, Victor Adler. In Hungary, Garami, Buchinger, etc. One and all they were for the defense of the bourgeois fatherland. Many of them openly declared themselves in favor of the robber policy of annexations and indemnities, and advocated the seizure of the colonial possessions of other nations. These were usually spoken of as the imperialist socialists. Throughout the war, they supported it, not only by voting the war credits, but by propaganda. In Russia, Plekhanov's manifesto was widely posted on the hoardings by Vostov, the Tsarist Minister of State. General Kornilov made Plekhanov a member of his administration. Kerensky, the social revolutionary, and Tseretelli, the Menshevik, concealed the Tsar's secret treaties from the people. In the July days, they bludgeoned the Petrograd proletariat. The social revolutionaries and the right Mensheviks were members of Kolchak's administration. Rozanov was one of Yudenika's spies. In a word, like all the bourgeoisie, they stood for the support of the robber bourgeois fatherland, and for the destruction of the proletarian Soviet fatherland. The French Jingo Socialists, Ged and Albert Thomas, entered the robber government. They supported all the predatory plans of the Entente. They stood for the suppression of the Russian Revolution and for the sending of troops against the Russian workers. The German Jingo Socialists entered the ministry while William I was still on the throne, Scheidman. They supported the Emperor when he suppressed the Finnish Revolution and when he ravaged Ukraine and Great Russia. Members of the Social Democratic Party, for instance, Winnig and Riga, conducted campaigns against the Russian and the Latvian workers. Subsequently, the German Jingo Socialists murdered Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, and drowned in blood the risings of the Communists. Workers of Berlin, Leipzig, Hamburg, Munich, etc. The Hungarian Jingo Socialists gave their support to the monarchical government as long as that was in power. Afterwards they betrayed the Soviet Republic. In a word, in all countries alike, the Jingo Socialists assumed the role of executioners against the working class. When Plekhanov was still a revolutionist, writing in the Russian newspaper Iskra, published in Switzerland, he declared that in the 20th century, which was destined to witness the realization of socialism, there would in all probability be a great split in the socialist ranks, and that a fierce struggle would ensue between the two factions. Just as, in the days of the French Revolution 1789–93, the extremist Revolutionary Party, nicknamed the Mountain, carried on a civil war against the moderates, who were later organized as a counter-revolutionary party, spoken of as the Gironda. So said Plekhanov in the 20th century. Those who had at one time been brothers in opinion would probably be split into two warring sections, for some of them would have taken sides with the bourgeoisie. Plekhanov's prophecy was fulfilled. But when he wrote, he did not foresee that he himself would be among the traitors. In this way the Jingo Socialists, sometimes spoken of as opportunists, are transformed into the open-classed enemies of the proletariat. During the Great World Revolution they fight in the ranks of the whites against the reds. They march shoulder to shoulder with the military caste, with the great bourgeoisie and with the landlords. It is perfectly clear that we must wage as relentless a war against them as against the bourgeoisie, whose agents they are. The remnants of the Second International, which the members of these parties have endeavored to revive, form merely a branch office of the League of Nations. The Second International is now one of the weapons used by the bourgeoisie in its fight with the proletariat. 39. The Center. Another group of parties composed of those who were once socialists constitutes the so-called Center. Persons of this trend are said to form the Center because they waver between the Communists on one side and the Jingo Socialists on the other. Of this complexion are, in Russia, the left Mensheviks under the leadership of Martov, in Germany, the Independents, the Independent Social Democratic Party, under the leadership of Kautsky and Hasse, in France, the group led by Jean Longuet, in the USA, the Socialist Party of America, under the leadership of Hilkett, in Great Britain, part of the British Socialist Party, the Independent Labour Party, and so on. At the outset of the war the centrists advocated the defense of the fatherland, making common cause in this matter with the traitors to socialism, and they opposed the idea of revolution. Kautsky wrote that the enemy invasion was the most terrible thing in the world, and that the class struggle must be postponed until everything was over. In Kautsky's opinion, as long as the war lasted, there was nothing whatever for the International to do. After the conclusion of peace, Kautsky began to write that everything was now in a state of such great confusion that it was no use dreaming about socialism. The reasoning amounts to this. While the war was on, we must drop the class struggle, for it would be useless, and we must wait until after the war. When peace has come, there is no use thinking about the class war, for the imperialist war has entailed general exhaustion. It is plain that Kautsky's theory is an avowal of absolute impotence, that it is calculated to lead the proletariat utterly astray, and that it is closely akin to rank treason. Worse still, when we were in the very throes of revolution, Kautsky could find nothing better to do than to raise the hunt against the Bolsheviks. Forgetting Marxist teaching, he persisted in a campaign against the proletarian dictatorship, the terror, etc., ignoring the fact that in this way he was himself assisting the white terror of the bourgeoisie. His own hopes would appear to be now those of the ordinary pacifist. He wants courts of arbitration, and things of that sort. Thus he has come to resemble any bourgeois pacifist you care to name. Although Kautsky's position is to the right of the center, we choose him as an example rather than another because his theory is typical of the centrist outlook. The chief characteristic of centrist policy is the way in which it wobbles between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The center is unsteady on its legs, wants to reconcile irreconcilables, and at the critical moment betrays the proletariat. During the Russian November Revolution, the Russian center, Martov and company, vociferated against the use of force by the Bolsheviks. It endeavored to reconcile everybody, thus actually helping the White Guards, and reducing the energy of the proletariat in the hour of struggle. The Mensheviks did not even exclude from their party those who had acted as spies and plotters for the military caste. In the crisis of the proletarian struggle, the center advocated a strike in the name of the Constituent Assembly against the dictatorship of the proletariat. During Kolchak's onslaught, some of these Mensheviks, solidarizing themselves with the bourgeois plotters, raised the slogan, "Stop the Civil War," the Menshevik Pleskov. In Germany, the independents played a treacherous part at the time of the rising of the Berlin workers, for they practiced their policy of conciliation while the fight was actually in progress, and thus contributed to the defeat. Among the independents there are many advocates of collaboration with the Sahaidmanites. But the gravest charge against them is that they refrain from the advocacy of a mass rising against the bourgeoisie, and that they wish to drug the proletariat with pacifist hopes. In France and Britain, the center condemns the counter-revolution. It protests in words against the crushing of the revolution, but it displays utter incapacity for mass action. At the present time, the centrist group does quite as much harm as do the Jingo socialists. The centrists, sometimes spoken of as the Kautskyeites, are attempting, like the Jingo socialists, to reanimate the corpse of the Second International and to reconcile it with the communists. Unquestionably, a victory over the counter-revolution is impossible without a definite breach, and without a decisive struggle against them. The attempts to revive the Second International took place under the benevolent patronage of the Robber League of Nations. For, in fact, the Jingo socialists are faithful supporters of the decaying capitalist order, and are its very last props. The imperialist war could never have continued to rage for 5 years but for the treachery of the socialist parties. Directly the period of revolution began, the bourgeoisie looked to the socialist traitors for help in crushing the proletarian movement. The sometimes socialist parties were the chief obstacle in the way of the struggle of the working class for the overthrow of capitalism. Throughout the war, every one of the traitor socialist parties echoed all that the bourgeoisie said. After the Peace of Versailles, when the League of Nations was founded, the remnants of the Second International, the center as well as the Jingo socialists, began to re-echo all the slogans uttered by the League of Nations. The League accused the Bolsheviks of terrorism, of violating democracy, of red imperialism. The Second International repeated the accusations. Instead of engaging in a decisive struggle against the imperialists, it voiced the imperialist war cries. Just as the various parties of socialist traitors had supported the respective bourgeois administrations, so did the Second International support the League of Nations. 40. The Third International. The Jingo socialists and the center adopted as their watchword during the war the defense of the bourgeois fatherland, this meaning the defense of the state organization of the enemies of the proletariat. A logical sequel was the watchword of the party truce, which signified universal submission to the bourgeois state. The matter is perfectly clear. When Plekhanov or Shademan considered it necessary to defend the Tsarist or Kaiserist fatherland, they had, of course, to insist that the workers must do absolutely nothing to interfere with the defense of the robber state. Consequently, there must be no strikes, and still less must there be any talk of rising against the bourgeoisie. The socialist traitors reasoned as follows. First of all, they said, we must settle accounts with the foreign enemy, and then we shall see. For example, Plekhanov declared in his manifesto that there must be no strikes now that Russia was in danger. The workers of all the belligerent lands were enslaved by the bourgeoisie in like manner. But from the first days of the war there were groups of trusty socialists who realized that the defense of the fatherland and the truce of parties tied the proletariat hand and foot, and that to utter these slogans was treason to the workers. The Bolsheviks saw this from the outset. As early as 1914 they declared that there must be no truce with the bourgeoisie, but unceasing struggle against the capitalists' revolution. The first duty of the proletariat in any country is to overthrow its own bourgeoisie. Such was the opinion voiced by our party in the early days of the war. In Germany, too, there was formed a group of comrades led by Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. This group took the name of International, declaring that the international solidarity of the proletariat was the first of all duties. Soon Karl Liebknecht openly proclaimed the need for civil war, and incited the workers to armed insurrection against the bourgeoisie. Such was the origin of the party of the German Bolsheviks, the Spartacist group. In the other countries, too, there was a split in the old parties. In Sweden there were Bolsheviks, who formed what was known as the Left Socialist Party, while in Norway the lefts gained entire control of the party. The Italian socialists took a firm stand throughout. In a word, there gradually came into existence the parties which stood for the revolution. An attempt to secure unified action was now made in Switzerland. In two conferences, at Zimmerwald and Kienthal respectively, were laid the foundations of the Third International. Soon, however, it became apparent that certain dubious elements from the center were adhering to the movement, and were in fact hindering it. Within the International Union of Zimmerwald there was formed the so-called Zimmerwald Left under the leadership of Comrade Lenin. The Zimmerwald Left was in favor of decisive action. It fiercely criticized the Zimmerwald Center led by Kautsky. After the November Revolution and the establishment of the Soviet power in Russia, that country came to occupy the most important place in the international movement. In order to distinguish itself from the party of the traitors to socialism, and in order to return to the fine old fighting name, our party now called itself the Communist Party. Under the impulsion of the Russian Revolution, communist parties were formed in other lands. The Spartacus League changed its name to the Communist Party of Germany. A communist party was formed in Hungary, headed by Bukharin, who had at one time been a prisoner of war in Russia. Parties were also formed in Austria, Czechoslovakia, Finland, etc., and subsequently in France. In the United States, the center expelled the left wing from the party, and the lefts thereupon organized themselves into a fighting communist party. In Britain, negotiations for the formation of a united communist party were begun in the autumn of 1919. To sum up, after the split between the center and the left, the formation and active development of real revolutionary workers' parties began everywhere. The development of these parties led to the formation of a new international, the Communist International. In March 1919, at the Kremlin in Moscow, was held the First International Communist Congress, at which the Third, or Communist, International was formally constituted. The Congress was attended by delegates from the German, Russian, Austrian, Hungarian, Swedish, Norwegian, and Finnish communists, communists from France, the USA, Britain, etc., were also present. The platform put forward by the German and Russian communists was adopted by the Congress with complete unanimity, this showing that the proletariat had planted its feet solidly under the banner of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Soviet power, and communism. The Third International took the name of Communist International in conformity with that of the Communist Federation which had been headed by Karl Marx. In all its works the Third International shows that it is following in the footsteps of Marx, that it is on the revolutionary road towards the forcible overthrow of the capitalist system. It is not surprising that all who are live, trusty, and revolutionary-minded members of the international proletariat are turning more and more eagerly towards the new international, and are joining forces to form the workers' vanguard. The very name Communist International suffices to show that the organization has absolutely nothing in common with the traitors to socialism. Marx and Engels considered the name Social Democrat unsuitable for the party of the revolutionary proletariat. Democrat signifies one who advocates a particular form of rule. But, as we have previously seen, in the society of the future there will be no state of any kind. During the transitional period there will have to be a dictatorship of the workers. Those who have betrayed the working class look no farther than a bourgeois republic. We are out for communism. In the preface to the 1888 edition of the Communist Manifesto, Engels wrote that the name socialist had in 1847, when the manifesto was penned, signified men outside the working class movement, and looking rather to the educated classes for support. But communism in 1847 was a working class movement. We see the same thing today. The communists look for support to the rank and file of the workers. The Social Democrats look for support to the aristocracy of the workers, to the professional classes, to the small shopkeepers, and to the petty bourgeoisie in general. The Communist International has thus realized Marx's doctrines in actual fact, for it has freed them from the accretions which had formed upon them during the peaceful period of capitalist development. That which the great teacher of communism was preaching 70 years ago is being fulfilled today under the leadership of the Communist International. Part 2: Practical: the dictatorship of the proletariat and the upbuilding of communism. Chapter Introduction: The conditions of communist activity in Russia. 41. The international situation of Russia. As we have previously noted, the necessity for the communist revolution arises above all from the circumstance that Russia has become intimately connected with the system of world economy. Our country is now merely a part of the world economy. If the question arises, in what way Russia can advance to the communist system in spite of the backward condition of the country, the answer will mainly be given by pointing to the international significance of the revolution. The proletarian revolution must today be a world revolution. On world lines only can it develop. Central and Western Europe will inevitably pass under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and in this way to communism. How, then, could Russia remain a capitalist country if Germany, France, and England were to pass under the proletarian dictatorship? It is plain that Russia must become involved in the movement to socialism. Her backwardness, the comparatively undeveloped state of her industry, and so on, would all be overcome if Russia were to form part of an international, or even merely a European, Soviet republic, and thus to be associated with more advanced lands. It is true that Europe will be terribly exhausted and weakened after the devastation of the war and after the revolution. But a vigorous and highly developed proletariat will be able in the course of a few years to re-establish the industrial system on a firm footing, and even backward Russia will be able to do the same. Russia possesses great natural resources in the form of timber, coal, mineral oil, iron, etc. She has vast corn lands. With proper organization and under peace conditions, all could be turned to proper account. For our part, we could help our Western comrades with Russian raw materials. Provided that the whole of Europe were to be under the authority of the proletariat, there would be such a development of production as would provide amply for all needs. Since, however, the proletariat will inevitably rise to power everywhere, it is obvious that the mission of the Russian working class is to do its utmost on behalf of the transformation to communism. It is for this reason, as we have learned in Part 1, that our party has made the prompt establishment of communism its definite aim. 42. Large-scale industry in Russia. Russian manufacturing industry, however, though a small affair in comparison with Russian agriculture, had been organized in accordance with the methods of large-scale capitalist production. In Part 1 we pointed out that in the most important branches of capitalist production in Russia there were enterprises employing 10,000 workers and upwards. From 1907 onwards, the centralization of Russian industry made rapid progress, and production passed under the control of a network of syndicates and trusts. When the war began, the bourgeoisie started the organization of state capitalism. This confirms our view that Russian industry can be organized and administered as a unified whole, even though the process may offer difficulties. It is interesting to note that the right social revolutionaries and the Mensheviks, who are never weary of proclaiming that socialism is absolutely impossible in Russia, have always advocated the state regulation and control of industry. But they only believed in the necessity for this when all authority was in the hands of the bourgeoisie, when the regulating and controlling power was to be that of the capitalist state. In other words, the Mensheviks and the Essers, despite their protestations of patriotism, were in favor of state capitalism on the Prussian model. But it is perfectly plain that we cannot believe state capitalism to be possible unless we also believe in the possibility of the socialist organization of economic life. The only difference between the two systems lies in this, that in one case industry is organized by the bourgeois state, and that in the other case it is organized by the proletarian state. If industrial production in Russia were so backward that there could be no possibility of its being organized by the proletarian state, then there could be no possibility of organizing it upon state capitalist foundations either. In a country where large-scale industry does not exist, and where production is carried on by quantities of small masters, it will be impossible to organize industry even upon state capitalist lines. We know perfectly well that the centralization of industry only becomes possible when the centralization of capital has advanced to a certain stage. Now Russian capitalism had already reached this stage of centralization. Even the opponents of communism recognized this by the very fact that they considered it possible for the bourgeois state to regulate industry. The backwardness of Russian economic life did not consist in the absence of great factories, for there were plenty. It consisted in the fact that manufacturing industry taken as a whole was of small extent when compared with agriculture. The logical inference is that, despite all difficulties, the Russian proletariat must organize industry in a proletarian fashion, and must maintain its grip of industry until help comes from the West. As far as Russian agriculture is concerned, we must establish a number of focal points where comrades carry on cooperative production. When, however, Russian manufacturing industry is able to join forces with the productive industry of the West, then the joint organization of production will speedily enable us to draw the petty producers and the peasants into a general and immense cooperative organization. If, for instance, there existed one great European system of production organized by the working class, then vast quantities of the products of urban industry could be supplied to the rural districts. But town industry will have to furnish these products to the countryside in an organized manner. No longer, as of old, would 100,000 petty traders, middlemen, and speculators cater for the needs of the rural districts. These needs would be satisfied from state warehouses. Manifestly, the peasants, too, would have in return to hand over their grain in an organized manner. By degrees the country districts would become accustomed to social production. A stage farther on, and rural life would be that of a great cooperative family. A vigorous and well-organized industrial system would ultimately lead to a communal life in the villages as well. With the aid of such a system, it would be possible to come to the help of the peasant, who would realize that life on the new plan was a great deal better. But to reach this goal is difficult. Many years must pass before the necessary changes can be effected, and before life can run smoothly along the new lines. Why it is difficult will be explained below. 43. The disastrous legacy of imperialist war. Until the world revolution is victorious, Russia must act alone. Now the Russian working class received a disastrous heritage when it conquered power in the year 1917. The whole country was disorganized and impoverished. The war had sapped all the country's strength. More than half the factories had been compelled to devote themselves to war work, and had squandered materials in the work of destruction. In the year 1915, out of the 11.5 milliards of the national income, 6 milliards were spent upon the war. At the very beginning of the revolution, the terrible consequences of the war became apparent. The output of engineering works had fallen by 40%, and that of textile works by 20%. A great reduction was quickly apparent in the supply of coal, iron, and steel. Between March and August 1st, Old Style, 1917, 568 enterprises were closed down, and more than 100,000 proletarians were thrown out of work. The national debt reached unprecedented figures. Month by month, day by day, the condition of the country became more desperate. It is plain that the proletariat, when it rose to power in November 1917, was faced by a task of unexampled difficulty, by the task of constructing a socialist economy in an utterly disorganized land. The disastrous heritage grew yet more disastrous at the close of the old imperialist war. The mere demobilization of our army involved enormous expenditure. The transport system had already been shattered and disrupted by the war. Demobilization was the finishing stroke, and the railway system broke down almost completely. Thus transport came practically to an end as well as production. This is absolutely no argument against the workers' revolution. Had the bourgeoisie remained in power, it would have continued to wage the great imperialist war, would have continued to pay vast sums as interest to the French and to the British, and would have thrown all the burden, this is the chief thing to remember, upon the shoulders of the workers and peasants. Our poverty and exhaustion would more than ever have incited the proletariat to undertake the rebuilding of the old world upon new foundations. With even more economy and with a yet more careful system of organization would it have been necessary to utilize our old resources, and it would have been necessary to transfer as much of the cost as possible to the bourgeoisie. It would have been necessary to protect the working class with whatever powers and by whatever means were at the disposal of the proletarian authority. But this necessary work was thrust upon the revolutionary proletariat under conditions of almost incredible difficulty. The workers had to clear up the mess which the imperialist lords had made. For the Civil War and the struggle with international imperialism, the bourgeoisie continued to do everything in its power to hinder the working class from organizing production, and to prevent the upbuilding of a workers' society. Immediately after the victory of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie instituted a widespread policy of sabotage. All those who had been high officials, all the managing engineers, teachers, and bank clerks, all those who had been masters, did everything they could to hinder work. Plot followed upon plot. One counter-revolutionary rising succeeded another. The Russian bourgeoisie entered into alliances with the Czechoslovaks, the Entente, the Germans, the Poles, etc. An attempt was made to crush the Russian proletariat by never-ending fights. The proletariat had to create a huge army, one able to repel the onslaughts of the armies sent by the landlords and capitalists of all lands. The imperialists of the whole world hurled their forces against the Russian proletariat. This war is for the proletariat a holy war, a war of deliverance, but none the less it involves terrible costs. The remnants of productive industry had to be devoted to the service of the Red Army. Thousands of the best organizers among the workers were called to the front. Furthermore, almost at the very outset, the bourgeoisie was able to secure a strong grip of certain regions peculiarly important to the economic life of the country. The military leaders of the Don Cossacks succeeded in depriving the working class of the Donets coal basin. The British seized the Baku oil fields. The corn lands of Ukraine, Siberia, and part of Transvolga were in the hands of the counter-revolution. The working class, therefore, had not merely to stand to arms and to meet the onslaught of innumerable foes. It was compelled in addition to carry on its proletarian economy in default of some of the most important means of production, in default of fuel and raw materials. These considerations show us what a martyr's road the workers had to tread. Their first task was to overthrow their enemies. Not until this had been done could they begin to upbuild the new life properly. In its struggle with the working class, the bourgeoisie likewise availed itself of all the means that could effect the economic overthrow of the Russian proletariat. The capitalists encircled Russia on all sides. The land was rigidly blockaded for years. In their retreats, the whites burned and destroyed everything. For example, Admiral Kolchak burned 10 million pounds of grain, destroyed a good half of the Volga fleet, and so on. The resistance of the bourgeoisie, its frantic struggles, the aid given to it by worldwide imperialism, these constituted the second great obstacle in the path of the working class. 45. The petty bourgeois character of Russia, the lack of extensive organizatory experience on the part of the proletariat, etc. We have already seen that production in Russia was sufficiently centralized for the question to arise whether it could be nationalized under proletarian control, whether it could be transferred to the ownership of the worker state, and whether its organization on new foundations could be undertaken. But in comparison with the whole economic life of the country, manufacturing industry was still very weak. By far the greater part of the population of Russia is not urban but rural. At the census of 1897, the town population comprised 76 million and the country population comprised 101 million. This includes Siberia, etc., but excludes Finland. In 79-73, according to Oganovsky's estimate, the urban population of Russia was, in round figures, 30 million and the rural population 140 million. At that date, therefore, the urban population was a little less than 78% of the whole. Moreover, of the town dwellers, by no means all belonged to the proletariat. The urban population includes the commercial class, the manufacturers, the petty bourgeoisie, and the professional classes. In all, these strata number millions. It is true, of course, that in the country districts we find ex-workmen, semi-proletarians, and the poor peasants. These elements support the workers. But they are less class-conscious than the urban workers, and are not so well organized. The enormous majority of the population of Russia consists of petty owners. Although they groan under the yoke of the capitalists and the landlords, they are so much accustomed to their system of separate, proprietary, individual economy, that it is very difficult to win them over to the idea of the common cause, to induce them to participate in the upbuilding of a cooperative commonwealth. Ingrained in the mind of every petty proprietor is the notion of grasping something that shall be entirely his own, and shall have been taken away from another, the notion of working only for his own account. This is why there will be great difficulties in installing communism in Russia, even if the other difficulties be left out of account. Our weakness is also reflected in the working class. Generally speaking, the Russian workers are revolutionary-minded, they have a fighting spirit. But we find among them backward elements, persons unaccustomed to organization. Not all the workers act like those of Petrograd. Many of them are backward and ignorant. Such persons are quite unused to work in a team. There are a great many workers who are newcomers into the town. Most of these have the peasant mentality, and solidarize themselves with the peasantry. These deficiencies of the working class disappear in proportion as the workers are compelled to struggle for their own cause. It is, however, obvious that the backwardness of a certain proportion is a hindrance to the realization of our task. But, of course, it does not render realization impossible. Chapter 6: The Soviet Power. 46. The Soviet Power as a form of proletarian dictatorship. Our party was the first to formulate, and the first to realize the demand for Soviet power. The Great Revolution of November 1917 was carried through under the watchword, "All power to the Soviets." Until our party took the phrase as its device, the slogan had never been heard of. Not that the notion simply sprang out of our heads. Far from this being the case, the idea was engendered at the very core of life. As early as the revolution of 1905-6, class organizations of the workers, known as Soviets of Workers' Delegates, came into existence. In the revolution of 1917, these organizations appeared in far greater abundance. Almost everywhere there sprouted like mushrooms workers' Soviets, soldiers' Soviets, and subsequently peasants' Soviets. It became clear that these Soviets, which had originated as instruments for use in the struggle for power, must inevitably be transformed into the instruments for the wielding of power. Prior to the Russian Revolution of 1917, much had been said and written concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat, but no one clearly understood in what form this dictatorship would be realized. Now, in the Russian Revolution, the form of the dictatorship has become manifest as the Soviet power. The Soviet power is the realization of the dictatorship of the proletariat, organized in its Soviets as the ruling class, and with the aid of the peasants, crushing the resistance of the bourgeoisie and the landlords. At one time most people believed that the dictatorship of the proletariat would be possible in the form of a so-called democratic republic, which would have to be established by the Constituent Assembly, and which would be administered by a parliament representing all classes of the population. Even now, the opportunists and the social solidarians continued to hold the same opinion, declaring that only the Constituent Assembly and a democratic republic can save the country from the disasters of civil war. Actual experience tells a very different tale. In Germany, for instance, such a republic was set up after the Revolution of November, 1918. Nevertheless, during the close of 1918 and during 1919 there were sanguinary struggles. Continually the working class was demanding the establishment of a Soviet regime. The demand for a Soviet regime has in fact become the international watchword of the proletariat. In all countries the workers sound this war cry, in conjunction with the demand for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Life has confirmed the accuracy of our slogan, all power to the Soviets, not in Russia alone, but in every country where there is a proletariat. 47 Proletarian democracy and bourgeois democracy. A bourgeois democratic republic is based upon universal suffrage and upon the so-called will of the people, the will of the whole nation, the united will of all classes. The advocates of a bourgeois democratic republic, of a constituent assembly, etc., tell us that we are doing violence to the united will of the nation. Let us consider this matter first. In Part 1 we learn that contemporary society consists of classes with conflicting interests. For example, long working hours may be profitable to the bourgeoisie, but they are disadvantageous to the working class. Peace between the classes is as impossible as peace between wolves and sheep. Wolves want to eat sheep, so sheep must defend themselves against wolves. But if this be so, and unquestionably it is so, then we have to ask whether it is possible for wolves and sheep to have a common will. Every intelligent person knows that it is absurd to talk of anything of the kind. There simply cannot be a will common to sheep and wolves. We must have one thing or the other, either a wolf's will, that of those who enslave the cheated and oppressed sheep, or else a sheep's will, that of those who wish to deliver the sheep from the wolves and to drive out the plunderers. There can be no middle course in this matter. Now, it is as clear as daylight that the same thing applies to the two main classes of human society. In contemporary society, class is arrayed against class, the bourgeoisie against the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Between them there is a war to the knife. How can they possibly have a common will, a bourgeois proletarian will? Obviously there is no more possibility of bourgeois proletarian desires and aspirations than of wolf-sheep desires and aspirations. We can either have the will of the bourgeoisie, of the class which imposes its will in various ways upon the oppressed majority of the people, or else we can have the will of the proletariat, of the class which imposes its will upon the bourgeoisie. It is particularly stupid to speak of a will common to all classes, of interests common to the whole nation, in an epoch of civil war, in a period of revolution, when the old world is crumbling to pieces. The proletariat wants to transform the world, the bourgeoisie wants to strengthen the old slavery. How can there be a common will for bourgeoisie and proletariat? It is manifest that the very phrase about a will common to the whole nation is humbug if the words are intended to apply to all classes. No such common will has been realized or can be realized. But this fraud is necessary to the bourgeoisie, necessary for the maintenance of capitalist rule. The capitalists are in the minority. They cannot venture to say openly that this small minority rules. This is why the bourgeoisie has to cheat, declaring that it rules in the name of the whole people, all classes, the entire nation, and so on. How is the fraud carried out in a democratic republic? The chief reason why the proletariat is enslaved today is because it is economically enslaved. Even in a democratic republic, the factories and workshops belong to the capitalists, and the land belongs to the capitalists and the landlords. The worker has nothing but his labor power. The poor peasant has nothing beyond a tiny scrap of land. They are eternally compelled to labor under terrible conditions, for they are under the heel of the master. On paper, they can do a great deal. In actual fact, they can do nothing. They can do nothing because all the wealth, all the power of capital, is in the hands of their enemies. This is what is termed bourgeois democracy. Bourgeois republics exist in the United States, in Switzerland, and in France. But all these countries are ruled by unscrupulous imperialists, by the trust kings and the bank barons, malignant enemies of the working class. The most democratic republic which existed in the year 1919 was the German Republic with its National Assembly. Yet this was the republic to which the murderers of Karl Liebknecht belong. The Soviet power realizes a much more perfect type of democracy, proletarian democracy. The essence of this proletarian democracy consists in this, that it is based upon the transference of the means of production into the hands of the workers, thus depriving the bourgeoisie of all power. In proletarian democracy, those who formerly constituted the oppressed masses, and their organizations, have become the instruments of rule. In the capitalist system of society, and therefore in bourgeois democratic republics, there existed organizations of workers and peasants. They were, however, overwhelmed by the organizations of the rich. Under proletarian democracy, on the other hand, the rich have been deprived of their wealth. The mass organizations of the workers, the semi-proletarian peasants, etc., Soviets, trade unions, factory committees, etc., have become the actual foundations of the proletarian state authority. In the Constitution of the Soviet Republic we find at the outset the statement, Russia declares itself to be a republic of workers, soldiers, and peasants delegates. All power, both central and local, is vested in these Soviets. Soviet democracy does not merely not exclude the workers' organizations from government, but it actually makes of them the instruments of government. But since the Soviets, and the other organizations of the working class and the peasantry number their members by the million, the Soviet power entrusts with new functions innumerable masses of persons who were formerly oppressed and degraded. To an ever greater extent the masses of the people, the workers and the poor peasants, come to participate in the joint labors of the Soviets, the trade unions, and the factory committees. This is going on everywhere. In the country towns and in the villages, people who never did anything of the kind before are now actively participating in the work of administration and in the upbuilding of a new life. In this way the Soviet power secures the widest self-government for the various localities, and at the same time summons the broad masses of the people to participate in the work of government. It is evident that our party must devote itself to promoting the worldwide development of this new proletarian democracy. We must do our utmost to secure that the widest strata of the proletarians and the poor peasants shall participate to the utmost of their power in the work of the Soviets. In one of his pamphlets, published before the November Revolution, Comrade Lenin wrote very truly that our task was to see that every cook should be taught to take her share in governmental administration. Of course, this is by no means an easy job, and there are many hindrances to its realization. First among such obstacles comes the low cultural level of the masses. The workers' vanguard is but a small body. In this vanguard, the metal workers, for instance, are conspicuous. But a large proportion of the workers are backward, and this is especially true of the country districts. They lack initiative, they lack creative faculty, they stand aside and let others take the first steps. The task of our party consists in the systematic and gradual attraction of these backward strata to participate in the general work of administration. Of course, the only way of bringing new strata to participate in the work is to raise their cultural level and their capacity for organization. This, likewise, is the task of our party. The bourgeoisie has everywhere concealed its class rule behind the mask of the cause of the whole people. How could the bourgeoisie, a comparatively small group of parasites, openly acknowledge that it imposes its class will upon all? How could the bourgeoisie venture to declare that the state is but a league of robbers? Of course it could do nothing of the kind. Even when the bourgeoisie hoists the blood-stained standard of a militarist dictatorship, it continues to talk of the cause of the whole people. But the capitalist class is peculiarly adroit in the way in which it cheats the people in the so-called democratic republics. In these, the bourgeoisie rules, and is able to maintain its dictatorship through keeping up certain appearances. The workers are given the right of exercising the parliamentary vote every 3 or 4 years, but they are carefully excluded from all power in the administration. Yet because universal suffrage exists, the capitalist class loudly declares that the whole people rules. The Soviet power openly proclaims its class character. It makes no attempt to conceal that it is a class power, that the Soviet state is the dictatorship of the poor. The point is emphasized in its very name. The Soviet government is called the workers' and peasants' government. The Constitution, that is to say the fundamental laws of our Soviet Republic, the Constitution adopted by the Third All-Russian Soviet Congress, expressly declares, the Third All-Russian Soviet Congress of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Delegates, declares that now in the hour of the decisive struggle between the proletariat and the exploiters, there can be no place for the exploiters in any of the instruments of power. The Soviet power, therefore, not only proclaims its class character, but does not hesitate to deprive of electoral rights and to exclude from the instruments of power the representatives of those classes which are hostile to the proletariat and to the peasantry. For what reason can and must the Soviet power act thus openly? Because the Soviet power really is the power of the working masses, the power of the majority of the population. It has no occasion to conceal that it was born in working-class quarters. Far from it, for the more conspicuously the Soviet power insists upon its origin and its meaning, the closer will be the ties between itself and the masses, and the more outstanding will be its success in the struggle against the exploiters. Of course, this state of affairs will not last forever. The essence of the matter lies herein, that it is necessary to crush the resistance of the exploiters. But as soon as the exploiters have been repressed, bridled, and tamed, as soon as they have been trained to work and have become workers like everyone else, the pressure upon them will be relaxed and the dictatorship of the proletariat will gradually disappear. This is expressly stipulated in our Constitution, Part 2, Chapter 5. The fundamental task of the Constitution of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, a constitution adapted to the needs of the present period of transition, consists in the establishment of the dictatorship of the urban and rural workers and of the poor peasants in the form of a strong all-Russian Soviet power, whose purpose it will be to effect the complete crushing of the bourgeoisie, to put an end to the exploitation of one human being by another, and to realize socialism, in which there will be neither division into classes nor any state authority. From this we may deduce the tasks of our party. The party must systematically expose the bourgeois fraud, which is worked as follows. Certain rights are conceded to the worker, but he is left in material dependence upon a master. Consequently, the task of our party is to crush the exploiters by all the means at the disposal of the proletariat. Furthermore, it will be incumbent upon our party, in proportion as it is able to crush the exploiters and their hangers-on, in proportion as it is able to refashion them, by degrees to mitigate and to revoke the measures which it was at first necessary to enforce. Let us suppose, for example, that the professional classes have drawn nearer to the working class, that they are no longer hostile to the workers, that in all they do they are wholly on the side of the Soviet power, that they are on the best of terms with the proletariat. When this happens, and it is only a question of time, it will be incumbent upon us to give the professional classes full civil rights, and to accept them into our family. Today, when the whole world is in arms against the Workers' Republic, it would be premature to speak of such an extension of rights. But we must never cease to make it perfectly clear that the extension of rights will ultimately be given, and will be given all the sooner, in proportion as there comes a speedier end to the attempts made by the exploiters to overthrow communism. In this manner the proletarian state will gradually die out, and will undergo transformation into a stateless communist society, wherein the division into classes will have completely disappeared. 49 Rights of the workers under bourgeois democracy and under the Soviet power. One of the chief frauds of bourgeois democracy consists in this, that it gives only the appearance of rights. On paper we read that the workers can elect to parliament in perfect freedom, that they have the same rights as the masters, they are said to be equal before the law, that they have the right of combination and of public meeting, that they can publish any newspaper and books they please, and so on. These things are called the essence of democracy. We are assured that democracy is for everyone, for the whole people, for all the citizens, so that conditions are quite different from those in the Soviet Republic. First of all, we must point out that no such bourgeois democracy really exists. It existed 100 years ago, but Mr. Bourgeois has done away with it long since. The United States will serve as the best example of this. Here, during the war, the following laws were promulgated. It was forbidden to speak slightingly of the president. It was forbidden to say anything to the discredit of the Allies. It was forbidden to declare that the entry of the US and of the Entente into the war was the outcome of sordid, material motives. It was forbidden to advocate a premature peace. It was forbidden to utter any public condemnation of the policy of the US government. It was forbidden to say anything to the credit of Germany. It was forbidden to advocate the overthrow of the existing order, the abolition of private property, the class war, etc. The penalty for breaking any of these laws ranged from 3 to 20 years imprisonment. In the course of a single year, about 1,500 workers were arrested for such offenses. The working class organization known as the IWW, Industrial Workers of the World, was savagely attacked, and some of its leaders were lynched. As an example of the right to strike, we may mention the strike at the Arizona copper mines in the year 1917, when many of the workers were shot, others flogged, and others tarred and feathered, when whole families were hunted from their homes and reduced to beggary. Again, during the strike at Rockefeller's coal mines, at Ludlow in the state of Colorado, Rockefeller's gunmen shot and burned several hundred workmen and workwomen. Although Congress is elected by universal suffrage, it merely carries out the orders of the trust kings, for nearly all the congressmen are in the pay of the trusts. The uncrowned kings are the real dictators of America. Among them we may name Rockefeller, the head of the Standard Oil Trust, which controls, in addition to the oil wells, a vast number of banks; Morgan, the railway king, also in control of numerous banks; Schwab, the steel king; Swift, the head of the meat trust; DuPont, the powder king, who amassed incredible wealth during the war. Suffice it to say that Rockefeller's income is $10,000 per hour. Who can withstand such strength? This gang of Schwabs and Rockefellers holds everything in its hands in the name of democracy. Even if what is termed bourgeois democracy did really exist, in comparison with the Soviet power it would not be worth a cracked farthing. Paper laws are of no use to the working class unless the possibility of their realization exists. But such a possibility of realization does not exist under the capitalist regime, cannot exist under the system in which the capitalists own all the wealth. Even if the workers enjoy on paper the right of meeting, they often find it quite impossible to exercise such a right. For instance, the innkeepers, incited by the big sharks of capital, or moved by their own hostility to the workers, will frequently refuse to let rooms for meetings, and the workers have nowhere else to go. Here is another example. The workers wish to publish a newspaper, and they have the legal right to do so. But to exercise this right they need money, paper, offices, a printing press, etc. All these things are in the hands of the capitalists. The capitalists won't relax their grip. Nothing doing. Out of the workers' paltry wage it is impossible to accumulate adequate funds. The result is that the bourgeoisie has masses of newspapers and can cheat the workers to its heart's content day after day, whereas the workers, notwithstanding their legal rights, have practically no press of their own. Such is the real character of the workers' freedom under bourgeois democracy. The freedom exists solely on paper. The workers have what is termed formal freedom. In substance, however, they have no freedom, because their formal freedom cannot be translated into the realm of fact. It is the same here as in all other departments of life. According to bourgeois theory, master and man are equals in capitalist society. Since free contract exists, the employer offers work, the worker is free to accept or refuse. Thus it is upon paper. In actual fact, the master is rich and well fed, the worker is poor and hungry. He must work or starve. Is this equality? There can be no equality between rich and poor, whatever the written word declares. This is why, in the capitalist regime, freedom has a bourgeois complexion. In the Soviet Republic, on the other hand, freedom really exists for the working class. It exists because it is a freedom which can be translated into the realm of fact. Let us quote from the Constitution of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, Part 2, Chapter 5. 14. In order to secure for the workers actual freedom of expression of opinion, the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic abolishes the dependence of the press upon capital, and puts into the hands of the working class and the poor peasantry all the technical and material means for the publication of newspapers, pamphlets, books, and all other products of the printing press, and provides for their free distribution throughout the country. 15. In order to secure for the workers the actual right of assembly, the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic gives to all citizens of the Soviet Republic the unrestricted right to hold meetings and congresses, to march in processions, etc., and puts into the hands of the working class and the poor peasants all the buildings suitable for the purpose of holding public meetings, together with the provision of light, heating, etc. 16. In order to secure for the workers actual freedom of combination, the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, having overthrown the economic and political power of the possessing classes, and having removed all the hindrances which hitherto in bourgeois society have prevented the workers and peasants from effectively realizing the freedom of organization and activity, furnishes to the workers and poor peasants every kind of assistance, material and moral, requisite for their combination and organization. 17. In order to secure for the workers effective access to knowledge, the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic makes it its duty to provide the workers and poor peasants with a complete, many-sided, and gratuitous education. Herein we see the enormous difference between the spurious freedoms of bourgeois democracy and the effective freedoms of proletarian democracy. The Soviet power and our party have already done much in this direction. The mansions of the nobles, the theaters, the printing presses, paper, etc. All these now belong to the working class organizations and to the workers' state. Our further task is to help by all possible means towards the full realization of these rights by the backward strata of the proletariat and the peasantry. This will be achieved in two ways. First of all, we must continually advance along the road we have marked out, and must do everything in our power to broaden the material foundations of the workers' freedom. We must, therefore, do our utmost to design and build new houses, set up new printing presses, install workers' palaces, etc. Secondly, the backward strata of the population must be made intimately acquainted with those possibilities of freedom which already exist, but which they have not hitherto been able to profit by, owing to ignorance, mental darkness, and lack of culture. 50. The equality of the workers, irrespective of sex, creed, and race. Bourgeois democracy proclaims in words a whole series of freedoms, but from the oppressed these freedoms are safeguarded by 5 locks and 7 seals. Among other things, bourgeois democracy has often declared that people are equal irrespective of sex, creed, race, and nationality. Proudly has the pledge been given that under the bourgeois democratic system all are equals, women and men, whites, yellows, and blacks, Europeans and Asiatics, Buddhists, Christians, and Jews. In reality, the bourgeoisie has failed to carry out these pledges. During the imperialist epoch, there has been all over the world a terrible increase in racial and national oppression. For details, see the next chapter. But even as concerns women, bourgeois democracy is far from having realized equality. Woman has remained a being without rights, a domestic animal, part of the furniture of the marital couch. The working woman in capitalist society is peculiarly oppressed, peculiarly deprived of rights. In all matters she has even less than the beggarly rights which the bourgeoisie grants to the working man. The right to the parliamentary vote has been conceded in a few countries only. As regards the right of inheritance, woman everywhere receives the beggar's portion. In family life she is always subject to her husband, and everything that goes wrong is considered to be her fault. In a word, bourgeois democracy everywhere exhibits as regards women laws and customs which strongly remind us of the customs of savages, who exchange, buy, punish, or steal women just as if they were chattels, dolls, or beasts of burden. Our Russian proverb runs, "A hen is not a bird, and a woman is not a person." Here we have the valuation of a slave society. This state of affairs is extremely disadvantageous to the proletariat. There are more women than men amongst the workers. It is obvious that the struggle of the proletariat must be greatly hindered by the lack of equality between the two halves of which it is composed. Without the aid of the women of the proletariat, it is idle to dream of a general victory, it is idle to dream of the freeing of labor. For this reason, it is greatly to the interest of the working class that there should be complete fighting comradeship between the female and the male portions of the proletariat, and that this comradeship should be strengthened by equality. The Soviet power is the first to have realized such equality in all departments of life, in marriage, in the family, in political affairs, etc. In all things, throughout Soviet Russia, women are the equals of men. It is incumbent upon our party to effect the realization of this equality in actual life. Before all, we must make it clear to the broad masses of the workers that the subjection of women is extremely harmful to them. Hitherto among the workers it has been customary to look upon women as inferiors. As for the peasants, they smile when a mere woman begins to take an interest in social affairs. In the Soviet Republic, the working woman has exactly the same rights as the working man. She can elect to the Soviets and be elected to them. She can hold any commissar's office, can do any kind of work in the army, in economic life, and in the state administration. But in Russia, working women are far more backward than working men. Many people look down upon them. In this matter, persevering efforts are needed, among men, that they may cease blocking women's road, among women, that they may learn to make a full use of their rights, may cease to be timid or diffident. We must not forget that every cook has to be taught to take her share in governmental administration. We have learned above that the really important matter is not the right that is written on paper, but the possibility of realizing a right in practice. How can a working woman effectively realize her rights when she has to devote so much time to housekeeping, must go to the market and wait her turn there, must do the family washing, must look after her children, must bear the heavy burden of all this domestic drudgery? The aim of the Soviet Republic and of our party must be to deliver working women from such slavery, to free the working woman from these obsolete and antediluvian conditions. The organization of house communes, not places in which people will wrangle, but places in which they will live like human beings, with central wash houses, the organization of communal kitchens, the organization of communal nurseries, kindergartens, playgrounds, summer colonies for children, schools with communal dining rooms, etc. Such are the things which will enfranchise woman, and will make it possible for her to interest herself in all those matters which now interest the proletarian man. In an era of devastation and famine, it is, of course, difficult to do all these things as they ought to be done. Nevertheless, our party must in this manner do its utmost to attract the working woman to play her part in the common task. National equality, racial equality, etc., will be considered in the next chapter. Here we shall merely quote the paragraphs in the Constitution which touch on this topic, Part 2, Chapter 5. 20. In view of the solidarity of the workers of all lands, the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic grants the political rights of Russian citizens to foreigners living in the territories of the Russian Republic, provided they live by their own labor, and either belong to the working class or are peasants who do not employ others' labor. It recognizes the right of the local Soviets to grant Russian citizenship to such foreigners without any tedious formalities. 21. The Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic grants the right of asylum to all foreigners suffering persecution on account of political or religious offenses. 22. The Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, recognizing the equal rights of all citizens irrespective of their racial or national origin, declares the institution or maintenance of any privilege or preferential advantage upon the ground of such origin to be contrary to the fundamental law of the Republic. No less contrary to the fundamental law is any sort of oppression of national minorities or any limitation of their equal rights. 51. Parliamentarism and the Soviet system. In bourgeois democratic states, at the head of everything stands what is known as Parliament. This is a representative institution, the electoral franchise varying in different countries. In some, only the rich have the vote; in some, a part of the poor are admitted to the franchise; in a third group, all the men of a certain age can vote; in a fourth country, all the women as well. But even where Parliament is elected by universal suffrage, the majority of the seats are invariably occupied by representatives of the bourgeoisie. Why does this always happen? The reason is obvious in view of what we have already learned. Let us suppose that the workers, who form the majority in the country, have the right to vote. But let us further suppose that all the wealth is in the hands of the capitalists, that they own all the newspapers and all the places where public meetings can be held, and that artists, printing presses, and millions of leaflets are at their service, that from all the pulpits the clergy advocate their cause. Let us suppose, moreover, that the poor workers are engaged day after day in exhausting toil, that they have no meeting places, that clever fellows circulate among them, agents of the bourgeoisie, lawyers, journalists, and other glib talkers, advocating what seem to be excellent watchwords, and thus confusing the workers' minds. Let us remember the enormous financial resources of the trust magnates, which enable them to corrupt the workers' representatives, however honest these may have been at the outset, by offering comfortable jobs, by flattery in the daily press, and so on. Then we can understand why it is that even in such parliaments the majority always consists of the secret or declared agents of the bourgeoisie, of financial capital, of the bank kings. It is, therefore, extraordinarily difficult for the working masses to elect any of their own folk as representatives. Once a representative finds his way to Parliament, the matter is finished. He can defy the electors; for 3 or 4 years his seat is secure. He is independent of them. He sells himself right and left. He cannot be recalled by the electors. The law makes no provision for anything of the kind. Such is the state of affairs in a bourgeois democratic republic under parliamentarism. It is very different in the Soviet Republic. Here the parasites, the traders and the factory owners, the prelates and the landlords, the military officers and the rich peasants have no right to the vote. They can neither elect nor be elected. On the other hand, the exercise of the franchise by the workers and the poor peasants is simple and easy. Moreover, every delegate to the Soviet can be recalled by the electors, who can send another in his place. If the delegate fulfills his duties badly, if he turns his coat, etc., he can be recalled. This right of recall has nowhere been so extensively adopted as in the Soviet Republic. In a bourgeois republic, Parliament is a talking shop. The members do nothing but discuss and make speeches. The real work is done by officials, ministers of state, etc. Parliament passes laws. It controls the ministers by asking them various questions. It votes what the administration decides. In Parliament is concentrated what is termed the legislative authority. But the executive authority is in the hands of the cabinet. Parliament, therefore, does nothing. Parliament merely talks. In the Soviet system, affairs are arranged quite differently. The highest and most important instrument of government is the Congress of Soviets. The Constitution states, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets is the supreme authority of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic. It must meet at least twice a year. Having reviewed the general situation, it makes suitable decisions, which become laws. The members of the Congress are not professional talkers, but real workers, with something definite to do. In the intervals between the Congresses, the supreme authority is vested in the Central Executive Committee, elected by the Congress. The Central Executive Committee exercises at one and the same time legislative and executive functions, that is to say, it not only passes laws, but conducts public affairs. Its departments are known as the People's Commissariats, and its members work in these commissariats. Thus, the Central Executive Committee is a real working committee. Like the Central Executive Committee, the other Soviet institutions are closely unified, and are based upon a whole series of organizations of the working masses. The Soviet institutions are based on the Communist Party, the trade unions, the factory committees, and the cooperatives. These organizations comprise many millions of workers, who all combine to support the Soviet power. Through the instrumentality of these organizations, the toiling masses take an active part in the state administration. The Communist Party and the trade unions appoint their most trusted members to fill all the posts, and to carry out all the functions. In this way, the best among the workers are delegated, not merely to talk, but actually to administer. In the so-called Democratic Republic, nothing of this kind happens. There the working class elector drops his ballot paper into the box, and then his part in the affair ends. The bourgeoisie assures him that he has fulfilled his duties as a citizen. He need trouble himself no longer about affairs of state. These arrangements conceal one of the fundamental frauds of the bourgeois system of government. The fraud is of the same nature as those previously explained. On paper it seems as if the workers were participating in some way. In actual fact, they are altogether outside the current of affairs. Everything is administered and all the work is done by a special caste of bourgeois officials, quite distinct from the masses, and constituting what is known as the bureaucracy. The administrative apparatus is out of reach of the masses. The masses have no contact with it whatever. Down to the 16th or 17th century, the state officials were drawn only from the nobility. During the change to the capitalist system, a professional officialdom came into existence. Of late years, this professional officialdom has been mainly recruited from the ranks of the so-called intelligentsia or professional classes, but the higher posts have been filled by members of the wealthier bourgeoisie. Even the lesser officials, however, are trained in a spirit of devotion towards the robber state. The more talented among them look forward to a rise in rank, to orders and titles, to an official career. The result is that most of these gentlemen are full of profound disdain for the common people. The dimensions and growth of this officialdom may be learned from the following figures, which are taken from Olszewski's book Bureaucracy. In Austria, in the year 1874, they numbered in round figures 27,000. In 1891, they numbered 16,000. In 1900, they numbered 169,000. In France, the number of officials in the year 1891 was 1,500,000, this being approximately 4% of the population. In Britain, in the same year, there were about 1 million officials, civil servants, this being approximately 2 to 6% of the population. In the United States, in the year 1890, there were 750,000 officials. Olszewski, himself a bourgeois, tells us that the bureaucracy is characterized by the following traits: routinism, red tapeism, overbearing manners, pettiness. In all capitalist countries, administrative work is actually in the hands of an officialdom of this character. We must repeat that the highest officials are mainly recruited from the wealthier bourgeoisie, and from the circles of the nobility and the great landowners. This is inevitable in capitalist society, where the bourgeoisie rules. In the Soviet Republic, the masses do not merely electing not Vienna lawyers but their own folk, but they participate in the work of administration, for the Soviets and the other organizations of the working masses are actually engaged in administrative work. As far as the Soviets are concerned, the elections are of such a character as will retain close contact between these bodies and the masses. For the elections to the Soviets are not territorial in the residential sense, but are based upon the places where people work, factories, workshops, etc. They are based, as the phrase runs, upon productive units. Those who are united in their working life elect from among their number, as their delegates, the persons in whom they have the greatest confidence. Thus the Soviet power realizes an enormously higher form, a far more genuinely popular form, of democracy, proletarian democracy. What, then, is the further task of our party? Our common course is clear. Our party has to realize proletarian democracy to a greater and ever greater extent, to bring about an increasingly close contact between delegates or elected persons, those deputed to perform various tasks, and the masses, to induce the workers to participate more and more effectively in the work of administration, finally, to ensure that millions of eyes shall watch the delegates and control their work. Everything possible must be done to see to it that all persons entrusted with authority shall be held responsible, and shall frequently be called to account. The carrying out of these tasks is a great undertaking. There are many obstacles to be overcome. The obstacles must be surmounted. We must achieve a full and inseparable union of three elements: the state apparatus, the active masses of the proletariat, the builders of communism, and the poor peasants. 52. The army and the Soviet power. Proletarian democracy, like every other state authority, has its armed forces, its army, and its navy. In the bourgeois democratic state, the army is used to keep down the workers and to defend the capitalists' moneybags. The proletarian army, the Red Army of the Soviet Republic, is used for the class purposes of the proletariat and for the struggle against the bourgeoisie. Consequently, in respect of the conditions of service and in respect of political rights, there is a vast difference between a bourgeois army and a proletarian army. The bourgeoisie finds it expedient to pretend that its army is above politics. In reality, it uses the army as a means for promoting its predatory and counter-revolutionary policy under the flag of the defense of national interests. It does everything in its power to sow division between the army and the people. By 1,000 subterfuges, it deprives soldiers of the possibility of utilizing their political rights. Things are very different in the Soviet Republic. In the first place, the proletariat frankly declares that the Red Army is an instrument for use in the political class struggle against the bourgeoisie. In the second place, the Soviet power uses all possible means to bring about an intimate union between the army and the people. The workers are solidarized in the Soviets with the soldiers of the Red Army. These Soviets are known as Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Delegates. The workers and the soldiers study in the same schools and attend the same courses of lectures. They mingle at public meetings. They rub shoulders in demonstrations. Again and again, the workers have entrusted the fighting flag to the soldiers of the Red Army, and again the soldiers have entrusted the colors to the workers. In the Soviet state, which is nothing else than a great republic of workers, success can only be achieved in the fight against our enemies when there is an indestructible unity between the Red Army and the revolutionary working class. The more intimate the solidarity of the working class with the army and of the army with the working class, the more durable will be our fighting revolutionary strength. Obviously, then, our party must sustain, develop, and strengthen this unity. Experience has shown that intimate association with proletarian organizations exercises a remarkable influence upon the army. We need only recall the resistance to Kolchak in the summer of 1919 and to Denikin in the autumn of the same year. These victories could not have been achieved had not the army been assisted by workers from the party, from the trade unions, etc., who flocked to the colors. For this reason, the Red Army of the proletariat is in actual fact, and not merely in words, the first people's army, the first army created by the will of the workers, organized by the workers, solidarized with them, indissolubly united with them, and by means of its representatives in the Soviets, participating in the administration of the country. The Red Army is not something distinct from the people. It consists of the working class and the poor peasants, and it marches under the leadership of the working class. The army lives in the most intimate association with the workers at the rear. It is the absolute duty of our party to be indefatigable in its endeavors to consolidate this unity. 53. The leading role of the proletariat. In our revolution, which is a communist revolution, the principal role, the role of leader, has been assigned to the proletariat. The proletariat is the most united and the best organized class. The proletariat is the only class whose conditions of life in capitalist society have been such as to lead to the acquirement of sound communist views. To it alone have these conditions disclosed the true goal and the right way of attaining it. Naturally, therefore, the proletariat has led the van in this revolution. The peasants, the middle peasants, and even some of the poor peasants, were far from steadfast. They were only successful when they joined forces with the proletariat. Conversely, whenever the peasants took a different line from the proletarians, they were inevitably enslaved by Denikin, Kolchak, or some other representative of the landlords, the capitalists, or the military caste. This leading role, this dominant mission of the proletariat, finds expression in the Soviet Constitution. Our laws grant the proletariat certain preferential political rights. For example, the electoral arrangements of the Congresses of Soviets are of such a nature that, proportionally to their numbers, the urban workers have more delegates than the peasants. Here are the relevant paragraphs of the Constitution. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets consists of representatives of the town Soviets, which are entitled to send one delegate for every 25,000 electors, and of representatives of the provincial Soviets, which are entitled to send one delegate for every 125,000 inhabitants. Part 3, Chapter 5, Par. 25. Congresses of Soviets consist of a. Regional Congresses, composed of representatives from the town Soviets and from the county Congresses of Soviets, in the proportion of one delegate to 25,000 inhabitants, and from the towns in the proportion of one delegate to 5,000 electors, with the proviso that there shall not be more than 500 delegates for the whole region or composed of the representatives to the provincial Congresses of Soviets, elected on the same basis when the provincial Congress meets immediately before the Regional Congress of Soviets. B. Provincial Congresses composed of representatives of the town Soviets and of the rural district Congresses of Soviets, in the proportion of one delegate to 10,000 inhabitants, and from the towns in the proportion of one delegate to 2,000 electors, with the proviso that there shall not be more than 300 delegates for the whole province, but when a county Congress of Soviets takes place immediately before the Provincial Congress of Soviets, the elections shall be held after the manner of those, not to the Rural District Congress of Soviets, but to the County Congress of Soviets. Part 3, Chapter 10, Par. 53.